Hey guys, what's up? Rudy here. I just wanted to give y'all a heads up of what these next 6 hours are going to be. It's going to be a compilation of part 1 through 9 that I did like the past month, watching Kirk play Chrono Trigger. These are going to be the pre-shows, minus the gameplay. So if y'all want to, in case y'all never checked it out, I would basically start each recording with like an hour-long variety show, like 30 minutes to an hour variety show, kind of a pre-gameplay kind of thing. So I went ahead and compiled all that and made it into one big video. So the next 6 hours are going to be those pre-shows where I talk about a variety of topics, just in case y'all want to check that out. So it's a really long, it's going to be really long. I'm going to put timestamps as best as I can about the various topics I talk about. And hopefully y'all can get some entertainment out of that if you'd like. And enjoy the show.
Reality, captured in user-friendly symbols and processed for understanding.
Hey, what's up guys? Rudy here. I told Kirk that I was going to watch his Chrono Trigger playthrough while like playing something else at the same time, so this is what this is going to be. Not sure how long I'll be going to go through it. I'm thinking at least 2 hours. So just a heads up guys, anybody who clicked this video thinking it's going to be something else, this is just going to be me playing video games while watching Kirk play a video game. It's a little on the gay side, but it is what it is. I wanted to watch him play Chrono Trigger tonight while I have some free time, and it's like I might as well fire up OBS, get my mic out and all that, and go ahead and do that. Got a dancing Shantae again, but I wanted to go over a few things. Kirk's community posts real quick. This thing, I watched it, up to the 1 minute mark, and I was like, holy shit. I left a comment saying I literally laughed out loud when I saw it. Let's go ahead and play it real quick. So, I've seen this guy before. I think a friend of mine, Dave, sent me this guy before, and he goes over tech stuff, I think. If I were to take a wild guess. Team of Ordinary Gamers. Go over his channel real quick. YouTube Premium has ads now, really? Oof. Anyway, let's go over this video real quick. I'm at the 55-second mark.
It's primarily because of this exact reason. Now, you might be wondering, is this a copyright troll? Did he decide to get hit by like every single game company under the sun? No, actually, it appears that his YouTube account isn't exactly the one committing the sin. His Google account is set for extinction. And as you all know in Chrono Trigger terms, if your Google account explodes, your YouTube account is effectively squad wiped off the platform.
That's so...
This man's livelihood, YouTube account...
It's so fucking weird, y'all. That is the strangest shit. Strangest fucking 5 hours ago, dude. Like, really? Like, come on, Kirk. Like, what is going on? It's like you and I are fucking, I don't know, bending reality or some shit. It's so wild. So I went through that. I laughed out loud when I saw the animation. It's like, what is happening? Went over the SpongeBob thing. That was pretty wild, too. We can go over this a little bit, I guess. I guess we'll go over this when we get to it, because I really wanted to watch and react as you're going through the part with where you save the queen and Marle gets ripped apart or whatever, and the jailbreak with Lucca. I don't know how you handle that part. There's actually 2 ways to handle it, in case you didn't know. But when you get to it, I'll tell you the other way that you probably missed, because there's two ways to do the jailbreak. And I actually like this other way that we'll get into when we get to it. So I'm not gonna play the video 1.25 or anything. I was gonna show you my hat. Got a cat dad hat with the little kitty cat on it with the knife. It's really cute. My daughter and wife gave this to me. I don't remember for what the occasion was. It may have been Christmas, but I'll wear this for a little while, and if I get too hot, I'll take it off. So we'll go through that later. We can go over this real quick. I actually left a response to this person that's commented on Matt's channel. I hadn't watched the free voice presentation yet. I need to get around to that, but Kirk was basically saying, you know, this is why Matt can't really talk about the things that we do, because Matt's gonna get, I don't know if it's majority female on his channel. He'd have to be the one to tell us, but it's like, he can't even talk about certain things. Like what he said, what sort of creature is this? He's talking about some like not milk minion, right? And if this person claims that they've been subscribed to him as long as she says she has, she should know that. So it's like, people like this just get ass blasted over the dumbest shit. Like, just some middle-aged, you know, fucking middle-aged miserable creature getting offended over the stupidest shit. I mean, I mean this, like, insecure, dirty creature that it's just, like, their only existence is just being miserable, just being a miserable fucking cunt. And I know Matt can't say things like that, but I can. Like, I have the freedom. I had the I had the privilege and freedom to say things like that on my channel, you know? Let me see if I can find it. And I'm not trying to, like, put this person on blast. They may have... It looks like they deleted their comment. Wow. What a bitch. What a fucking bitch. Did she really delete her comment? Really? Dude, that's pathetic. That's pathetic if that's the case. Like, you can't even stand on your own two legs here. Or maybe Matt deleted it, you know? Who knows? The comments. Oh yeah, Billy's grandmother. I was watching his last video and it's like, oh my god, Billy's grandmother's just nasty, you know, evil lady. What a just a wicked woman. Oh yeah, let's look at that real quick. So here, I made a community post about, you know, Kirk and I were trashing Outer Worlds. I don't even remember when, but come to find out, Outer Worlds 2 is going to be released later this October, and I'm like, who the fuck asked for Outer Worlds 2, man? It's what a fucking mediocre open world, like, New Vegas wannabe, you know? I'm glad I didn't pay for it. So, Kirk basically said it's gonna be a mix of, like, Reddit humor, like Reddit Big Chungus humor, and I'm like, dude, I would prefer Big Chungus to the more modern lingo vernacular bullshit, millennial hack writing that we got now. Like, please give me a fucking Big Chungus joke, because I'd prefer that. So, let's see here. Oh, here we go. Let's see if it's still up. Nope. Okay, so she either deleted it or Matt did. I don't think Matt would have deleted it. I mean, he might have. I mean, it's his prerogative. if he decided to. It was getting to be a pretty long like reply thread, and I can totally see her, just deleting it, getting all butthurt about it. But I screenshotted it and Kirk screenshotted it, so you can go fuck yourself, basically. And there it is. If y'all want to read it, I mean, what a just miserable person to just get so offended. And the thing that pissed me off about it, not necessarily her getting offended, it's her attacking Matt the way she did. Like, I'm not trying to like be this defender, right? I'm just saying like she's the one who started these like ad hominem attacks over something that wasn't even directed at her. Like Matt wasn't directing directing at her specifically, right? But a lot of these people got this thing about all women, right? Like they don't even consider themselves people by that point. It's just like, oh, we represent all women, or some fucking horse shit like that. It's just so ridiculous. So have you looked in the mirror lately? Like for no reason, just fucking attacking the guys like looks out of nowhere. Like what the hell? He's not talking to you directly, you fucking bitch. Like what's wrong with you? Let's see. Yeah, it's all gone. Like I can't even look at it. That sucks. Let's see details. Okay, so my reply is here. How much of an insecure creature do you have to be to attempt to control and bully another person's language? He isn't talking about you specifically. Your confidence issues has everything to do with you and not Matt. Get over yourself, lady. The fact that you start actually insulting him and justify your nastiness is pretty gross too. That was the part that got to me, to be honest. That's crazy that she like started like insulting the dude just because she got a little offended. Like what the fuck? Left a second comment after that. Ignore the haters, Matt. This is I did this one because my first comment got hidden, so I went ahead and did another reply. Some people are just miserable creatures who are perpetually offended by existence itself. They'll never be happy in life, so they feel the need to drag everyone down with them and can't find the humor in this world. Their problem isn't with you, it's their ego identity crisis, and they're just projecting it onto you. If I were to guess, this person is this vile and nasty to everyone she meets, especially direct family. Lord forbid they have children. God, like, Lord forbid they have children. Like, I mean that with every fucking ounce of my being, because if she's like this with a stranger on the internet, I can't imagine the hell she puts her family through. Here's another hidden comment. She was coming after me after a while, calling me, saying I'm part of a cult and all that bullshit. It's like, I don't care about Matt in that way. It's like, I'm just like pointing out her nonsense, right? Like her fucking Looney Tunes attitude, fucking nutter attitude. What the hell? And pointing it out to you, to quote you directly. Seriously, you're a middle-aged man. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You blatantly insulted Matt when he wasn't even talking about you. Do you even realize how insane you sound? You weren't just being critical, you were outright just being a terrible person. I think that's it. Yeah, I told her to click on newest. I wonder if she saw that. That would be amazing. I think might be it. Yeah, that's it. That's it with that, so. What is this here? Let's look at this real quick. I guess this first like 20 minutes is going to be like a hodgepodge variety, kind of miniature variety show. Oh yeah, so let's play. I guess we'll play this real quick. I gotta mute it. Whoops.
So like I'm about to walk down the aisle and I'm just thinking, if he's crying, there's a chance I get the ick.
Oh my God.
But if he's not crying, I'm gonna be like, why aren't you crying? It's the happiest day of your life.
Listen to me.
Look, I'm not gonna go through this guy's video, but he made a pretty good assessment. He isn't gonna say what I'm gonna say directly, but this is probably hidden for all I know. Great assessment. A tidbit that a lot of others will miss about her 15-second narcissistic display is that she isn't even judging him. She's judging the imaginary character in her mind in a scenario that hasn't even happened yet. You're 100% correct. He isn't even a person to her. He's just a proxy of her ego, a mirror. She projects onto him, and when her projections are wrong, she'll dump him from some other schmuck. And I've talked about like the animus projection that women have on men. Like other men do it too, right? So there's this. I've talked about it big time in my Wizard of Oz presentation, right? Where the ladies are struggling with the animus right now because they have this like this idea in their head of what being manly is. And like I don't know, like she perfectly kind of encompasses that, where it's got to be this weird double standard.
So, like, I'm about to walk down the aisle, and I'm just thinking, if he's crying, there's a chance I get the ick.
Oh my god.
But if he's not crying, I'm gonna be like, why aren't you crying? It's the happiest day of your life.
This isn't even about her marriage. This is about her, and he says this in the video. So I didn't get that from. I learned this from this guy, and he's on point. It's like this is more about satisfying her ego. This is about her wedding. This isn't about her. This isn't. I mean, this isn't about her marriage. This isn't about her future husband or her future children. That's the sickest part about it too. This has nothing to do with the potential, right? The potential for growth. This is about projection, what she can get out of the situation. Resource hoarding. I've talked about that before. Think that about covers that. I didn't mention that animus projection here, but it's fucking 1000% animus projection, where she's just living in a fantasy land of what she thinks her future husband should be, right? And as soon as this asshole doesn't meet her standards, I mean, he's gonna be in the family court, I got 0 sugar A&W today. Let's go over this real quick. Maybe there's something interesting. Oh yeah, when I was playing Secret of Evermore. Yeah, Secret of Evermore is definitely Marty McFly, Einstein the dog from fucking Back to the Future, fish out of water type of character. It's really, you can really kind of get a sense for that if you play the game and kind of listen to the music. Done by Jeremy Soule. It's very atmospheric, and creepy, right? But the thing is, the character is wacky, right? Like Marty McFly is kind of wacky, even though he's kind of in this serious situation. Back to the Future did a really good job of being mysterious and kind of scientific, right? And comical. It's a comedy. Like Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3 are comedies first and foremost. And Secret of Evermore has that vibe of this guy, fish out of water, is just kind of in this wacky situation, but it's also kind of serious. It's like, man, I'm in this fucking crazy world with dinosaurs and shit, at least at the beginning, right? So yeah, he's supposed to be a Marty McFly kind of archetype, stereotype, whatever you want to call it, character. Tell story. Y'all can read this. I'm not going to read it. Just pause the video and read it. I used to smoke. Started smoking when I was 13. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And when y'all say things, I mean, I think Billy worries about this too, where he's like, if he says something, he's afraid to like offend his the people watching, right? Not afraid, but he's not really aiming it at anyone in particular. And I'm not like into my feelings and stuff. I didn't think you were talking about me like I was pathetic, like a pathetic artist or anything, but you know that. Oh yeah, the good guy thing. More people choose the good guy route. I think that's something pretty interesting. I mean, games like Fallout, maybe even that piece of shit Outer Worlds, I think has a karma system where it's like the developers, the people who make these games don't really give you an incentive to do evil, like to make it worth your while being an evil character, I mean, they kind of even punish you for being too good. Like they send I don't remember the names, but I know in New Vegas, or at least in Fallout 3, they send like bad guys after you if your karma's too high, like your karma's too good, on the good side. And it's actually in Fallout 3, it's actually really beneficial to be evil, like in the beginning. Like it's really easy, you just steal a bunch of stuff, steal little things until you get your karma low enough to be considered evil, and then Jericho join you, and Jericho's like a really cheap mercenary for how early you can get him. I think it's 500 caps to get Jericho, and he's a really good companion, and I don't even think he leaves you if you turn neutral or turn good. I may be misremembering, but I know at least in Fallout 3, but that's more of a meta thing. Like if you were to play the game for the first time, you wouldn't know that kind of deal. But yeah, Jericho's a really good companion, so there is kind of an incentive, but like I said, that's meta knowledge. That's meta gaming, so shit like that don't count. You know, like I'm sure you already know Kirk, the kind of like it's not a karma system, but at the beginning of the game in Chrono Trigger, the Millennial Fair, you know, you don't know this, but your actions at the Millennial Fair have consequences to how you're judged later during the trial, which doesn't really affect anything. It's just something interesting. It's something quirky they put in there to kind of encourage you to play multiple times to use a New Game Plus feature. And you only get like, I think some ethers out of it, if I remember correctly. I may be getting that wrong, but yeah, I mean, I think it's cool that even a game from 1996, I think, yeah, Chrono Trigger was made. There is kind of a pseudo, I don't know, quest line that judges you whether or not you're good or bad or whatever. Yeah. And that's the story I was gonna tell. That's the one I told about the guy in the the fentanyl guy, the guy who stole the Narcan. That's what that story was, in case you were wondering. I'm pretty sure you figured that out by now. Alright guys, hey, what's up? Finally got around to I'm gonna go ahead and do another recording where I watch Kirk play some more Chrono Trigger. Want to go over a few things first. So I guess this will be another like miniature variety show, kind of metaphysical, you know, esoteric, whatever variety show as usual. I meant to get around to this last night, but I don't know. I fell asleep. I fell asleep around. Well, I was gonna take a nap, right? So I was planning to take a nap around 10 p.m. and wake up like 11:30ish. You know, right now it's 12:44. But I planned to wake up around 10:30ish and, you know, hour-long nap turned into like a 3-hour snooze. I was like, oh fuck, because I didn't wake up till like almost 3 a.m. and I was like, shit, I may as well just go to bed. But just to go over a few things this morning. Very crazy, kind of a nutty, you know, nutty synchronicity. So I bought this little rooster, this little chicken with his eyes bulging, out, for my daughter, like a few days ago. And I took a nap on the couch this morning while my wife was playing Infinity Nikki. And when I woke up, this is what I woke up to. This this fucking fairy. It's like, this is like a fairy that got turned into a chicken or something like that. This fucking chicken with the same exact kind of eyes. Dude, I'm like, what in the world? I started laughing. I burst out laughing. And I said, oh my god, it's the same chicken I bought, you know, I bought our kid. It's like, and we, you know, my wife started laughing too, because she had forgot about that. It was just so fucking weird, you know? Go over this. Yeah, I figured, Kirk would get a kick out of the, Robo's theme that sounds like, Never Gonna Give You Up, you know, the Rickroll. That's been a meme in the Chrono Trigger community for a while. Yeah. Fired dumplings. We went to a buffet and I thought that was pretty funny, so I took a picture of it. You know, the people that work there, I don't know if they're Chinese, I don't think they're Chinese, but obviously some kind of typo where they just flip the I and the R. They don't know how to spell fried dumplings. I prefer steamed dumplings, but those are pretty good. I like going there. Their buffet's like, I don't know, I want to say $14 a person. They got like a whole variety of stuff. Like one of my favorite things there is like a chicken on a stick, because it's super tender. It's just really, really moist. It's some kind. I guess it's like dark meat because normally I don't like. I know the difference between dark meat and white meat like immediately the moment it hits my the moment it hits my tongue. Because I had their TSO and it was super dry. Like I couldn't stand it. It was like nasty. Like I ate it. I ate it just so I wouldn't waste food, but I did not enjoy it. It was super gross. Just that dryness that breast meat I can't stand, dude. Um, yeah, this article pissed me the fuck off pretty hard. And it really shouldn't, like stuff like this shouldn't bother me because I think dog culture's truly, truly, truly like a weird, evil, not milk push. And I know I've kind of strayed away from talking about it, but um, so I don't know. I just picture this dude fucking taking his dumb dog on a walk, right? Looking for a reason to kill anything, to be honest, because people have dogs, man. There's just a screw loose or something with a lot of these guys, especially the ones that own pit bulls and the more dangerous breeds. It's like they take their dumb mutts out and they're just looking for a reason to have just to antagonize people, either antagonize people with their dogs, like their smaller breeds, or to scare them, or to scare children. I just know they get off on it, man. Like they like taking their dog out, and they unhook their leash, and it's like, don't worry, you don't bite, and all that bullshit. I get so sick of that, man. Like, you dog nutters are fucking disgusting individuals, and I can't stand it. So I was making a comparison, literally hourly fucking dog attacks, hour per hour, day by day. But a mountain lion, Lord forbid, a mountain lion trying to protect its territory, right? This fucking dog nutter kills it probably just because he wanted to kill it, right? I don't know, man. It's just the vibe I get with these assholes. Look it up. This is all bullshit. How to stop dog attacks and all that. It's all horseshit. This is fucking not no push as well. You never know. You never know when a dog's gonna attack, and if you see a sign, it's gonna be way too late before you see a sign. So it's all bullshit. All these fucking videos are bullshit. It's just how do I put it? It's just it's a hustle from like the dog pushers. The dog pushers being the dog trainers who like to push these really dangerous breeds on people and say like, oh, if you just train them right, just take them to the right trainer. Take them to the right trainer. Rock. So, 2 days ago, I'm gonna do this every time, man. 3 hours ago, Milwaukee in the top 20 most dog attacks on postal workers in 2024. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you know what blows my mind? There's always this narrative when a dog attacks a child, and the first thing everybody asks, like, what did the child do? Did he pull his ears? Did he grab its tail? What did he do? What did he do to the pupper? But you don't hear that. They go completely silent whenever a mailman gets attacked, because mailmen are probably like the top like victims of dog attacks, especially in the United States. I don't know about other, third world shitholes like fucking Dubai or Pakistan and all that, like where there is a dog, like a stray dog issue, like places like Turkey and all that have really bad dog attack statistics as well. 2 days ago, 1 day ago, 2 days ago. This is day by day, hour by hour, guys. Dog attack, dog attack, dog attack. Every fucking day. Every fucking day. And I heard, I hear dog nutters say, oh, it's just being sensationalized by the media. It's like, no, it's really fucking common. Really fucking common. I don't hear any bullshit about being sensationalized, man. Anyway, this mountain lion story. I don't know, I would value a mountain lion over 1,000 mutts. It's just super gross, like, when I hear about bear attacks, like, everybody goes up in arms. Let's say a mountain lion kills a dog, right? Like I talked to you all about that video one day where what was it, a cheetah? No, it wasn't a cheetah. It was I forgot what kind of a large cat it was, but the cat had snatched. It was like a golden lab. It was like looked like maybe like a 1-year-old, 2-year-old golden lab. It snatched it up by the neck, by the throat, by the front of the throat, and like took off with it off the porch. You can see it on the porch cam. It was brutal, man. This large cat was just maybe a tad bigger than this yellow lab, And just, I don't know, man, just pound for pound, when it comes to these large breed cats, or these large cats, it's like up against the dog's just no contest, man. I've seen dogs get, like vicious pit bulls get taken out by lions. Just, not lions, but like, a large cat around the same size. I can't think of a breed right now, because I'm on the spot, but I watched a video where a pit bull, like, there were like, these sick people were like putting pit bulls up against like large cats. It might have been a bobcat, but I mean, it was like no contest. Like that large. I wish I could remember the breed. It wasn't like a mountain lion. It wasn't like a cheetah or anything like that, because those are more like what's it called? What's the name for those? Exotic. It wasn't like an exotic big cat or nothing like that. It was kind of a common American large cat, like a wild cat. But pound for pound, like a pit bull versus a cat around the same size is just no contest. The cat wins. Like, these pit bulls don't stand a chance. They get disemboweled. They just get taken out. That goes for other animals too, like boars and stuff. Like, they were doing like, you could tell they were gambling, but like pit bulls. Try to pop my ears. Sorry, my right ear started ringing. So pit bulls, it was like a pit bull up against a javelina, like a boar, a wild boar. And that boar took that boar took that pit bull out like it was nobody's business. And it's just like, just no contest, man. So these dog nutters, this is what gets me about it. Like, these dog people don't care about their animals. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a flying fuck about their own dogs. They put them in dangerous situations. They have them off leash. They have them out in the open near playgrounds, near children, where children can get hurt, and that way their dog gets put down later. And that way they can cry about it, right? And they can, bitch and moan about how their precious little pupper was put down or whatever the fuck. But we all know that dogs get one free bite anyway, so they can grandstand about how the child looked it in the eye or something. Like, you can't do nothing around these dogs. Like, I've heard so many things that you're not supposed to do. It gets to the point where it's like, why even risk it? You can't look at them. You can't stand around them. You can't walk fast around them. You can't make sudden movements around them. Like, all these fucking laundry list of fucking rules that you can't do around dogs. And it's like, why even bother? Why bother? Why keep them around? What's the point? Anyways, enough of that. Shout out to Glaive. Amber, I think her name is. Virtue signal, that's a word I was trying to think of. Like, they'll virtue signal as soon as their dog, bites a kid, and like, I don't know what happened. I'm not sure why that happened. Hardy derp. Fucking sick people, man. They hate animals. They hate their own dogs. I'm convinced that they just hate their own dogs. They put them in these very dangerous situations. I think I went over the Outer Worlds thing. And if not, I'm not care too much about going over that. Okay, we talked about that woman. I think that was it for my community posts. Yeah, the Mario thing was pretty strange. When I talked about Mario recently, and like a few days later, this dude made a video about why does Mario always run right? Steven Spielberg, yeah, Matt McKinley talks about fucking, what's it called? Signs of a fake reality, right? Where it's like in our faces, and this dude, Kirk, shout out to Kirk, he's the one who mentioned this, and I just made a community post about it. It's like, literally, when you do the math of how much shit he's made, it's like 3 movies a year, like really, like every fucking 4 months you make a movie. But like, do you have any free time at all? Like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of a creature, what kind of a fucking creature are you? That you have so much fucking time on your hands? Like, you got more than 24 hours a day on your hands to make all this bullshit. It's like, come on, man. For the past 60 years, like, really? I don't know, it's just nuts. What a terrible, what a fucking minion of the system. It's obvious Spielberg, I mean, it's in the name, for God's sake. Fucking a spiel is what it says here. I don't know, feel like reading it. It's fucking 12 a.m. The Kevin James thing was weird, yeah. King of Queens, like, half the fucking cast are from or have German last names, including Kevin James himself. Like his real name is Kipfing, however you fucking say that. German origins. You can look up all these last names, and they are more, probably 40% of them German descent. Nuts. I think that's about it. Yeah. So let's go over one more thing here. Maybe one or two more things. So Kirk and I having an interesting discussion. Go and play the video real quick. See, I think that balance filter basic. Yeah, we were talking about what did he say? Yeah, he made a comparison between Chrono Trigger and how Earthbound seems so primitive compared to like Chrono Trigger, and it's on the same console, it's on the same hardware, you know? And it's kind of crazy when you think about it, and I go over it down here. Let's see. So yeah, there's a frequency going on. Me and Kirk and I have been discussing this kind of things a whole lot, and all of a sudden, like these mainstream dudes with like 100,000 plus, 100,000 plus subscribers, all of a sudden are fucking talking about it too. And that dude who made the Chrono Trigger, analogy, just out of nowhere, it's so fucking weird. Yeah, it's hard to tell really if it's a symptom or if maybe we're on a frequency or we're putting out, we're pushing out the energy, putting out that into the internet or putting out into the world, into the reality. So there's no such thing as physical, No such thing as physical. It's all, it's all spiritual. It's all in the mind. So I don't know. It makes sense to me that the conversations we have are more of a symptom, not a symptom, but the what we experience like outwardly these with suddenly these content creators talking about what they do is more of a symptom of the discussions we're having, and I don't know, maybe we're being affected in some way. That's always on the table. I mean, synchronicity and copy paste. How did I word it? Copy paste simulation. I think it's a pretty good phrase. Yeah, copy paste simulation. Lost my train of thought there. Let's see. That's yeah, that's a really good question. Like, why can't we, well, maybe we can, but why can't we manifest or put out a frequency where what kind of games do we want out of, in 2025, whatever, 2026? The year of our Lord, and what's it called, Anno Domini. Yeah, and you link that video where the guy was talking about like modern slop, like the troon slop, and it's like, yeah, not a single fucking thing is interesting. Like even Expedition 32, Expedition 33, where it's so flashy, right? It's a fucking, it looks cool, but it's like as I watched the gameplay, I was like, where's the uniqueness? Like it looks so like rubbed in grease or whatever, rubbed in ham. A lot of these a lot of these fucking remasters suffer from this thing where everything looks like it's rubbed in oil or Vaseline or something, right? The Dark Souls 1 remaster is a really good example of where the game just looked like it was just rubbed in grease and just spit out there, And I love Dark Souls 1. I bought the remaster or I don't know, remake, whatever you want to fucking call it, and I enjoyed it. Like I love Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 easily my top 20 if I were to, put a Souls-like game up there. Um, Elden Ring was fucking garbage. Just to talk about that real quick, like open world Souls game, it's not for me. It's that's terrible. To me, it's just not engaging after like 40 hours, which seems to always be the case with these open world games where I just stop playing after like 45 hours of bullshit. See here. confused. Where's the thing I said? Okay, you said that. Okay, I gotcha. I'll cut this out if I'm reading too much. Thing we talked about. I think it's being hidden, maybe. I think it's being hidden. Okay, here, when I said here, this is what I want to bring up. I think the fact that Earthbound felt so basic is why I never touched it. I played games like Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger before I discovered Earthbound. So I was kind of spoiled by those games in their presentation and story. It's a real shame that nothing feels improved nowadays. Like you said, devs just asset flip their games to port existing systems into their new games. Games released on the same hardware in the NES and the SNES era were leaps and bounds compared to today, almost like they were competing against themselves, and they were. A game like Final Fantasy VI was competing with games like Final Fantasy IV, which is another crazy leap in quality of life changes, user interface, presentation, music, story, etc. Going from Earthbound to Chrono Trigger to Final Fantasy VI is a huge leap in terms of feel. And I don't know, that's what's missing, I think, with modern games. Like, I don't feel like it seems like modern games is just really, really plateaued. You know, in the past, I'll just put my camera over here. I keep looking over here. Like, just plateaued in the past, sheesh. I don't know, past 15 years, easily the past 15 years. Where everything kind of looks the same, everything sounds the same, everything plays the same, you know, reused asset flip, fucking Pakistani bullshit, remasters that are just, you know, they just send it to India or Pakistan and it comes back and it's just fucking, you know, it look like I said, everything looks like it's rubbed in grease. Yeah, I'm gonna move my camera over here in a second. Let me do that now, actually. Alright, that's better. Seems more natural, because I have a tendency to look at OBS as I'm talking. Glancing over to OBS makes more sense to me. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone else, but how about that? Let's see. That'll do. It's not that important. I switched to my stick mic, just to see the quality. I did one recording with the, you know, with the arm, the what's it called? This thing. Get a shot. Yeah, this thing. I still have it over here, but I got it disconnected. I'm just gonna try my stick mic. That way I don't have to worry about mic proximity. Audio would be consistent, and we'll see how that sounds. I kind of like having the big microphone. Makes me feel like a big, you know, big nuts. Anyway. So keep reading. I haven't felt like any recent game has been fresh in terms of their presentation or even art direction. Hell, the last game I played from start to finish was the Trials of Mana Second Densetsu 3 remake. And even that was made in Unreal Engine 4, and I wouldn't really call it that too much of a leap in comparison to other modern RPG hack and slashes. Truth be told, I haven't had a feeling of, oh man, I gotta play this every day until I beat it feeling in a long time, Trials of Mana being the last. The game right now is stale, and not for the reasons the typical person would think. The presentation for most games right now is so bad. Even that Expedition 33 game didn't catch my attention and just seems sort of stale and still can't really pinpoint why. And I don't know, man, it's weird, because I'm still not sure why Expedition 33 just doesn't do it for me. Like Kirk said one day in one of his videos, he's like, if you were to hand the game to me and tell me to play it for like, I don't know, an hour or two or whatever, or you know, 10 hours, I'd probably have fun with it and be like, yeah, it's a good game. It's a serviceable game. It's playable. It's coherent. It's got good music. It's got a decent story, probably decent gameplay, and it's like, what the? I mean. But it's not. It's just a fucking. Maybe this is a problem with the exposure, right? You've been exposed to too many games, and it's like you just don't get a feeling anymore. But I don't know, man. It's just nothing. It just doesn't feel like anything anymore. It just feels so fucking copy paste nonsense, you know? I don't know, man. That's just how I feel about it. Yeah, Trials of Mana. I beat that game start to finish. Took me about 50 hours, I guess, and I liked it. And I came right off of playing the Super Nintendo version of Second Densetsu 3, so my frame of reference was playing that game first, then playing the remake, and it felt good. I was like, This is how a remake should have been. This is how the Secret of Mana remake should have been. I was hoping they'd make a Secret of Mana remake in that style, but you know, they didn't do that. Maybe they'll do Chrono Trigger. I mean, maybe we can cause a Fractal or some bullshit. Get it out there. Square Enix devs get their heads out of their asses and make a Chrono Trigger remake in that kind of Trials of Mana remake fashion. But you know it's gonna be censored garbage. I mean, shit. Fucking Ayla, man. You really think that our you know, our primate fucking what's it called? Best girl over here is not gonna get the censorship treatment? I mean, come on, dude, look at her. Like, they're gonna censor the shit out of this girl. Oh yeah, it's supposed to look like Lunch. Or Launch, whatever her name is. But they're gonna nerf everything about her. They're gonna cover her up. They're gonna give her black shorts and a black bra or something. They're going to definitely get rid of the Woosleyisms. I mean, they already did that in the DS remake and the Steam, you know, the Steam release. They're gonna change Marle's provoke. You know, they might change their twin charm ability. Fucking provoke me. Where is it? It's where she slaps her butt. Yeah. I don't know if y'all can see it. Yeah, you can. Image a new tab. Here we go. I'll zoom in. See, she slaps her booty. That's gone, man. They remake this game. I mean, they're gonna probably cover her bare shoulders. You know, she's a good-looking girl. I mean, Marle is pretty sexy. Like, the only one that's okay is Lucca, right? Because she's just a fucking neat, you know, a neat nerd. Oh yeah, Kirk, you said that you brought Lucca. I think, you know, that's fine. Like, you can take whoever, but it's really impactful when you take Marle. Yeah, in terms of like characterization and Chrono and her's relationship, right? Their bloom-in relationship, whatever you want to call it. Might be why I like Marle so much, even as a party member, as opposed to just, you know, a love interest or a character. She's cute. I like Marle a lot. She's really pretty. Kind of like Shantae. So, I want to talk about a few more things. Oh yeah, I thought about going over... I might do this another time. Maybe I'll do one more kind of reaction to Kirk playing Chrono Trigger, and then I'll just watch normally so I can get caught up and all that. Because if I'm gonna watch Kirk's videos, I may as well just, you know, play a game myself. Is what the idea of this is. Like, if I'm gonna sit here and listen to Kirk play a game, I may as well play a game myself and record it and give my commentary and kind of react to him. So these dudes, these videos talk about characters ranked, right? Two separate videos, and they both put Marle on the bottom tier as a, you know, worst character, and I disagree, like, wholeheartedly. And it's unfair maybe because I have a lot of experience with this game, but I might go over this in another video because this is dragging on. This is almost 30 minutes, a 30-minute pre-show. Yeah, I'll do this another time, but it's like Marle gives a lot of shit in general, and I think it has a lot to do with how the game progresses. If I'm making sense here, so you rescue Marle, right? You rescue Marle from the past. You bring her to the present. You lose her again. You have the trial and the jailbreak with Lucca. Again, more Lucca, right? You got Lucca in the past who went back to look for you, and you team up with Frog, and then you gain Marle. You lose Marle again. You had the trial. Then you get Lucca again with a boss fight, that dragon tank. And then y'all escape from the castle, and then Marle joins you and you go to the future, right? But you get to the future, and come to find out, Marle's kind of weak, right? She doesn't have any offensive spells. She can cure. She's supposed to be the white mage, right? That makes sense. But she's like Kirk says, she's like the Peach from Mario RPG, only kind of weak. You know, she starts off really weak, and that's a problem because, you know, from the player's perspective, they don't want to play as this kind of weak girl. You know, not only that, you haven't really gotten a whole lot of characterization with her either. And I think that's where the devs really fucked up in terms of having Marle as a not only as a love interest but also as a solid party member. And in my opinion, they really should have gave her the cure and gave her aura, right? Buff aura just a little bit, just to be a fucking nerd about this. Buff aura, get rid of provoke, find another way to get twin charm in there, or make Ayla's charm more powerful on its own. Get rid of provoke, give her some kind of offensive spell. I don't know, figure out a way to do it. She's ice, she's water element, right? But you don't really find that out till later. It's very obvious. It makes sense for Lucca to be fire element because she's an inventor, right? And she has her flame gun, her little flame toss thing. And Lucca's like a goddamn glass cannon when you first get her. It's like, she's awesome. It's like, yeah, I want to keep using Lucca because she's so good. And I think that's why a lot of people get attached to Lucca. Like, Lucca has the fandom loves Lucca. And Marle is like the weakest character in terms of the fandom. And like I said, I beg to differ, but I understand, like, she's really weak when you get her to the future, and she don't really show her strength until you get Frog, and then you learn what's it called? Ice water and all that. Her ice dual techs. Her ice dual techs are fucking gross. They're amazing. Like, that'll carry you the whole game, the rest of the game. You keep Marle in your group, have her with the right character. As long as you're not up against enemies that absorb water or not weak to water. But you're gonna destroy bosses with Marle and whoever she's teamed up with, right? She's just a really powerful character. She gets haste. I mean, you can forego getting haste helmets if you really want to. Just wear something else, prism helmets or something, and set up your boss fights with haste at the beginning, and you're good to go. And she's a monster. Like, she's fucking she's just a crazy good character if you take the time to get to know her. And it's not so obvious when you first get her because she's so weak. And even when she gets her first offensive spell, she's not that great either until you start learning the dual techs like Antipod and Ice Toss and what's the other one? Ice Water and all that. Ice Water's crazy good spell. Ice Water will fucking carry you through Magus's castle, man. It just destroys everything. You can't go wrong. I love taking Marle and Frog to Magus's castle when I play because they just demolish everything. Anyway, let's go over one more thing, and then we'll get into Kirk's video, and I'll play Secret Evermore. And I did transfer over my save file for Earthbound, so I may play that, or I may save that for the next time. But I did transfer it over, and I got it working and all that. I beat the tent boss, but I'm gonna do that on screen when I do it. I was just trying to get a beat of where I was in the game, so I found the tent boss, I beat it, did the zombie paper thing, and then I stopped, because I was like, I'll just do this when I play live or whatever. So let's go over one more thing. I'm gonna show off what happens when let's see. So I start a new game. This is a recording. So I didn't realize my cursor was there. That's funny. So I'm gonna kind of turn the volume down. It's fine like that, actually. So I started a new game, and I was gonna show off how you can fuck up all the things in the Millennial Fair to get the bad verdict, get the bad trial verdict. I was gonna show that off real quick. Yeah, I don't know if you did that, Kirk. You can get money from your mom again. I'm pretty sure you did. So let's get into it. You can go ahead and start off by ignoring Marle when you first get up. Grab her pendant. Go sell it to Melchior, or Melchior. I think it's how you pronounce it. I pronounced it Melchior for the longest time until I heard it. I heard somebody else say the name. I was like, oh, Melchior? Is that how you say it? I was like, oh, that makes sense. I thought it was Melchior. Don't know why. So go ahead and recruit her. Name her and all that. And then you can start fucking up. Oh, and I'm going to show off how to give her the cat real quick. I'll still get a guilty verdict, I think. Because I eat the chicken and all that. The chicken. Yeah, you eat the chicken, you know, you can give the kitty cat to the little girl. You kind of have to lead it. You got to do this goofy thing where you have to kind of guide where it goes. Oh yeah, I tried the soda guzzling. When I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I can get 8 really easily, and like my old man hands, you know. Can't really do that now. Takes I almost got it though. Almost forgot to eat the lunch. Tastes like chicken. Oh, it is chicken. No, it's not, because he said it tastes like chicken. That doesn't mean it is chicken. Scram, kid. Alright, got that. Let's move on to the next. So... you can drag Marle off. That looks bad on you during the trial. And I just wanted to show off one more thing after this. So... for a little bit. Yeah, you can move around and talk to everybody. In between windows, you can talk to everybody. See, I'm making tab and repeat his lines. Just something goofy. I just wanted to show off something real quick. So here, you don't even have to get into the telepod. You just go up and talk to Marle, and it'll continue like normal. Stupid. There we go. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk to everybody. You can see the backside of the moon with those. One of my favorite lines. Yeah, it's kind of funny that they characterize Lucca and her father as being like bumbling inventors. You know, kind of like Doc Brown. That's like Doc Brown. Duh, like... So you don't even have to go in the telepod, you just talk to her. Let's go ahead and fast forward a little bit. Spooky music starts playing. I never noticed the NPCs start looking around. You look at them. It's pretty good. Tabin's all freaked out. So after she disappears, you can get some extra dialogue. If you try to leave without picking up the pendant. And again, I didn't know about this till maybe like a year ago when I was replaying the game, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that was in the game. It's kind of cool they thought of that. Just try to leave. Anyway, that's it. I want to show that off. We're gonna go ahead and go through the trial, actually. And not yet. Let's go ahead and do the trial. I think RetroArch. We'll bump up the volume for RetroArch a little bit. I'll turn it back down when Kirk, when we're watching Kirk. I might set up another window here. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna fix this window. Alright, here we go. Got it. So we're back. So I'm right outside Guardia's castle, but right before the trial. But this motherfucker... Fix this real quick. Nope. It's a terrorist. Lock him up and throw away the key. The return of the garbage-ass lawyer. Or Pierre. Boy, the guillotine. You know, premeditation, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but usually you want to be really careful about what you charge somebody with. And calling it premeditation is... You can't really prove, you know, that something's premeditated in that way, you know? It's crazy. So if I don't know, if I'm not a lawyer, right? But if I was his lawyer, it'd be like, the whole issue is the charge itself is premeditated kidnapping of royalty, right? So you better prove that it's premeditated. It's kind of ridiculous. I did. Actually, no. I'm gonna do Marle. They treat the princess like she doesn't have... You know, she doesn't have agency. And if I was Pierre, I would bring Nadia up to the stand, you know? Like, she's a witness, so... See, Pierre brings it in, like, from a character defense kind of angle where... It's more about Chrono's character than actually using logic to defend him. I'm gonna be really pissed if that actually gets me innocent. And if I get a guilty, it's not a big deal. I mean, if I get a innocent, it's not a big deal. Never been a thief. He did it. He ate my chicken. I'm gonna say no. Not at all. Blatantly lying, you know? Yeah, I did it, bitch. I'd do it again. Kiss my dick. Guilty. Audience is against you. Come on, man. I'm gonna get a guilty here. Yeah. Well, because I rescued the kitten. A bunch of old men. Old men running the world. Oof. 5-2, man. Getting the guillotine, buddy. Pending execution. Yeah, you actually get the execution sentence if you get it all guilty. It's kind of goofy that he's always in his robes, you know? Like, kings don't wear that kind of attire all the time. They have regular clothes sometimes. Not like a t-shirt or nothing, but I'm saying like, whatever, you know, like a tabard or whatever they're called. Yeah, so here you don't get what's it called? Sympathizer package. So no tonic or ether or anything. Show off one more thing. Let's fast forward. Oh yeah, so to get here it took me around 40 minutes. They got him in shackles. Look how sad he looks. So my tailbone's hurting. I'm sitting in a weird way. That's where they keep all the riffraff. Sounds like Kefka. What's his name? Fritz? I forget that guy's name. He got a name. You can save him. It's really sad if you don't save him. Because then his sister just wonders where he's at after you get back to town. It's really sad. Sharpen the guillotine. See, the trick is to not sharpen it. That way you make him suffer more. There she is. I love her. She does a little twirl when she breaks in. It's so funny. Take 5, you mugs. Fucking Woosley, man. Woosley and his fucking sayings. Let's blow this popsicle stand. I love it. It's so fucking goofy. And I'm not gonna... I didn't buy her a new gun. Oh well. See, I gave her the speed belt. You can get stuff from them, I think. Oh no. Go. You get a bronze mill. Already have that. Passed out. You just fight your way out. You can save, Fritz. I think is his name. Fritz. Yeah. I mean, Lucca fucking took everybody out. Look at her. She's a beast. She took out all the guards by herself. So, yeah, that's it. I'm not gonna do the boss fight or anything. But that's what happens. And you can explore, you know, you can go back and explore the rest of the place, only it's gonna play this cornball music the whole time. So yeah, that's it. I might split the video here and continue on with watching Kirk play and all that. Hey, what's up guys? Back for another recording. So today we're gonna do the same thing that I did last night. Video I posted today or yesterday. I guess it would be yesterday to y'all. Gonna be like in the same vein of watching Kirk play Chrono Trigger and all that. I'm just testing out my cameras real quick. Oh, the Top Gun shirt. Real quick. I'm not I don't quite remember what sparked this conversation about taking showers and having shirts and stuff, but Kirk had mentioned that he wears he has like very few clothes and he has this one shirt that he kind of wears all the time. That would be my Top Gun shirt that I have right here. And I had talked about it in a community post actually where I think responded to one of his recordings where I talked about how I got different, you know, t-shirts I can wear, but I usually stick to the Top Gun shirt because it's really comfortable, it's really worn in, and I bought it for like $3 or something. It's some Walmart, you know, Walmart bullshit sale. I just got through taking a shower, you know, shave my scalp, came out pretty good. I try to shave my head every 3 days, just to keep it smooth. So about every three to 4 days, at most 5 days, that's when it starts getting a little too shaggy and it gets harder to get through, like with a razor. I don't think I've let it get that long. I think the longest I went without shaving my head was like, I want to say like maybe like 7 days, only because I cut myself real bad one time. So I had to let that heal. It was like a huge chunk of skin, like about that long from the back, like right here. And I had to let that heal, so I didn't shave my head for like a week, like a solid week, and it was a pain in the ass. Like, literally almost took me over 30 minutes to get that down in the shower, because when I take a shower is when I shave my head. So, but I shower daily. Speaking of showers, you know, I just got through taking one, so it's like I shower pretty much every day, every 2 days. The days I have to work, like right now, I'm on vacation, quote unquote, and I'm still gonna take a shower probably every 48 hours at least. Not every day, but on my days off. But if I do yard work or something tomorrow, I'm probably gonna take a shower again as soon as I'm done, just to get the sweat off me, you know. I got a drink, Simply Spiked Bold Cherry Limeade 8% alcohol. Like I said, I'm not really a drinker, but I told y'all I was probably gonna sip on this today. It's nice and cold right now, but you know, once I open it, it's gonna start getting heated up, and we'll see. I'm gonna try it out right now, actually. Smoke them if you got them. Bottoms up. Not bad. It's got that it's got that hops taste that I don't like. I don't like beer, y'all. And that's got a beer taste to it, which is fine. I mean, I paid like $2 for it, so it's whatever. Um, like I said, I'll probably drink. Trying to get a towel here. Probably drink about half of it, maybe not even half, and throw the rest away. Because I'm just, like I said, I don't like that beer kind of hops flavor. This is pretty good. The cherry limeade's more pronounced. I mean, if the cherry limeade was any less, I'd probably throw the fucking thing away. Yeah, that's okay. I would buy this again. I would buy it if maybe it came in a smaller can. Like these tall boys are too much. Um, I like I talked about it yesterday, but I like fruit juice and vodka. I like wine coolers a lot. I'm not in it to like get drunk. I just like the flavor of some of this stuff. Um, like wine coolers, I like the flavor of, and they're pretty, pretty mild in terms of alcohol content. I really like I really like sangria, and what's the other one? Uh, Long Island iced tea. Yeah, that's pretty good. But like I said yesterday, in yesterday's video, excuse me, I only drink. This will probably be the last time I drink in like 6 months. Like another 6 months is gonna go by, and I'll buy some alcohol and just chill out. As soon as I start feeling a buzz is when I stop. Like right now, I felt it. Like it's weird. Like I felt it hit the pit of my stomach, and I can feel it circulating through my veins. Like alcohol travels very quickly through your body, so I can really kind of feel that. So I gotta slow down already because I don't want to feel sleepy or any kind of inebriation. I don't like feeling that at all. I just like the flavor. So we'll go over a few things. So it's really strange. This is really strange that we'll go to the video.
Have you ever felt like...
So this guy, I'll pause the video and just play it like this. Maybe widen this a little bit. So this dude was talking about, I didn't go through the whole video, but from what come on, man. Here. To work. There we go. So this, from what I understand, this guy's talking about why old games don't feel as good as the newer gen, and Kirk and I we're already kind of discussing this for the past I want to say past 6 months. We've been kind of talking about this, and it's not a new idea for people to be, I don't know if nostalgia is the right word, but for people to kind of gravitate more towards like the older gen retro games lately. A lot of the newer gen right now, the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas are discovering like retro video games like The Legend of Zelda and Mario Brothers 3, all the classics, what's considered classics. And what I said yesterday, I think I've mentioned it in the video yesterday, right? I could tell this is a PS3 game, whatever this is.
Fail and get back up again. Take Half-Life 2, for example. Though it started out in games like...
So I found this comment where this person said most developers recently are using the same engine and same game mechanics, and Kirk talked about that recently, where he talked about like a lot of games nowadays are running on Unreal Engine, so they tending to kind of look the same and kind of play the same in some regards. And I even talked about that yesterday regarding Trials of Mana, which is a game I really liked, but at the same time I recognize this idea that it really does truly play like a lot of common JRPG hack and slashes because it runs on Unreal Engine, and I don't know, that's just kind of how the games play now, these hack and slashes like the Tales of series. I think the last Tales of game I've tried to play was Tales of Berseria, and I fucking hated it. Like, I stopped playing after 10 hours because I just couldn't stand it. It was just boring. Like, the combat is boring, the story is boring, like, the main character, what's her name, Velvet Crow? Surya... I think it's Velvet. Characters. There's Maggie Lou. I was trying to get to the part with Maggie Lou. There's a meme on 4chan about Maggie Lou and her flat chest. Flat-chested witch girl. What the hell is the main character's name? It's fuck it. Yeah, Velvet Crow. I was right. Yeah, I'm using a. So this chick, like, I don't know if her characterization gets better over time, but I wasn't willing to find out. Like I said, the combat is boring. I cranked up the difficulty just to get some kind of feeling out of it. I think I was playing it on hard, and it's just like I just couldn't get any challenge out of it. The combat didn't make sense in a lot of ways, and I felt stupid. Like I felt dumb to the point where I looked up YouTube videos on trying to figure out how the combat worked because I just couldn't really figure out how anything worked, and it was really frustrating. So 10 hours of that, I ended up just quitting. I just stopped. I think it's on my Steam account. Yeah, Tales of Berseria. Look at that, 14 hours. So I quit after 14 hours. I lowballed it, thought it was 10 hours. But it's just, I don't know, it's just slop, you know, like, just fucking couldn't get into it. Super boring. 7 minutes of Berseria gameplay. And it looks fancy, it looks good, it's a good looking game, okay? I like the main character, I think she's really cute. She's very cool design, very interesting design. Oh, it's super loud. And it's just, I don't know, like, I couldn't understand the combat outside of button mashing. And your little partners are AI controlled, so there's really no thought process. I felt like there's like nothing to do other than watching the screen flash, you know? And I can only take so much of that kind of gameplay before I'm like, I can't fucking do this anymore. It's just boring. It looks, like I said, it looks really good, but just fucking nothing, dude. There's Maggie Lou. She's pretty. Anyway, I think that covers that. So, yeah, Kirk and I have been talking about that a whole lot lately. He said the large language models are probably listen to our conversation and just spitting it back at us. Yeah, that's a possibility. That would be really funny if it really was doing that. AI's listening to me in real time using my Windows 11 computer. So I think, yeah, I went over the chicken. I don't know if there's anything else that I may have missed. I don't remember if I talked about the Earthbound thing, but not too important. Yeah, I'm gonna stop drinking that. I'm starting to feel it. And I don't like that feeling. Let me see, I may go make a sandwich real quick just to like, I don't know, soak up that alcohol or something. Because I don't like that feeling. So I think I'm gonna end up tossing this. This is why I wish they made smaller cans of this. Because I end up wasting the whole thing. Let me go do that real quick. Alright, we're back. Eat a sandwich real quick and grab just an, orange. I don't like the feeling of, I don't like that. I don't know that when you drink alcohol and it hits the bottom of your stomach and you can just feel it go throughout your body, and I don't like that. Like that feels a lot better. Okay, let's go over Kirk's last community post. A response to me. I'm gonna start right here. Says he's had a hard time getting into most games recently. Yesterday, I even tried to play a game called Crystal Beans from Dungeon Explorer. Kind of want to see what that is. I haven't looked at what that is yet, because I randomly got recommended one of the game's songs, and it was pretty good. It was pretty much like one of the old Gauntlet games. But when I started playing it, I just couldn't get into it at all. When I think of other games I could play, I feel like I won't find this interesting. So it is obviously a lot of factors to play here, but I definitely find it harder and harder to get engaged in a lot of games at this point. Maybe just noticing the repeating tropes and patterns makes most of the games not feel interesting enough to keep me hooked. This really wasn't a problem when I was younger, but it's definitely a thing the past few years. At least I've been enjoying Chrono Trigger, but going down the library of hundreds of games on the SNES, nearly none of them grabbed my attention. You know what's funny about that? Maybe a bit of a tangent, but the SNES, the library, like the SNES's library, in my opinion, isn't that good. Like, it's a really good console. It has a good library, okay, but I don't know what it is compared to the Nintendo, like the NES. It's like it doesn't. To me, the NES just has a way more interesting library, and I kind of realized this after a while when I was going through the Wikipedia for the V recommended games, and this website got rebuilt for some reason, and it's really suspect. Something I wanted to get into at the time, but I ended up not. This right here, so this isn't valid anymore. This is the old V recommended wiki website, and a new one was made for some reason. There's actually a way to look at the. I think there's a way to look at when it was made, and I forgot how. So I'm not gonna worry about it too much. There's a way to look at the the website doohickeys, whatever it's called, the page source I think is what it's called. Yeah, this stuff. It's got a date on there. When it was made. Date modified, here we go. So it was modified June 7th actually. So just a few days ago actually. But should be a date created, doesn't it? I don't know much about I don't know much about this kind of stuff, but I know you can look at when a page was created. But it was really weird at the time. This is around the time where we're talking about why me and Kirk have been talking about like the erasing of culture and the erasing of history, and I think video games was playing a huge like video games was on the chopping block, in other words. So dang. Like I said, I wanted to make a video at the time. I think this was back in, I want to say the beginning of May. I want to say like May 6th or something like that. Like around that time, the V recommended games wiki just disappeared, and it was like one of my go-to websites to find like hidden gems, you know? What does it say? Like I can't find anything. Oh well. So let's look up Nintendo. This is a really good website. Look if you can see it up here. So it's V recommended games wiki. You can just Google that and find it. You could just Google that and it'll be the first result with the new website and everything. So I recommend this website if you want to look for like hidden gems. Maybe Kirk if you're looking for something new to play. Your Super Nintendo. So, and these aren't bad games. Like there's games on here that I haven't tried. Like this is a shoot 'em up. I've tried playing Arcana and couldn't really get into it. It's like a dungeon crawler kind of game. Arkanoid's like a puzzle game. Asterisk and Obelisk. I think that's like a weird beat 'em up. But I was going through this list, and Blackthorn's pretty good. I played and beat Blackthorn as a kid. This is around the time I got into like I played Flashback, and it's kind of the same engine. Like even back then, they were kind of copy pasting engines. You know, it's kind of weird when you think about it. That Flashback and this really dark, grimy Blackthorn game made by Blizzard out of all people was made in the same engine as Flashback. Brainlord is like a... Does Brainlord play? I guess it's just gonna be like a variety show, guys. I'm just... whatever. Just for fun. I don't like this dude, SNES Drunk. I watch his videos every now and then. He says interesting things, but he's to me, he's one of those like... Just to go over it, I mean, to me he's just like kind of a... I don't know why. I always got the vibe of like Minion, like pushed to the forefront, way too popular for what he does, kind of thing. I don't know, man. Maybe it's fucking maybe it's fucking sour grapes or some shit. So here's Brain Lord. Kind of looks like ActRaiser, not ActRaiser. What was it called? Soul Blazer. Kind of looks like Soul Blazer. So these games are pretty similar in terms of like presentation. You could tell this is a very early Super Nintendo game. Like easily 91 whenever the SNES came out. When did the SNES come out? But it's a good website. But like these games, like its own, like to me, Super Nintendo is the go-to JRPG machine or RPG machine, right? Like action RPG machine. Breath of Fire 1 and 2. You know, Chrono Trigger, obviously. Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6. Donkey Kong games, you know, platformers. Earthbound, right? Final Fantasy, there's 4 and 6, and Mystic Quest. Mystic Quest is a decent game. You like, if you got, I don't know, you got an afternoon on your hands, and you got an afternoon free, and you don't know what to play, like, fire up Mystic Quest, and you could probably beat it in an afternoon. You know, it's a very short game. It's very simple, like fucking easy game. Like, you can't really fuck up in that game. It's meant for, supposedly it was designed for the stupid Americans, right? Even though, you know what's stupid about that is that, the fucking, it's so dumb. Like, I don't get this, alright? So, supposedly, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest was made for the dumb Americans, right? But JRPGs are just simplified D&D mechanics, like Dungeons and Dragons that came from America, from the West. So, it never made sense to me, maybe not as a kid, but definitely now, where it's like, I mean, what were the Japanese thinking? Like, what is the deal with that? Like, the dumb Americans, like, really, like, the systems that you're using came from American D&D mechanics, so it doesn't make sense that you would try to make this really fucking borderline, you know, children's game for the American audience because they're just too stupid to understand your complicated JRPGs. Oh, they're so fucking advanced, right? Anyway, it's fucking weird. Like, Mystic Quest is a fucking weird game in that way, a weird history. But it's an okay game. The story's there. I mean, it's a story. It's pretty forgettable in my opinion. Standard, you know, save the world, asshole. Final Fight 3, really good beat 'em up. One of my favorite beat 'em ups. Lucia, this chick right here, actually got put into Street Fighter 5. And I was pretty surprised that Lucia got thrown into Street Fighter 5 when she did. I hope she gets it in 6, because that would be crazy, you know, crazy Coomer content with the mods and all that. This drawing's fucking retarded. What a terrible drawing. Foot fetish shit. I mean, I spot foot faggotry. You know, I spot the foot fags a mile away. With shots like this. Can y'all see that? No, you can't. I'm gonna do the whole thing. You can see the foot at least. There we go. I'm not into feet, guys. I don't understand that. I don't understand that obsession at all. Poison. Yeah, it's pretty weird that Lucia got thrown in there. I'm just kind of rambling by this point. Lucia Nagaya, really good action RPG. I heard good things about Joe and Mac. It seems like basic bitch platforming to me, and it just never got my interest. But this is what I mean, like Lufia 2. You know, Kirk was talking about that. Lufia 1's decent. I think it belongs on this list. I mean, it's a game. You know, it's a fucking game with a basic bitch story, just like Mystic Quest. You know, Mega Man 7, it's okay. The Mega Man X, you know, 1 through 3 games are really good. 3's questionable. Question your sanity if you want to play Mega Man X3. Never played Nosferatu. I'm not sure what kind of game that is, now that I think about it. Pilot Wings is a flight simulator. I think that was one of the what's it called? Release games. What do they call it? I forgot what they called it. Like for one of the first games, original lineup for the Super Nintendo. Um, you know, it's crazy to me that the Switch 2 only had um Mario Kart World. That blows my mind. Like there's lists out there. Let me find something real quick. I was going through a nostalgia thread on 4chan. I gotta look at my phone to find it. There we go, I found it. I'm trying to get the link here. The archive thread. So I'm gonna have to copy paste it to my Discord to get it. Bear with me, guys. There we go. I use Discord to transfer links and stuff. There we go. So, hopefully there's nothing not safe for work, and if there is, I'll just have to fucking get rid of it. So here we go, launch titles, that's the name of it. Launch titles for, you know, all the Nintendo consoles. It's just a fucking bucket list, you know, laundry list, there's Pilotwings, I was right. You know, F-Zero, these are classics, Gradius is, eh. GameCube had a lot. I mean, the Wii had a ton of fucking exclusives that came out day one, you know. Wii U, I missed out on the Wii U. It's unfortunate. Even the Switch 1. And what do we got for exclusives for the Switch 2? Fucking Mario Kart World, and that's it. It's so nuts. It's so fucking crazy. Here again, PS2 launch. 8 games, you know, 8 exclusives for the, oops. Let me fix this real quick. You know, 8 launch titles for the PS2. And I don't know, just gaming is so fucking... What is going on? There we go. Sheesh. So fucking awful, man. PS2 launch titles right here. I don't know, man. This is a nostalgia thread, right? But even the people online are like, want this back, like LAN parties, and I'm pretty sure that's like a fart fetish reaction image. It's just crazy. Like, people want this back. They want this era back, and there's so many you know, Zoomers and alphas that are looking back at this and being like, how come it seems like everything was better? Look at Time Trap Forever. With the good old Twin Towers, you know, that old chestnut. I don't know, there's a reason why, in my opinion, there's a reason why, trying to find something here. Give me a minute. There's a reason why people are going nuts over these, okay? These little Chinese fuckball devices. It's like, just like the thing on my screen, it's... People want this back, in my opinion. They may not realize it, but that's what they want back. They want the simplicity back. I like that one in the middle. The world you were born in no longer exists. I heard Lunar Dragon Song was fucking ass. I think that was a launch title for the DS. Yeah. Always wanted to play Evergrace. Let me see. There's a lot of PS2 games that I always wanted to play. Dynasty Warriors. I forgot the genre. That's called something specific. That genre, there's a certain name for it, I forget. Evergrace looks super cool. I remember one in that. Silent Scope. The Tekken Tag Tournament? Yeah, it is. Unreal Tournament. My buddy and I played the shit out of that on Dreamcast. I mean, fuck, even the Dreamcast with its very small library, like, I would take the Dreamcast over anything nowadays in terms of, just quality, like, fun factor. You know, Jet Grind Radio and Cannon Spike. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, you know? Probably gonna run into some Coomer stuff. Surprised I haven't run into any Coomer stuff. Or Booth Babes or something. Usually Booth Babes in these, kind of nostalgia threads. I wonder if we'll get to the point where all of this will be AI generated. Like these aren't even real pictures or something. Anyway, I'm pretty shocked I didn't run into Coomer material. I think I kind of got my point across with that. We can look at real quick. We can look at NES games, I guess. DS. So yeah, Kirk, check out this website out if you want like ideas of things you might want to play someday. I wish I could change it to a dark theme because this makes like fucking ghost white on my camera. I don't like the Adventure Island games. Those are similar to the Joe and Mac games. Like probably from Hudson, like this Hudson Soft, the same people. Adventures of Lolo, pretty cool puzzle game. I don't know. In my opinion, Blaster Master is a game I've tried to beat many times and I just couldn't get through it. It puts me the fuck to sleep after like stage 4. Pretty neat Metroidvania-ish kind of game. People throw around that genre way too often, but it is what it is. I don't think I played Cabal. Castlevania 1 through 3, in my opinion, 3 being the best. Chip and Dale games are okay. I never liked them. Clash of Demon Head, easily my top 20, you know. Clash of Demon Heads, I could fire that up right now and have a really good time with it. Contra, Pro Protector's good. This Cowboy Kid. Oh, I watched Arcus play that. It looked like fucking, it's so one of those games where it's like, if you don't know what's going on, then it's super confusing. Crystallis, action RPG, really good action RPG. Not long, but probably 10, 12 hours you'll spend easily playing Crystallis. Darkwing Duck, like a shitball platformer like Mega Man. Made by Capcom, probably the same fucking engine. But they were reusing engines, for their other IPs, like, they get permission to make all these Disney games and they just reuse an engine from Mega Man to make Darkwing Duck. Yeah, Deja Vu, point and click adventure, like, I can go through this list and be like, yeah, I'll play that right now and have a good time. Dragon Warrior games are decent. I would highly recommend playing the Game Boy Color version of Dragon Warrior 1 through 3, and don't bother playing the NES versions. DuckTales 1 and 2, decent platformers, very unique. Fester's Quest, if you ever do play that, I'm not saying you will, but play the European version or play a ROM hack that lets you shoot through walls. That's like mandatory right there. Oh boy, we're at 20 minutes. We're actually at 30 minutes because I split the video on accident. Gargoyles? Oh, that's like, what's that other game called for the Super Nintendo? Firebrand? One with Firebrand, yeah. See it here. Demon's Crest, yeah, Demon's Crest. A Fat Conspiracy. Gyromite's decent if you play it with a ROM hack that gives you the ability to use A and B to move the pipes. Jackals are pretty good. Shoot 'em up. Co-op shoot 'em up. Kid Icarus, decent platformer. It's kind of in the same vein of Metroid. Kirby's Adventure, I've tried to play that many times and can't get through it. Another game that just puts me to sleep after like stage 3 or 4 where I'm just like, fuck this. I'm not really a fan of shoot 'em ups, like the side-scroller shoot 'em ups like Salamander and Life Force. Heard Little Nemo's a decent little platformer. Little Samson, if you try to get that game physical, you're gonna paying at least, $500 for that game. Maniac Mansion, I forget, I think that's a point and click, yeah. Mega Man 1 through 6, excellent games. I play the Roll-Chan hacks. Metroid 1, easily my top 20. Metroid 1 is a really, really good game that I enjoy. I prefer Metroid 1 over Zero Mission. And it's a pretty bold statement. But yeah, dude, like Nintendo, Claws of Hech. I wish they'd get rid of that. It's a fucking JonTron meme. Like I've always been a fan of Nightshade, and it's like when JonTron reviewed it, it was like, oh, everybody's talking about Nightshade, the Claws of Heck, so funny. Fucking not. You want to talk about a not milk minion, man? Fucking JonTron and gaming grumps and all that are all part of that twisted system, in my opinion. It's just once you see that, it's like holy shit. Rygar, decent Metroid. I would classify this as a Metroidvania. Like, yeah, where you collect power ups. To me, Metroidvania, collect power ups, backtrack. To me, that's Metroidvania. Action adventure, collecting power ups and backtracking. That's Metroidvania to me. Shadowgate, pretty good point and click. Still trying to beat it. What is this? Okay, don't work. Sky Kid? Never heard of it. I didn't see Marble Madness. I probably scrolled by it. Marble Madness is pretty good. Solstice, pretty hardcore puzzle pseudo, isometric platformer. In the vein of Equinox. I remember playing Equinox as a teenager and getting my balls busted, man. Equinox is a balls buster. Spelunker, obviously, inspired Spelunky, in case you don't know. Mario Brothers 1 through 3. To me, Mario Brothers 1 is kind of bleh. I just think Mario Brothers 1 is kind of a fucking trashy game by this point. 2 and 3 still hold up in my opinion, like as in terms of coherency. Like Mario Brothers 1 is pretty primitive. A lot of people write its dick because it's the first of the first, and it's like, I don't think so. I don't think so. Goonies 2, fucking top 20. Probably my top 10, probably my top 5. Goonies 2. Really fucking good Metroidvania. The only negative, what was this? The only minus I would give it is that I guess there's no boss fights, but that don't fucking really matter that much. What is this shit? Echo no chosen. Kind of fucking. That's Mikey. Oh my god, they're showing mermaid titties. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I love the cover art. That's the Japanese cover art. Japanese guidebook cover art. Okay. They made him really anime style. The anima, he encompasses the animus, Mikey from the Goonies too. Everybody wants his nuts, essentially. Rescuing Annie the Mermaid. Zelda 1. I could fire up Zelda 1 and have a good time for a little bit, and after a while it's kind of bleh. I tried to play this game, however you pronounce that. I'm not gonna try. It was okay. It's kind of confusing. Tiny Toon Adventure is a really good platformer. I've heard a lot of people try to compare it to Mario Brothers 3, and I just don't. They say that it's not built on the same engine or that they copied the code from Mario Brothers 3, and I'm like, I don't think they did. It doesn't feel like it. Like I'm very familiar with like the feel of Mario 3, and it doesn't feel that way at all. Like I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what these people just. I don't know, man. These people repeat things. I hear these influencers say. And like one YouTuber says it, another YouTuber copies what they said, another fucking asshole copies what they said, and just so on and so forth. Like the stupid thing where what was that one story with Japan? Like, oh my god, I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, the story of why like Nintendo games are so hard is because the Japanese, didn't have a rental industry. They don't have a rental industry. It's like against the law. So in order to combat like revenue and profits lost in the West, in the United States, due to rental, like cartridge rental, like Blockbuster and all that, they made their games harder, and that was the reason. And every fucking YouTuber asshole on the planet that talks about it just repeats that story. And it never really made sense to me. Maybe I'll get into why one day, but I kind of running out of steam here. Vice Project Doom, pretty good. Anyway, just to get back into it, my main point was that games made back then just seemed more fun, right? And that my whole point of that was trying to get to this idea that, to me, the Nintendo Entertainment System had a better library than the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, which is debatable, right? It's all about preference, but yeah, that's that. So let's go over some of this stuff. think that'll do for now. Alright. Hey, what's up, guys? So, back for another recording. We're gonna get into it real quick before I start. Camera's not focusing for some reason. It goes. This guy, Luke Smith, I don't really trust anybody over 100,000 subscribers, but he did say interesting things, so ain't no telling why guys like this get pushed to the forefront, right? I don't know to what degree it's astroturfing or whatever. I'm not sure why my camera's having trouble focusing here. You know, I don't know to what degree guys like this get astroturfed. They may not. I'm not saying he's like in on it or anything, but he gets pushed to the forefront because he's saying certain things that the system wants, right? The not milk, Lucifer, creepy influence kind of shit, you know. And I think to a degree, this happens to all of us that make content. If I consider myself, if I want to consider myself a content creator or whatever the hell, you know, technically I'm creating content for the internet, so it's whatever. So I don't know. Go check him out. I didn't sub to him. I just found this one video that was pretty interesting. He looks better with a, you know, with a shaved beard going on. He looks like a hobo. Anyway, let's go through it real quick.
Hey kids, so
I got a
theory that's been
1.25
circulating around the internet for the past couple years, which is 100% true, called the dead internet theory. I want to talk about it briefly, and my take is going to be very simple. It's not just true, it's actually even worse than you expect. So the dead internet theory is basically this, okay? So back in the day, back when I was a kid, back when I was on the internet as a child, the internet was all surfing, right? You're exploring new sites, you're finding new things, and all of those sites obviously are written by other people, individual people, right? Nowadays, that isn't the case. If you're on the internet, basically all of your interaction, like all of the data you're getting, is not actually from a person. It's actually from an algorithm, or nowadays AI. Okay, so a couple years ago, I did a video that I think was very prescient. I think it's aged like wine, as they say. It's talking about basically how search engines are unusable today, because what search engines have become is they're really just front ends for looking at AI generated content, because that is, all of them have some kind of SEO, you know, like search engine optimized like way of getting results at the top. And of course, people generate, you just don't see sites made by people anymore in search engines. It's just a front end for looking at AI generated crap. So no matter what question you look at, you're going to click, you're going to look at search results, and it's 100% AI stuff. Every single site is going to, if you really look closely, it's very obvious, or you don't really, frankly, you don't have to look closely. It's very obvious it's AI generated content. So basically all of your interaction with the web outside, quote unquote, outside of social media platforms, be that Facebook or Reddit or, you know, any of these sites, hopefully none of which you actually use, is going to be AI generated content. And that's just the case. And honestly, we should look at that as a good thing, because I mean, the reality is that the internet, you know, it used to be that the internet is, people had this idea that it's just going to take over the world. It's going to be like, and part of this is true. It sucks people in and they keep consuming product or whatever. But at the same time, the internet is like such a disappointment at this point. You know, like people are still using it, but there's so little like for all the information that's theoretically out there, if 99.99999% of the sites on the internet are just inaccessible from search engines, and you're just going to get AI generated goislop whenever you search into whatever Google or whatever, the internet is, there's nothing really there. There's nothing there for us unless you're like back in the 90s, you know, just randomly typing in URLs or searching individual people's pages, you know. But anyway, what I mean at the beginning, where it's actually worse than you think, is this. The fact is, even when you are interacting with people on social media sites, you still are getting algorithmic content, you know, let's say. Just to make it clear what I mean, like, you know, the YouTube comments you see, the Facebook posts you see, obviously the Reddit posts and all these other things, which obviously you shouldn't be using, you know, I don't know. I don't think people should be interacting, you know, individually online at all. But you know, the stuff that you actually see is already curated for you, you know, like,
what do you mean by that?
Just to make it clear what I mean, like, you know, the YouTube comments you see, the Facebook posts you see, obviously the Reddit posts and all these other things, which obviously you shouldn't be using, you know, I don't know. I don't think people should be interacting, you know, individually online at all. But you know, the stuff that you actually see is already curated for you. You know,
I'm not sure what he means by that.
So just to be clear, I mean, here's an example, right? So we all know there have been major sites on the internet. So Reddit, Tumblr, 4chan, rest in peace, a bunch of other sites, and each of these sites have had kind of their own.
He must not be aware that 4chan's up.
personality to it, right? You know, archetypical Redditor personality is very different from your archetypical 4chan personality, like how people interact online, right? Very, very different. And the reason that is, it's not magical. It's not actually even self-segregation. What it really is when you use these sites, you are being conditioned to a certain type of behavior, right? So if you're on Reddit, where everything is based on upvotes and everything is based on kind of, I don't know, like self-reinforcing, like, I don't know, like, just patting each other on the backs, all this kind of stuff, like subservient, like crowd pleasing, all this kind of stuff. That kind of site culture is going to be very different from the site culture of like 4chan, where basically the, you know, oh, well, you just get seen if you get reactions by saying something silly or posting a lot or, you know, being a little provocative, right? It's a very different site culture. And
I mean, 4chan is primarily an anonymous board, so I'm not sure what he's getting at with that. Semantics, you know, 4chan, I've been a 4chan person for well over 20 years by this point, so I'm not sure what he means by that. It's a little confusing. It's like when you post on 4chan, typically you're anonymous, so and there's a way to get a trip code and a name and all that, but for the most part you're anonymous. So 4chan really encourages, and yeah, there's going to be shit posting, right? But it encourages information, like what you say better stand on its own two legs if you're going to be anonymous, you know? And yeah, like I said, there's going to be shit posting, there's going to be trolls, there's going to be Coomer threads, you know, Gooner threads and all that, and there's going to be a lot of garbage to sift through, but for the most part, I don't know, I've never been a huge fan of Reddit. Reddit's a very good site for archiving information. Like, if there's information out there for a certain topic, chances are there's going to be a Reddit thread on it or a Quora thread or something, you know. And Quora's kind of garbage now too, because it's very, I think it's I'm not 100% sure, but I think you have to pay. I think it's paywalled now. Quora's paywalled to some extent, and there's still a 4chan archive. It's a little more difficult to navigate and search, you know, but it's there. And I think personally, I think 4chan culture really encourages, like I said, like just information, like good information, that you have to sift through. Like you have to sift through 4chan and the bullshit, you know. It's just the nature of the website. I don't know, maybe it's because I've been there for so long, I've been kind of conditioned to just accept it, you know. But he has a good point in that way, where we are conditioned and our behavior changes depending on what website we're on. I mean, to me that's just obvious. You don't want to get banned, right? So there's always the threatening loom of being banned and all that. So turn off that ambient shit. I don't like that. Anyway.
Different personality. Now, I mention that because actually, whenever you're engaging with a site like that, whenever you're engaging with one of these...
I mean, that is true. I'm not disagreeing with him.
You're actually being conditioned into a certain set of behavior. You are becoming algorithmic, right? Same thing on Facebook.
I like the way he says it. That's a really interesting way to put it. The 3 4s. But it's like that anywhere where you have to be social. Like, you have to be social on 4chan if you want to post. You have to follow the rules, right? You have global rules, and then you got board rules. I'm sure Reddit has its own separate thread, like their own, you know, their own separate topics that have their own subcultural rules, and there's going to be the overall culture, like a 4chan culture, and then each board has its subculture, and each thread might even have its own subculture. So you do get kind of, I get what he's saying, like you get conditioned, but to me that's just human nature, you know, to fit in, because we're social creatures at the end of the day, you know?
Facebook, obviously. You know, Facebook has... You're engaging with a site like that. Whenever you're engaging with one of these interactive sites, you are actually being conditioned into a certain set of behavior. You are becoming algorithmic, right? Same thing on Facebook, obviously. You know, Facebook has a certain way of doing things. You know, Instagram, you post pictures of yourself, you get reactions, all this kind of stuff. If we were back in the old days, right, when people had individual pages and they didn't really see, I mean, the nice thing about the old internet is that you could post your own stuff and you don't really see the little reactions that people have to it. You know, so you actually have a degree of independence, you have a degree of true customizability, in that, like, you don't really fear if you're going to get downvoted for saying something, right? But in these, what social media sites have done really is that they've engineered personality types. They've engineered people, even if you are not actually talking to a totally dead internet. And even if you're not talking to an AI or some kind of script that's posting random stuff, when you're interacting with people, oftentimes it's exactly the same. You know, like people on YouTube too. You know, there are a lot of behaviors I think that you know that are basically universal in YouTube because that's what YouTube incentivizes. Like at the beginning of every video, you do an introduction. You might even have a song. You might put in an ad break. You're going to have your video. Oh, like, comment, and subscribe. All this kind of behavior, and you know, it works on people. Like it changes. Not just.
I mean, I do my best to avoid that, but I do put an intro and outro in that. But I just like that. Like, I just like giving a presentation in that way. That's just. I don't know, that's what I've always pictured myself doing, making any video really, is the intro, outro kind of thing. You know, with a little bit of music or whatever, like the music that I like, or I think it's goofy, or kind of set the mood. I don't know, it's whatever, I just like it. It's hard to explain, so, like I'm not gonna tell you to fucking donate Bitcoin or some other bullshit, Patreon. I won't do any of that bullshit, so, I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe he's talking to his, the little circle jerk influencer friends, I don't know.
Just how they present, but how other people like interact with them, and it creates a new standard. Like you look at YouTube videos that are made like I don't know, 15 years ago, or has it been that long? Oh my goodness, YouTube's like nearly 20 years old or something like that. But if you look at videos back then, it was totally different. It was totally I don't know, it was more like this on it. People are just talking in a camera, but also videos are usually very short because actually,
you can bring it back to that.
YouTube wanted really short videos because they didn't have the.
I mean, that's why I don't know. That's why I kind of do what I do, where it's like. I like that old YouTube internet kind of feel, so that's what I do on my channel. It's like I just want to talk about those kind of things and just ramble and not have a script and just, you know, maybe have a little music in there or whatever the fuck. It's like, to me, that's classic YouTube, with some modern, you know, quality of life conveniences like OBS, where I got multiple windows over here. I got a dancing Shantae, I can play a game, I got all these gifts. It's like, to me, I don't know, it's just stupid. I like that kind of stuff, so to me it's I don't know, it's the stuff I like, so whatever.
The bandwidth or the server space. Now they just want long stuff so they can put as many ads as possible. You know, so just do hour-long, I don't know, whatever. So what was I going to say? So I think the worrisome thing about the dead internet is that, like, we are all becoming, if you're interacting with the internet a lot, you are becoming part of the dead internet. You are becoming algorithmically generated content. There might be a person behind it. There might be a meaty person with a soul who's typing things, but at the same time, you are being conditioned into acting like it's. You know, the other day actually, I'm embarrassed to say, I was looking up YouTube videos on credit cards, okay, which I occasionally do. It's a vice of mine, especially because actually credit card YouTube is so. Is a great example of, like, everything is just they're all saying the same thing. They're all saying basically nothing over and over again. But I ran across this certain channel. I'm not going to say who it is, but I'm like 99% sure it's just a fake person. It's like not, it's AI generated. It looks, I mean, there's a person talking in the screen and he's saying stuff, but it's in that kind of uncanny valley. And, you know, it's mostly just him reading what could just be a AI generated website, honestly. But I just got to the point where it's like, okay, this guy might be AI generated, but honestly, like, he's producing stuff that's exactly the same as all the people I know are not AI generated. And that's even more worrisome, you know? Like, if I can't even distinguish, like, it's one thing, there are a couple AI generated YouTube channels. There was a big tech one back in the day. I don't know if he still exists.
That's a really good point.
It still exists. But there are a bunch of other ones. A lot of times it's really easy to tell.
And the reason I'm playing this, guys, is because the oddity that's been going on lately, especially these back and forths between Kirk and I, you know? Where, you know, all of a sudden Nexus mods, speaking of old internet, right? I gave the example once of romhacking.net, where the destruction of the old internet, right? And I don't think there's a boogeyman out destroying these websites, or it might be, you never know. Someone with a, you know, endless amount of money, they just type in a bunch of ones and zeros, a bunch of zeros in a computer, and, you know, they got $1 trillion to work with, so they can buy up whatever website they want. And then destroy it, you know, in a 2 or 3 years. So I'm not gonna really go over this. I'm not gonna read any of this out. It's not too pertinent to what I'm about to say. But it is weird that, you know, Nexus Mods is on the chopping block in that way to be shitified, as Kirk put it, where the shitification of the internet, the destruction of the old world, the old internet. I talked about I've been talking about video games a whole lot lately, where it's like, where everything's the same, like everything's like this motherfucker said, algorithmic. algorithmic. Couldn't say it. Like our minds are algorithmic in a way, and I kind of agree. Where it's like the things me and Kirk are talking about lately. It's like it's hard to tell if we're manifesting it or we're just plugged in. You know, we're plugged in. We're talking about what everybody's else is talking about in the exact same way, but I don't hear motherfuckers talking about this kind of stuff. So I don't know. I would like to say that the things I talk about on my channel are me, you know, are unique. But like with the Carl Jung thing was the strangest example, really, where Jesse Lee Peterson and his crew started talking about the Carl Jung and the Animus, something I've been talking about for like the past 6 months, and it's really hard to tell if I was the one who was influenced or if they're watching my channel, Well, I guess I don't know. It's so bizarre. It's like, or if there's just something out there encouraging the internet or encouraging people to talk about it. Like everybody's on a frequency or something. It's just the strangest thing. So recently, I made a weird connection, but kind of noticed when I was looking at the Nexus thing, the guy's username is Dark One. The person who sold the website is named Dark One. So, and the guy who owned romhacking.net is named Nightcrawler, and they both have like a dark, quote unquote, like a dark theme to them, right? I don't know what that means. It was trendy back then to be this like edgelord when you first got on the internet. So, Darkside Phil is a good example where he's just a fucking 20-something year old when he made that username, and he just stuck with it. Like I used to go by the name Nightshade way back then, and it's like the same thing. Nightcrawler, Dark One, Darkside Phil, Nightshade. It's just really fucking cringe. And I just think it's weird that they both have these like similar. I forgot you can't expand. Similar naming conventions. Yeah, it cuts it off. To each other. They both quit under the guise of, under the excuse of my mental health or whatever. What else can I talk about? Alright, let's get back into it. Went and grabbed a drink. I got the Diet Barks this time. It's pretty good. I like these a lot. It's a lot better than Diet A&W. That's for sure. Diet A&W, I don't know what it is about it. It just goes flat after... when you open it, you gotta drink it within like 5 minutes or the fucking thing goes flat. So I want to talk about some Chrono Trigger nerd shit for a minute. Particularly these two guys, and in the same vein of what I was talking about earlier about content creators who kind of repeat the same shit that other content creators say. So I'm gonna just skip to the part where he talks about Marle in particular because I'm a Marle fanboy, so I'm gonna defend her to the death. I'll play it on 1.25.
Number 7, Marle.
So rank worst to best, so he has Marle on D tier essentially.
Everybody's favorite pretty princess needs a complete overhaul from the ground up in order to even be remotely usable. She is just catastrophically bad. Isn't it funny whenever a game gives you someone that they intend to be your main healer, only for them to be actually the worst healer in the entire game? How that's even humanly possible is beyond me. The designers were just incompetent whenever it came to her. Marle's aura is actually outclassed by Iola's Kiss, because that cures status ailments. Then her single target cure is outclassed by Frog and Robo's party healing abilities. Much later on, she gets cured too, but so does Frog. But honestly, the only person who would actually need to be revived would be her, because she's so fragile. To top it off, she doesn't even have a unique element. She shares ice with Frog, and because of that, she is just outclassed in every way by him. And don't talk to me about haste. She's replaced by a helmet. Number 6.
Alright.
Frog.
Just wanted to play that. We're going to play the next one. I mean, Ayla's fucking... Ayla's fucking S tier, like no doubt.
Is easily a D tier character. Sadly. She's supposed to be the dedicated healer of the game, but she sucks at healing. She sucks at physical attacks, and her attacks aren't even that good. So, like a great person on GameFAQs once said, S tier. All the non-water people, the water people F tier. Not really true, but kind of. Marle, her best weapon lets her do 777 damage. That is terrible. Her
With the Valkyrie?
like early in the game, she's okay, but even when you get Robo, for less MP,
You know, I actually disagree. She's not okay early game. Like when you first get her, she's awful.
heal the whole party more than Marle can heal. Even Frog is just as good of a healer as Marle. Marle's basically her only things going for her are Arise and Haste. Well, let's think about this. Haste you can get from accessories. Arise you don't really need in a game where everything later in the game can
You get it from helmets, not accessories.
Steel beam is mostly what I'm talking about. Her haste is really good. Now let me tell you how I could fix Marle to make her an actually good character. If she was a better healer than Robo, because you're not supposed to have the tank character be the best healer. That's just weird, right? If Marle had a full party-wide heal, and they got rid of that dumb confuse ability and replaced her final command with Starburst, because there is a final water attack. There is a tier 3 water attack, but the characters don't get it for some reason, and one of the bosses has it. So if she had Arise, Haste,
There's a ROM hack that actually gives it to her, and it's really fucking good.
Heal, or even Heal 2, and then Starburst, she could be possibly S tier, S plus tier, but as it is, they failed in making Marle a good character. I don't even know why you would ever use her. And I thought she was Ayla, so I don't know what was wrong with me, but honestly, don't use Marle. Maybe early in the game when you have to, but she's not that great.
I think you put Robo in S tier. I guess so. The thing about Robo is that you have to feed him speed tabs. And you don't have to feed Ayla speed tabs. So to me, pound for pound, Ayla is a monster, fucking beast of a character. But I left a comment on both. So here I say, Marle is a powerhouse depending on who she's teamed up with. Ice Water is deadly right when you get it. Though I do agree that they could have removed crap like Provoke and give her an AoE heal spell. Or give her a higher crit chance with her crossbow or something to make her a little more useful. So I do agree with that. They gave the AoE spells to Robo and Frog for some reason. I mean, they should have really gave Marle an AoE spell early, mid-game, a little bit earlier than mid-game. But I left a comment here. Marle isn't a bad character. I feel the big reason crap on her is because she doesn't have an ultimate attack to spam like Luminaire. Marle is a very strong dual techer. For instance, Frog and Marle's Ice Water can carry you through the entirety of Magus' castle. Ice Tackle is also a very strong dual tech early game. Pair her up with Ayla and Ice/Cube Toss has you covered for Tyranno Layer and late game. Double cures with Frog and Robo. Yeah, those are really powerful cures. Haste, you can equip something other than Haste Helms, endgame, Antipod spells paired with Lucca, Twin Charm if you want to skip the Charm Top for mid-late game for stealing tabs and rare items. Yeah, Twin Charm is really useful for stealing stuff late game. You can steal all the tabs in the game. You can boost and you can feed all your magic tabs to what's her name, Marle, if you want to boost up her magic attacks. Like her cube toss and all that with Ayla, paired up with Ayla, does crazy damage by endgame. Ice Sword 1 and 2 are also decent single target options, although those don't seem to scale very well. They're in the parts where Chrono isn't in your group. I exclusively use Marle Ayla since Ice Cube is such a big damage ability. Keep the magic scarf on Marle and it'll do very big numbers. You can feed a few speed taps to Marle to get her caught up, but those are better off going to Robo IMO. She has pure synergy with the rest of the group, and I use her whenever I have the chance. I think people judge her too harshly by the end of the game, but I think in terms of how viable she is during a fresh new game. I will admit that the first real instance you are required to use her in 2300 AD after Chrono's trial. She does fall flat during that section because she has no means of dealing damage besides attacking, which is weak. Square should have given her a means of doing extra damage similar to Lucca's Flame Toss. But even at this part of the game, the enemies are weak and it isn't a big deal. Equipping Chrono with the Berserker Ring Berserker Ring carries you through most of the random encounters in 2300 AD. So yeah, that kind of pretty much sums up that. I think Marle gets a lot of crap, and like I said, these people who make these tier lists and influencer dickheads kind of repeat the same things. I don't know. I would love, and it's really tempting to do this. I would really love to do a game, kind of like a let's play of me using Marle any chance I get in a party. You know, I think you can use her pretty much with every party. Like even the fight against Magus, you can have Frog, Marle, and Chrono, and maybe the fight might be a little harder because you don't have that extra element to do damage to him when he switches barriers, but it'd be fine. I mean, Magus isn't a hard fight. It's a really easy fight if you know what you're doing, right? But yeah, I would love to do a playthrough with using Marle in every single one of my party compositions just to prove that she's a really good character. But like I said, she's only good in terms of who you pair her up with, and I did a playthrough where I used Marle in every party, and that's what I discovered about her. I was like, holy shit, she's like a little monster. If you pair her up with the other characters, their dual techs are just amazing, and that's what she is. She's a pure support. She's a support character. If everyone stopped thinking of her as a heal character and think of her as a support character, think of her as a dual tech character, people would see the strengths, right? My cat's knocking on the door. I might let him in. Hold on. So let's go over Marle's dual techs, okay? So Antipod are like proximity elemental attacks. They're pretty powerful for when you get them, but that requires you to use Lucca. And I don't know, there's something about having two slow characters doesn't appeal to me. I don't like having Marle and Lucca in the same party. If I'm gonna have one or the other, you know. You went out already? You haven't even been here 2 minutes. Come here, Lucky. Etapod 3, pretty good, full screen AoE, but it uses a ton of MP. Like you'd have to equip Lucca with a gold stud just to make that viable. That's the thing about Marle as well, is that she doesn't use a whole lot of MP to get really big numbers. Ice Water, super good early. It only uses 2 MP for each character. It just demolishes. You will demolish early game as soon as you get Magic and you get Frog in your group. Like I said, around the time you get Magus's castle, it's like you just destroy everything in that castle. Glacier, it's a really good AoE as well. Full screen. Water attack, very powerful. Their double cure. It's called Double Curaga in Japan. Super good AoE heal spell for the whole team. So Marle and Frog are pretty good choice. If you really want to, you could pick it in game, you know, Marle, Frog, and Ayla, and you're gonna finish the game easily. You'll beat Lavos easily. I may have to kick Lucky out. He's being all over the place for some reason. Alright, get back into it. So Marle and Robo get Aura Beam pretty early on. It's a pretty good, it outclasses Aura Whirl easily. It's a decent AoE heal spell. I don't remember it doesn't use much MP, so I think it's a pretty mediocre AoE heal spell. Ice Tackle is really good when you get it. Single target damage. That's your boss destroyer. Early game, you know. So Cure Wind or Cure Touch. Again, really good AoE. Like I said, you can partner her up with anybody and get really good results. Twin Charm, really good for stealing. Double Seductive Trick. These names. Ice Toss is really good. AoE spell, proximity, you know. Same with Cube Toss, just an upgraded Ice Toss. Cube Toss, that's gonna be one of your in-game, like one of your in-game spells, like Boss Destroyer. So that covers that. So the ones with Chrono, let me find it here. So with Chrono, we got Aura Whirl. Pretty. It's an okay heal spell for when you get it, like the beginning of the game. You can't go wrong with that. It's decent. Ice Sword. It's outclassed by Frog's heal, unfortunately. And he can do it by himself, and it scales really well with his magic stat. That's just unfortunate that they made it like that. Like I said, they should have really gave Marle a heal spell of her own that can heal the whole party. Just to give her something with a little extra oomph, you know. Ice Sword 1 and 2, just single target. This is actually AoE proximity. Okay. Decent. Uses a lot of MP for what it does. I don't think it's really worth using because it uses 12 MP for Chrono. You're better off using Ice Glacier or Ice Toss or whatever it's called with Ayla. Yeah, just underrated, super underrated character that the internet talks a lot of shit about. And that's why people like Lucca so much, because I don't know, Lucca even storyline wise is Lucca tears shit up, and Marle don't really have a whole lot going on for her, even storyline wise, once you save her from the past. Her characterization stops. It comes to a complete halt. And I think that's the problem with Marle. Poor girl. Yeah, Ayla's a monster, man. She really is my go-to. Like, Ayla's gonna be in my team no matter what. So, my go-to is usually... It's gonna be either Ayla... It's gonna be Ayla and Marle. And my third character is usually gonna be either Frog or Robo. Yeah, that's my final team. Frog is okay in that group, yeah. You can beat it with Frog. I mean, Frog's a pretty good, even though you got double water, Frog's a pretty good complement to that. Yeah, that about covers it. Alright guys, how's it going? I almost didn't record tonight, just because I don't know, I wasn't really feeling good earlier, but I feel a little better now. Took a nap, did a little meditation exercise, kind of clear my mind a little bit. You know, the thing about meditation is that the intrusive thoughts, right, are the worst. Like, I've talked about it before when it comes to meditation, where it's like you're trying to have this peaceful moment, right? And like the intrusive thoughts come into, and I've described it as like Satan, Lucifer, the devil, the not milk, whatever you want to call it, like this other thing trying to steal your moment. And it's pretty bad. Like, you'll notice it immediately the moment you start trying to relax and clear your mind and stuff, because you'll start thinking about all kinds of things. For instance, I'm sitting there, like the first, 4 or 5 minutes is just nothing but chatter in my brain about what I need to do, yard work I need to do outside, and crap I need to do around the house. I still got boxes I gotta unpack in here and stuff like that, and it's like, oh my god, like I can't even have a moment of peace, in my own mind. And I think that's a problem with a lot of people, is that they can't observe that within themselves, because they don't just slow down, even if it means sitting down in a chair with no stimulation for 4 or 5 minutes, just sitting down and observing. Just the mere idea of observing this fact that the intrusive thoughts is what kind of drives you crazy after a while, But we're gonna get into a few things here. I may not record as long as I did like the past 2 days. That last video is almost 3 hours long, and it actually would have been well over 3 hours, but I had actually stopped. In the middle, I had stopped to like research how to do the bazaar thing in Secret of Evermore. And that took like 30 minutes of research just to get that down. And yeah, that would have been over a 3-hour video if I had actually recorded all that, which I'm glad I didn't, because that would have been really boring as fuck. But we're gonna go ahead and go over a few things. Let's move at some stuff real quick. So, get into the comments section a little bit. Oh yeah, this is where Kirk was commenting on my video. He had mentioned, or rather, I had made a comment about Undertale and how I was kind of put off by this idea of how it got so popular all of a sudden. And I think I maybe played like an hour of Undertale when it first came out, and it just didn't interest me. Like, I kind of saw the appeal because the combat was interesting, but the story seemed interesting. So I wasn't really aware that it had a lot of alphabet soup group, crap in it. It doesn't surprise me. That would have been around the time where that became more and more prevalent. Never touched Deltarune. I don't plan to. You won't see me touching those games, just because I'm not interested, man. It just comes off as, I don't know, just kind of furry bait. Furry bait, like, play it because it's popular kind of thing. And like I said, Kirk, I'm not, like, attacking you, like, personally, you know that, but it's like, play what you want, brother. Like, I don't mind, obviously. It's your money, it's your life. But like, for me personally, I won't touch those games because it's just, I'm just very off-put by things that blow up like that. It's just, it comes off as creepy and kind of pushed on purpose kind of thing. And whatever. I think I've heard the music for Undertale and stuff, and it comes off as pretty good. Yeah. Let's see here. I feel like so much of the media, especially during the 90s or early 2000s, was constantly pushing that we have to save the heckin' planet, guys. When I was in high school, I actually was brainwashed about primate change crap and sustainable energy stuff. I actually thought I was going to become a solar panel electrician or something. Or work on genetic modification of bacteria or something to make oil, Stuff like that's been talked about literally since the 70s, so like the past almost 60 years by this point. And what's changed? I mean, you know as well as I do. You don't have to answer that question personally, but it's like, what's fucking changed lately? Like, where's our vehicles? Where's our flying cars is the big meme, right? Where's our flying cars? Where's our cars? Powered by hydrogen and all of that bullshit. Getting away from these fossil fuels, like they say, and it just never happens, right? It's just a fucking, a lot of people want to say, oh, it's capitalism, capitalism is what's keeping the environment the way it is and keeping progress down and blah blah blah. And like, no, I don't think that at all, man. It's just very obvious it's some kind of fucking, demonic, not no push, stalled century shit, like Matt likes to say. It's like, to me, it just very obvious stalled century, you know what I mean? That throws a little scratchy. I'm gonna grab a drink really quick. Alright, I just realized I need a new trash bag in here. Today I got myself Best Choice Dr. Choice. It's like a off-brand, like a fucking shitball off-brand Dr. Pepper. They're pretty good. They got a weird... Oh, they're caffeine-free? Really? Oh, wow. I'm gonna buy these more often. I didn't realize they were caffeine-free. That's awesome. No wonder I haven't been getting wired up from these, because I was like, I drank one earlier, and like I got real sleepy around 9 o'clock, and I was like, what the fuck going on? I drank one of these things that usually Diet Dr. Pepper wires me up a little bit, and it didn't do it, and I was like, I didn't realize they were caffeine free, so I need to buy these more often. It's got a weird cherry fucking undertone to it. I don't know if that's the right word. It's actually pretty good. I like it a lot, so I'm gonna buy more of these next time I go out to that little fuckball grocery store I go to. It's where I usually get my turkey bacon, because I get like Jenny O turkey bacon to make quesadillas. It's one of my favorite things to make, like favorite snack, favorite food. Pepper jack cheese, cheddar cheese. I'll usually put I got a lot of Bojangles packets from the local chicken place, and they had this thing called Bojangle sauce, and it's really good. I've been, because I got like 6 or 7 like packets, like they're about that big, so it's good enough for like 2 sandwiches maybe. But one little packet will make about 3 quesadillas, and it's I don't know, it's so fucking good. I need to look into getting that in a bottle or something. I think Walmart sells it, but yeah, quesadillas, toasted tortilla and all that, bacon, egg, pepper jack cheese, and cheddar cheese, and they come out really good. I'm thinking about like getting meat crumbles and mushrooms and whatever other crap my wife likes. Like I don't like too many veggies and stuff. Like every time I look up videos on how to make quesadillas, it's like they put in all this shit that I don't like. Especially the green peppers. Like I crunch on a green pepper and I'm done. Like everything's ruined in my opinion. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Alright, I just had to look up something real quick. So let's get back to the comments here. Yeah, we're gonna get into this a little bit. Kirk says here, I'd have a nice discussion with the we're in a video game NPC. So he's talking about in Secret of Evermore where you find the what's that guy's name? I'll have to find it. Hold on a second. So this NPC coming up here in my video. There we go. We are merely sprites that dance at the beck and call of our button-pressing overlord. This is a video game, don't you see? We're characters in a video game. It's like, yeah, Kirk caught it. It's like, what does that remind you of? You know, fucking, I hear my cat scratch at the door. He's crazy. Actually at my daughter's door. She's gonna get all pissed off. Because she hates it when they do that. Because, you know, she'll close her door, keep the cats out. She doesn't like them in there. There's no litter box in there anyway, so... I mean, she'll let them in there during the day, and they'll take a nap and sleep on her bed and stuff, and she don't mind that. It's like, but when she's in there, you know, they'll get up in the middle of the night and start knocking things over, and that's what she doesn't like, and I don't blame her. But anyway, I mean, it's like, when I read this, it's like, oh, who does this remind you of? You know, fuckers, you know, motherfuckers like me and you know, people watching Kirk, Matt, Billy, you know, wearing a fucking, you know, a fake simulation or some bullshit, a video game. Maybe, I know Matt was saying he's getting tired of the video game kind of comparison, but it's like, I don't know, man, it's not like I think we're literally, quote unquote, in a video game. I just use it as an example. Same thing with the Matrix, right? I don't think we're literally in a Matrix like in the Matrix. It's just an analogy, right? It's analogous. Like, I have to use words to communicate, so it's like I have to find a commonality in the language and the culture, and video games and, you know, movies are two of the easiest things to make an analogy with, like Jesus and his parables. Like, Jesus had to speak the word, Jesus had to speak certain words and tell stories in a certain way that reflected the culture so he can get the little dumbasses to understand. And that's the point of, if you want to consider in parables, right? The parable of the video game, or the parable of the Matrix movie, or whatever. Parable of Secret of Evermore, you know, video game NPC guides. Just making an allegory to relate to an audience, right? To get them to think, you know, like Jesus and the bread. He's not talking about making bread. He's I don't really feel like explaining it, but anytime Jesus mentions bread, he's talking about wisdom and knowledge, okay? He's not literally talking about bread, like even his dumb disciples didn't understand this, and it's fucking hilarious to me. Like, the Bible's funny as fuck to me, man. I want to go over that sometime, but not now. Let's get back into this. We're characters in a video game. So here's another, doesn't that sound like your family? Your friends and family? This guy's a nutcase. Conspiracy theorist, you know? Thing, and I don't think the developers meant it to come off like this. But they did. It's like a script running in the background, you know? Isn't that kind of funny, though? Like, the developers that made this game weren't thinking about conspiracy. You know, they weren't thinking about artificial reality, really. But it still comes off that way, where you'll have phrases like, this guy's a nutcase, you know, spoken by your friends and family to you, you know, or in reference to you. and you can't escape this script. Like the NPCs can't escape the script, and it shows its colors in a game like this. You know what I mean? Or it's so crazy that nobody else kind of sees it that way, where it's just super obvious that a script is playing out. So here's another up to like an empty platitude, you know, this thing, as Billy likes to say. You had the decision to turn him into something, like as if you're the godlike being, you know. And they make an implication that, you know, you're the player, right? You're the controller. You're the godlike being to decide his fate. And I guess I can reload a save state. Let's see what happens if you turn him into an animal. But you hit back with on the controller. You hit Y on the controller. But in this case, you know, you spare him, and for some reason, you know, he understands that you spared him, so he gives your character a Centurion cape, you know? It's just funny, like, yeah, I'd love to have a discussion with this guy. Like, I don't think you're crazy, I think that too, brother. It's like, fuck yeah. This world is hilarious to me. Anyway, so Antipod, which is, Marle and Lucca's dual tech in Chrono Trigger, apparently means diametrically opposite point on the Earth's surface. So opposites, right? Fire and ice. And what's interesting is that Antipod is actually considered shadow magic. Implications of that, I don't know. Maybe there's something in there, but it's the first spell you get that's shadow damage besides... Oh, that's not true, actually, because Robo gets a shadow beam, and that's considered a shadow element. Yeah. Despite him being a non-magic user, his I would say shadow see, they made Robo a dual element, right? They made him shadow and lightning because he's got lightning text later in the game, and you got his what's it called, that beam that does a screen wide damage. I forget the name. Shadow laser or something laser. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. So he gets a shadow ability, he gets a shadow magic ability, and then later he gets electricity or lightning. So they had no problem giving Robo dual element, right? They could have done that with Marle, in my opinion. Because in the Japanese version of Chrono Trigger, Chrono isn't lightning, he's actually light, which explains his luminaire ability and his ability to cast life later on. So they could have easily given Marle the light and water, you know, dual element, and really kind of showcase the fact that she's a support character, and just, you know, they could have done something like that, you know, I don't know, give her some shitball light holy ability or something. They could have done something. Get rid of provoke, garbage ass fucking spell. I don't think provoke's useful in any capacity at any point in the game. Unlike Hypno Wave, which Lucca's sleep ability, has one use, and that's against, is it called Mother Brain? What's that boss you fight? Open a new tab. Yeah, it is Mother Brain. The fight against Mother Brain, you can actually sleep the screens. I don't know who this is. Yeah, these screens right here, you can actually put them to sleep, and it makes the fight a lot easier. You put Lucca in your group, use Hypnotize, the fucking fight's easy mode, because the screens go to sleep. It's ridiculous. It's its only use. That's the only use for Hypno Wave. At least it has a use, right? Unlike Provoke. Provoke's fucking trash other than being used for Twin Charm. What is this shit? Oh, okay. Death of the 24-hour America. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Get into my comment real quick. Maybe CT was made with the idea of that hippie shit environment alarmism in mind. That hit me pretty hard when I was watching, and I realized that this idea of we got to defeat this evil thing to save a future that has nothing to do with us was coming out of the mouth of Marle, a very impressionable, sheltered teenager. I mean, it's too damn funny when I word it that way. She's a young girl who hates her father and has no purpose. She qualifies to be a beatnik hippie type to a T. The dev team would be comprised of mostly silent and boomer gen in their 30s and 40s, so it makes sense. Yeah, the boomers would be in their 30s and 40s around that time. Silent gen would probably be in their 50s and 60s, more than likely. If CT was made today, you know as well as I do, there'd be absolutely no subtlety in the writing, and the message would be spelled out. That doesn't change how I feel about CT, but it's too funny to think about it. Isn't a stretch to imagine Marle as some kind of rich kid Antifa type. Also could be an allegory for nuclear war, seeing how the dev team will mostly be silent gen. Threat of nuclear war was their ongoing school bang bang events. I watched old videos where they were conditioned to hide under a desk just in case the nukes began dropping. You'll see the same drills being done today when kids hiding under their desk in case of a bang bang event. Lavos' attack being similar to missiles falling from the sky definitely is on purpose. And I can show that off really quick.
Baby boomers were taught to do this.
Well, it was sort of ludicrous, as you will recall. We all had drills to hide under our desks.
Ambassador Wendy Sherman negotiated nuclear control issues with both North Korea and Iran. Baby boomers.
So, this is the conditioning, right? This is when they start brainwashing the children to be scared of everything. To be scared of nukes, afraid of the environment, afraid of floods, afraid of earthquakes, afraid of tsunamis, afraid of meteors, asteroid might hit the planet, Apophis fucking 2029, right? Talked about that shit, April the 13th, so Friday the 13th, Apophis is supposedly gonna hit the planet, or get close to hitting it. always got the younger generation brainwashed and scared about everything, bang bang events. They make it seem like America is just under constant attack by the bang bang people, or whatever they think. Whatever they like to say, the conservative incels, or whatever. Just the sex starved thirsty white boys go crazy and they do a bang bang event, Okay, we just got into the self-aware NPC, so the boy, which is the boy you play in Secret of Evermore, he doesn't have a name, is actually the godhead in that realm. I read some interesting theories that the reason the world starts going crazy when the boy goes there is because of his wild imagination, him being a fan of schlocky B movies. Would explain why his situations remind me of all the movies he saw. I mean, how many funny coincidences does he have to notice to realize he's God in disguise? Yeah, yep. Secret of Evermore is kind of a weird fucking, kind of a weird message in that way. Let's see. There's probably a lot of stuff that could, this is Kirk talking, there's probably a lot of stuff that could seem in Chrono Trigger's overall themes throughout the story that could honestly suggest what you're saying, and even the scene when I lost to Lavos, the map where everything is being destroyed, could be straight out of that War Games movie with the nuclear war game being played. In fact, the guy from 1999 tells his subordinates to get to the bunker exactly the same phrasing used in the nuclear war programming. That could have been a Woosleyism, for all I know, but yeah, it's definitely there. I'd like to know what it says in Japanese. Probably something similar, right? I'm sure the silent boomer gen Japanese were kind of brainwashed in that same way after World War II. After World War II, the fucking Japanese government just sold out their people entirely to the West, to the not even the West, just the not minions, man. It's fucking sick. And they did it gleefully, right? To save their own asses. Telling if I would have done the same thing, so. And even more general themes of doomsday scenarios that people constantly talk about, such as Lavos himself being exactly like a meteor basically when he landed in 65 million BC. The fact him landing covered the sky and started a deep freeze. Then eventually in 12,000 BC, the clouds began cleared by a massive tidal wave, etc. So the deep freeze thing, the ice age, they like to bring that, everyone's brainwashed about, oh, there was an ice age however many years ago. And that was, to be honest, I don't mind that. I think it's a cute way, interesting story, interesting lore reason why there was an ice age in the Chrono Trigger world, I kind of liked that. I don't mind that too much, but yeah, it's there. It's, all the fucking, all the, anxieties are there, like I said before, like, what is it, nuclear war, deforestation, desertification, the subplot with, subquest with Fiona, like he says here, machines being taken over by humanity, machines taking over humanity. What else we got? We got meteors, we got floods, we got tidal waves, nuclear war, I think I said that. My phone keeps going off, stop it. Like, we got all the bullet points, dude. Like, this is fucking, what was it, 90 Seconds to Midnight all over again. with when it comes to like these bullet points, it's like we got all the fucking, we got the fucking Happy Meal menu of the McDonald's menu of disasters. You can pick and choose, just punch out the hole and put it through the machine, and you got you got the whole world's the children's anxiety, right? That you can brainwash them with. It's fucking sick, dude. But all of it's there in Chrono Trigger. That's fucking wild, dude. Yeah, Lucca's spiel about machines aren't evil. So that's anxiety about AI. AI is taking over. Oh, I'm so scared. The robots are gonna be evil. And the Fiona thing. Holy shit, dude. Did I read that? No, I didn't, but it's right there. Ongoing theme of regrowing the forest and such, like the Fiona lady in 600 AD, trying to protest the forest on that continent. Yep. Given the 2300 AD, people hope by finding the remaining seed. Again, more anxiety about, starvation, anxiety about not enough vegetation. I'm surprised they didn't throw the bees thing in there. There's no honeybees. And totally, there's no honeybees, but apparently we're still got food. It's weird. It's fucking weird, dude. It's almost like it's bullshit or something. In 12,000 BC, after the sky falls, the lady gives the option to burn the seeds or plant them or whatever. I don't know what that's about. That's fucking weird. I mean, the Queen Zeal, just a fucking monster, To me, she's the not milk minion, only she's wasn't very subtle about it, She had a lot of learning to do, man. When it comes to, like, controlling people, you gotta be a little more subtle than what she was doing. Oh man, Queen Zeal. I want to get into that sometime. Let's see, you nailed it with all those observations. Entity. Oh yeah, the entity. I'll talk about that some other time. Ooh, Chrono Cross. Oh man, I got a bone to pick with Chrono Cross. What a fucking piece of shit game. I just watched a video where a guy was tearing that game apart, and there's a lot of people that hate that game, and I didn't realize there was so much until I looked it up. I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, whoever directed that game whoever wrote it or directed it was just had a bone to pick with Chrono Trigger, and whoever the fuck made Chrono Trigger, like, they must have been mortal enemies, because they fucking absolutely butchered that world. Chrono Trigger got fucking shafted in Chrono Cross. Like, the canon just got fucking demolished. And they did that in the DS remake. They added cutscenes and everything where, everything's burned into the ground and all that. They could have left Lavos as an alien parasite, but no, they had to make it more epic. At least the entity stuff remains the most esoteric in the vanilla game, and it's left to the player's interpretation. I made a whole video about that. Yeah, that was the Alphanod, was it Alphard Generation video that I made? Cats in the Alphard Generation. Yeah, I talked about Chrono Trigger like the first 30 minutes of that video. I'd like to say I'd beat Chrono Trigger one day, but I won't. The world is interesting, but the combat is jank and not fun. I may have to just watch somebody play it. Like, I'm literally gonna have to find some shitball Let's Player, because HC Bailey hasn't played Chrono Cross. At least I don't think. Can check real quick. Probably not. Yeah, he played Chrono Trigger. I like his playthrough of Chrono Trigger. Oh, he did play it. Wow. Okay. Whoa, okay, I'll have to watch that sometime. Okay, neat. I don't know why I thought he didn't. Let's end Chrono Cross, Nikki's World. Okay. Yeah, guess I'll watch him play that sometime. 10-minute videos though, that's crazy. This old YouTube, yeah, 15 years ago. Yeah, I'll put that on the back. It's on the back burner now, along with Kirk's, Kirk's playthrough. Kirk's response: I've heard mostly negative stuff about Chrono Cross, especially the gameplay. Specifically the gameplay. Pretty funny how they turned one of the most polished SNES RPGs and tied it to a much less polished janky game as a sequel. Yeah, man, I don't know what they're thinking about. I don't know what they're thinking with Chrono Cross. Like, I got the feeling they made the game. They were developing this game, okay? And then they went, why don't we tie it to Chrono Trigger in some stupid way? And that's what they did. And they I don't know, man. I guess I don't know the story verbatim with Chrono Cross, like the game story, but I just get the impression they just slapped it on, fucking the 11th hour and called it a day and loosely tied it to Chrono Trigger, and then retroactively went back to Chrono Trigger and fucked that up just to tie it together. I don't know, man. I can't believe they did that to such a... I hate to sound like a fucking fanboy, which I am, but Chrono Trigger's a goddamn borderline masterpiece, in my opinion. I don't say that about just anything. He was talking about, we're talking about that guy. Yeah, a really good point about Marle is to people don't consider, it'd be like saying the medic is the worst class in TF2 as and not seeing the medic as a support character is the same as not seeing Marle as a support character. Yeah, that's a super good point. That's a perfect like analogy, you know. People want to treat Marle as a white mage, and she's not a very good white mage because she isn't a white mage. It's like you wouldn't call a red mage a bad healer, you know, because they're not healers. They're supporters. They have enfeeble spells and buff spells and all that. And I think they were trying to make Marle that when they gave her provoke, like they wanted to give her some kind of way to cripple enemies, but provoke. I don't know if it's bugged, but provoke doesn't really work on too many mobs, and not only that, everything dies quickly. Like even at the beginning of the game, when you get provoke, it's not useful. Like it doesn't work on bosses, so what's the point? Like the Guardian, for instance, in the shelter, you know, in the dome in 2300 AD, like if they would have made the bits vulnerable to provoke or something as a way of crowd controlling them, that could have been Marle's, you know, shoe-in. Like she would have been a really good character if provoked worked on, let's say, the boss's minions, right? Like the bits, the Guardian, like you could provoke both bits, confuse them, and just kill the boss, and that would be like the thing that more experienced players could do, or even new players who just try it out and they realize it works, you know. And what's wrong with that? Like why can't they do shit like that to make it more interesting? I don't get why bosses are immune to status effects in RPGs. It's fucking stupid. Like it's just a single player RPG. It's not like it's an online game where it's like it's fucking game breaking or whatever. It's just a fucking shitball ass single player JRPG. It ain't that serious. I don't know why these developers insist on making bosses immune to enfeeble spells or you know, status effects. I don't know, man. It pisses me off sometimes. Like the most interesting spells are just useless because they want to make the bosses like, you know, ooh, they're bosses, so they got to be immune to all status effects. It's fucking stupid. You may as well just make them immune to physical everything and, you know, make them immune to damage and they just sit there for an hour. It's fucking hell. Yeah, I get the impression that dude was, I kind of mentioned it in that video where I think that dude is more aiming at not people like me, just the average fucko, you know? The average fucko. He was aiming that as like his little influencer circle jerk buddies, you know? Yeah, and I agree with oh my god, ideas guys. Man, you want to talk about a useless fucking class of people, ideas people. When I was in the art world, the community I was in, the Discord chat I was in rather, had an ideas guy who had no skills whatsoever, like nothing. He didn't know how to draw, didn't know how to do anything, didn't know how to write. He didn't even know what storyboarding was when I mentioned it because him and this other artist guy were friends. So he was friends with an artist who was actually really good and had a lot of talent. He just lacked kind of motivation, so this ideas guy was his friend. And that's how he kind of sold himself as like, oh, I'm an ideas guy for my buddy, you know. And I don't know, and this other guy, the artist guy, took his word as biblical, you know, it's the best way I can word it. And he did a comic, he did like a 40-page comic with his art style, and the art was really good. I liked the art a lot. But the writing though, and the storyboarding and the coherency, like, the story didn't make any fucking sense. I remember reading it, you know, pretty pictures, but it's like reading it page to page, or page after page, panel by panel, thinking to myself, what the fuck is going on? Why is this happening? Like, what is the character's motivation? Why is this happening? You know, and this is back in the 4chan days, so I didn't care about this dude too much, but I left. He had posted his work on 4chan and wanted people's opinions, so I gave him my opinion, paragraph after paragraph, basically saying what is even happening in your story, dude? Like, too long didn't read version, and I wasn't a jerk about it, okay? I was being as helpful as possible, and I said, it didn't, because I know he didn't do this. I was like, it doesn't come off as if you did anything to pull the reader in. Like, I don't know, I don't know how to explain it, but to get to the point where this ideas guy fucked him up, you know, because, I don't know, I think they were just friends, and he just really took this guy's opinion seriously. And I did not like this guy. Like, it's bad enough that he doesn't have any kind of skill, you know, about anything, nothing, programming, nothing. He's just a fucking, basically a normie pretending to be something. And he called himself an ideas guy, and it's like he likes to pretend that, what this other artist did somehow had something to do with him. Not necessarily taking credit, but being on the credits roster, you know what I'm saying? And I just did not like this guy, and that's when I really realized, like, wow, like, ideas guys are fucking worthless. That's what that dude reminds me of. It's like he's one of those people who notice problems, right? And they talk about the problems, but they offer zero solutions, and they're just good at finding problems, right? Was it Brian Griffin? Brian Griffin from Family Guy is a real good example of that, where just motherfucker, you know, thinks he's the smartest person in the room. You know, he sees all the problems with the world, but offers zero solutions. I try not to do that on my channel, anyway. I'm gonna give y'all solutions, at least try to give y'all solutions. And try not to be so dour, you know? Anyway, I think that's it for the pre-stream, or pre-recording, whatever you want to call it. 34 minutes, Jesus Christ. I think that's all I wanted to... This shit is too funny. I'm tempted to play it because it's actually really funny. You don't even have to like ponies to really appreciate it.
Shady. Shady, get over here. What are you doing?
Crying.
Look at me. What are you crying for?
Oh, I'm just sad.
What do you gotta be sad about, Shady?
Well, you see...
You live in like a fucking Garden of Eden for Equin. Like, how old are you?
3.
You're 3?
Yeah.
God, See, I envy you. I envy your youth.
You do?
I'd give anything to be 3 again. You see these pigtails?
Yeah.
I regret it.
Oh.
Don't live like me.
Okay.
Enjoy your youth, Shady, because it goes by fast. One minute you're 3, next you're 8, and you'll be like, God, what have I been doing with my life?
You're 8?
Yeah, almost 3 times your age. Don't see me crying. You ever been to the 3rd grade?
No.
It sucks. Your life's basically over by that point.
Oh.
I've wasted my entire life finger painting. You ever finger paint, Shady?
Well, I'm a pony.
You ever read books?
I'm a pony.
I know what your fucking race is, Shady. Let me give you some advice. See, there's this poem, right, written by one of my favorite authors. A guy called Dr. Seuss. It's called The Sneetches.
The what?
You never heard of the Sneetches, Shady?
No.
Well, it's about these Sneetches on these beaches. They're always...
What are Sneetches?
So these Sneetches, right, they're envious of these other Sneetches with stars on their bellies. So they try to get stars on their bellies. And it's about, like, it doesn't matter what you look like, you know? Then this one guy shows up, and don't give your money to people. They'll take advantage of you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Fucking lost cause. Well, maybe when you're my age, you'll understand.
It's so fucking stupid. I love it. What was I looking at? Dame Pesos, I love that guy. What was I looking for? Boomer Quanger. What did I look for earlier? Amy Boomers. Yeah, I got that. George Carlin actually says something intelligent, but I'm not going to play that because I think he's a tool. I can't find it. There was something else I wanted to show, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, here we go.
There were careers available for everyone. The easy life was available to anyone who qualified, and qualifying was quite simple. You simply went to college, in many cases for free. I went to college for free. There was an openness about childhood and about child rearing that was filled by a new idea. Dr. Spock's ideas about being permissive with your kids. You know, don't freak out if they rebel, if they talk back, if you catch them masturbating or something of that sort. Don't get hung up on it.
Yeah, that's the beatnik. Silent Gen beatniks were like that with their baby boomer children. Like, don't punish them for anything, you know, kind of bullshit.
Way to be raised in the world. It allowed for a whole generation that I suppose we would now call spoiled. There were careers available.
I think the comment section is probably the most interesting of all. Lots of anecdotes about baby boomer parents and grandparents. It's funny. You know, the typical normie, like, oh, it's because of the Russians, you know? Why call it, or why, I don't even know if this is fucking true, man. That's really hard to believe. Where college was free. Like, this, really? Like, truly? I don't even, like, I can't even say if I believe that or not, because that's fucking wild. But it's the, you know, the Russians and their space program put out their, you know, they made college for free, right? And then they took it away. That way, the younger gen can get all pissed off about it. Special programs for the smart kids, language labs, and so much more. For example, I went to college in the early 1960s on a complete government scholarship, including books, food, and even a car. Hey, what's up, guys? Back for another recording, I guess. I'm trying out this background removal shit. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet, but kind of like a floating head in space. That's how the other scene looks. I got a little background scrolling or whatever. We'll see how it goes. I was going through my Discord notes, and there's some topics back from April, maybe even further back, that I kind of want to go over real quick. I thought about going over recent comments on, like, my community post and what Kirk was saying in my last video, but not sure if it's anything too pertinent. You can look at it real quick. So I guess we can talk about this. We were kind of, most of it was nerding out about Chrono Trigger, so I don't really want to talk about that, but these little pre-shows, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, I think should be aimed more towards the metaphysical, if I can get into it kind of as a pre-show. I thought about combining, like, combining all these, like, pre-shows, I guess, whatever, and making them to a larger video, just to get it out there as like a video about metaphysics and, you know, esoteric and all that. So here we're talking about the Bang Bang events, right? I mentioned the Bang Bang events in my video. Somewhere here. I think I was talking about the boomers. Yeah, the boomers conditioning. Oh, and I don't remember what it was. See here. Yeah, it was this.
In many cases for free. Qualified, and qualifying was a new out. Whole
I think it's before this, actually. Bear with me. And I can't find it. Anyway, I talked about Bang Bang events with the boomer generation, how they had to hide under their desks and all that. Just really fucked up, you know, what adults will do to children to traumatize them and brainwash them. So Kirk goes over it. I never experienced this, fortunately. I graduated 2002. I think that was before, you know, public schools in the United States started doing these lockdown drills. So actually, when I say it, probably also conditioning for the CV as well with the lockdowns. Yeah, that's a really good point, like getting people conditioned to be locked down by a higher authority, right? Like a government authority or whatever. Having Having everyone cower in the classroom with the lights turned off for like 30 minutes straight. I really never considered how disgusting the entire practice was. Same with the boomers and the duck and cover nonsense. Absolutely wild to think about. Yeah, I mean, what is there to say about that? I talked about it here. It's even crazier than any adult with a sound mind would agree to do that to children. If a parent did that to their child, CPS will get involved, for fuck's sake. That's what blows my mind, like, if you were to lock down your child, made him hide under a desk with the lights off in your house, you'd probably get the authorities called on you. So I don't understand why these twisted government workers are allowed to do that to children, you know? So there ain't much to really add about that, other than what's said here. So we can move on. Kirk responds, that sort of stuff. That's the sort of stuff that truly makes me consider teachers as some of the most disgusting minions of the system. Nearly as bad as cops, since they specifically are there to traumatize and brainwash impressionable children of all things. I don't know, man. I put public school teachers, like, as the worst of the worst. That's why I have zero respect for teachers now. Like, just civil servant, you know, fucking government workers. It's just disgusting with the way they brainwash children and, you know, get them all anxious, like I said yesterday about the environment, you know, floods and earthquakes and desertification, and there's not going to be enough food, like, you know, all the fucking talking points in Chrono Trigger. It's just fucking nuts, man. They got them all shaky and riled up by the time they're adults. You know, they can barely handle adulthood because they got so much anxiety and they just fucking destroy their minds. It's just fucking horrible. Yeah, we're talking about ideas, guys. We might get into that, but Billy made a really good point. When I said that I used the word, like, I'll make a metaphor or say that our reality is analogous to a video game, and I don't literally mean a video game. When I say it's like a matrix, I don't literally mean a matrix. It's like a matrix. Like I said, we have to find a commonality with language, so I have to make metaphors or make analogs to different things to get people to understand. So using the metaphor, reality is an illusion, and like a video game is the easiest way to communicate because we're bottlenecked through our language, right? So Billy was on point. I like the 80s Outrun aesthetic too. It's really cool. I like that stuff. I think you really got a good theme going on. And that's what Jesus is trying to do, really. I mean, I hate to talk about Jesus again, but it's like he was having to use parables to get people to understand, you know, the simplest of things, and only a few people understood. Like, I like to use the example of the Canaanite lady when, you know, the Canaanite lady was begging Jesus to heal her daughter. Jesus stayed silent, you know, just stayed meditating or whatever he was doing, was ignoring her, and after a while, Jesus, in order to try to make her go away, essentially, in essence, calls her a dog. He says, it wouldn't be right to give the bread meant for the children to dogs. And the Canaanite lady came back and said, even the dogs eat the scraps from the master's table. And that's when Jesus had a eureka moment. It's like, oh, this one can see. Like, Jesus had a misconception, and it proved right at the beginning of Matthew that Jesus was capable of having misconceptions. He was capable of having his mind changed, you know, etc. That was the point of that story. But Jesus he was humbled. He was humbled by the Canaanite lady, right? And that's the point that people don't understand. Even the most holiest of holy motherfuckers don't understand that Jesus was humbled in that moment, because before that, they made a really big emphasis at the beginning of Matthew they emphasize this point where Jesus tells his disciples that they're not going to preach to the Gentiles, right? The non-Jews. They're only going to preach to Jews, right? And he had his mind changed by a Canaanite lady, and that's the point. It's like even someone who perceptively is lower on the totem pole socially, or maybe even, you know, seen in his own culture, his Jewish culture, that the Canaanites are dogs, right? It's in essence, he called Canaanites dogs. Even though he did that, his mind was changed, and he realized that his words were for everybody at that point, and that's when he flipped the script, you know. In a way, he kind of doomed himself. You know what I mean? But that's what I mean by the language we use. Only a few are gonna catch on. You're right. So I don't know. I'm gonna keep using the metaphor of the video game or metaphor of the Matrix or whatever because it's a simple way to put it. Oh yeah, this guy. Let's get into this thing real quick. I'm gonna play the video from 2 months ago, back in April, real quick.
They like nuked all of their like profiles, or like this is like their 5th account of a different name, and like everything else they nuked. What the fuck is up with that, man? With these like supposed, I mean, most of them are probably not even real or like NPCs, whatever. What the hell is with that? With these fucking artists that just like like I said, I don't think there's any actual explanation. It's just like a download thing probably, or they're not even real kind of shit. But I think it's just funny, the phenomenon that they just seemingly constantly, like, some of them at least, constantly, like, deleting their shit. I mean, even it happens even with some of these, like, mod authors for other mods, or for other games, I guess, that are probably more, like, popular, like Skyrim and shit, where they just have like fucking hissy fits, and they just like delete everything and then change all their account. It's just fucking, I don't know, man. I mean, you can't even say like mental illness anymore because everybody's fucking mental nowadays, like by that definition. But yeah, it's just a fucking weird phenomenon, and it just kind of makes me laugh anytime that I see like, oh yeah, this artist, oh yeah, they deleted all their shit. It's just like, I don't know. Me, I'm not gonna say like, oh yeah, I'm some artist. Like I don't even want to like necessarily identify with any of that kind of crap and just be, oh yeah, I'm an artist. But I make mods. I make what some would define as art. What I would define as art. Like I could define almost anything creative as art. But like I have no like. I mean, I know I'm a much different entity than most of these people. Probably a much different person, and the way I look at things. But like, I have no desire to just like nuke all my stuff, or like, and I don't even necessarily have like this strong desire to like the archivist or whatever kind of thing. But like, I'm just like, why would I delete all this shit? Like, why would I care if it's on the internet or whatever? Like, I mean, besides some of the people that do shit that they would feel like, oh, that could get them in trouble, so they delete it and stuff. It's just like, I don't know.
I'd like to say that's the main reason, but I think it really is how you put it, like just having a hissy fit, like this narcissistic fucking rampage that some people go through. You know, as an artist, it's like you think that you're God's gift to men or God's gift to women, and you're just like, you can see the horse in the background, and it's like nobody gives a fuck about your art. You know, I learned that very early on. Just to give some context to what I used to do. Because I used to frequent 4chan threads on the MLP community 4chan board, whatever you want to call it, and there was a draw thread. Actually, no, it was the I think it was a Twilight thread, yeah. And I started drawing on post-it notes because I think I'd been drawing for like maybe like 9 months by that point. So I was really getting into it, and I started drawing ponies because I don't know, I was having fun in these threads, and I was drawing on post-it notes because I wanted to be detached as possible from my art, and you know, detach the ego from my art. That was like the main goal, one of the main goals. You can hear my cats going crazy. So I began drawing and sketching on post-it notes in order to practice. I was like getting my mileage on post-it notes, that way little 2x2 canvas, right? So as soon as I fill it up or do one drawing, peel it off, throw it away. That way I don't get attached to my art, and I'll just see it as a piece of paper, which it worked. Okay, because see here, fucking sketchbook. This is notes actually, but this is all you need to draw. This right here, can't really see it. And this fucking thing right here, this thing and this thing. It's a clipboard. It's hard to tell. So Just regular printer paper, guys. I don't draw on. I mean, I own sketchbooks, but for the most part, I don't draw on sketchbooks. I draw on regular printer paper using pen, using one of these fuckball .7 pens. These things are like 20 cents. All right, that's all you need. That's all you need to draw. That's it. Get a pencil, whatever. Number 2 pencil. And as soon as I removed like my ego from the drawings, I got better, and I was drawing what I liked, which was cartoons, and I got better, and I got better, and I got better. And kind of lost my point. But being in the art community, it's like I witnessed a lot of people throw these tantrums because nobody gives a fuck about your art, right? I think Kirk said it best when he was going back and forth with what's his name? Christoph? Yeah, Christoph threw a little tantrum as well because his book wasn't selling. And it's like, yeah, I understood what Kirk meant right away. It's like, geez, nobody fucking cares about your shit. Like, my videos, right? I got 275 subscribers, I think. Nobody gives a fuck, okay? At most. So, forgetting about these casual plays, right? Look at these numbers. Nobody cares, right? 275 subs. And it's fine. I'm not upset. I'm lucky to get 50 views on most of my stuff, or even 10, Oh wait, this is that's actually the video that I edited so I could listen to it at work. That's privated or whatever. See, 48 views on the variety show, and variety shows usually get like 100 views at least. But like I said, it's like my ego, I'm not attached to this, This is just whatever. It's great that one person watches, to be honest. Like, look at the interaction. I mean, 11 comments, 13, 11. I'm getting a lot of engagement, so maybe that's enough to stroke the ego. But it's like, my views are low, guys. Like, it's just like, I don't give a fuck. Nobody cares about what I put out. Nobody gives a shit, right? And that's the point. That's why these narcissistic artist motherfuckers throw little bitch-ass tantrums because they can't handle it. Like, their parents fucked them up to the point where they can't handle failure. They can't handle failure in a world where, in a school system that was handing out blue ribbons, right? Participation trophies. And that's why they can't handle life. They can't handle anything. Let's get into this.
An open source DNA project has announced that they're shutting down, and the cause of their shutdown is what seems to me to be Trump derangement syndrome. That literally seems to be what happened. The founder of the project has such an overwhelming case of Trump derangement syndrome of TDS that he simply cannot continue running the project. Let me walk you through it and you tell me if I'm off on this one. So what we're talking about here is something called OpenSNP, and they describe themselves as thus. OpenSNP allows customers of direct-to-customer genetic tests to publish their test results, find others with similar genetic variations, learn more about their results by getting the latest primary literature on their variations, and help scientists find new associations. Basically, it's a website for people to upload their genetic data to, and for researchers to download giant groups of genetic data. And it's a big open source project. And they announced that they were sunsetting everything. They're shutting it all down, and that they're going to delete the website and the data and the project and the source code and everything on April 30th of this year. So just at the end of this coming month. And you can go currently to their GitHub page at opensnp.org and find their GitHub page and download all of it and look through their presentations and their website and their backend and all their Docker instances. Moving trustable source to replace them with the crackpot theories of those in power, all while large corporations that are aligned with those governments are strip mining and polluting our digital commons and strain our...
So basically, this is, like I said, this is some narcissistic fucking, stance where it's like, if the right wing, quote unquote, is going to be anti-science, then nobody deserves what I put out there, I witnessed this in the community I was in too, where it's like these fucking people are just so far up their asses that they think they're punishing everyone, It's fucking crazy. Let me turn off this for a second. So, sketches. These are trash sketches, okay? This was me just trying to get back into it without reference or anything, or without looking at anything. So, that's it right there. The fucking spheres, cylinders. Wow, that one right here. Where is it? Fucking crooked as fuck. It's not even lined up right. Like, I can see the flaws in my own drawings, okay? This is trash. trash drawings, and I'm not being like humble or anything. It's objectively not very good. It's just, but they're just sketches. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? I'll show you some art in a minute. But so this is the same thing where whoever this person runs his DNA project threw a little bitch fit because, you know, Trump's in office or the right wing are using their services and they don't want right wingers, you know, in their secret club or whatever they think. Like they think right wingers are anti-science or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck they think. You know, the anti-jabbers. Whatever the fuck. So, alright, just to reveal a little bit about myself here. These are from 2016, so this is almost, wow. I hadn't realized it had been that long. Nine years ago when I was doing these silhouette studies. Just to show off, you know, show off this crap, okay? Like silhouette drawings, this is the stuff I studied, okay? I'm very graphically minded, if you catch my meaning. I showed these to my daughter and she recognized every character, including this one, which is that donkey character from that one episode. She recognized everything, so that's the point. And I'm trying to teach her that to have a very strong silhouette with your drawings and make sure your characters are recognizable, you know? That was the point of this study here. To go over a little more things. So this is 2018. This is Inktober 2018. So this was fuck. What happened to the time, man? 7 years ago? Jesus H. Christ. I haven't drawn since like when I forgive my mother. There really was the turning point, man, where everything changed. So 2019, yeah, end of 2019. It's right before the CV. So I stopped drawing around the beginning of 2020. So it's it's been about 5 years. That's crazy to think about. What the fuck? And I could get back into this, like those little shitball drawings I just showed y'all. I could get back into it, but it takes, like, kind of, I don't know if reteaching's the right word, because I still have fundamentals. I can show some of this. It's all, so, yeah, this is the things I would, the things I would sketch, and I'd use reference. I'm using reference for these guys. There's Shantae, more Shantae, not sure who the fuck that is. Oh, that's Coco. I know who that is. Always experimenting with, you know, action, if that makes sense. I think this is, I'm not sure what the 9's about. Oh, number 9. Gotcha. So I like this one a lot. I don't remember if I used a reference for it. I maybe loosely referenced something. Kind of looks like Penny and Stocking. Inspiration. So I'm not really fond of this. She looks too much like a stallion, in my opinion. Supposed to be Rainbow Dash. Rarity. So I like this a lot. There's like a tricking off my own art here. Like the squish. I don't know, it's weird. I like that squishy part right there. I really liked drawing that. It's stupid. Ink pen. Glass ink pen. I'm just showing y'all, like, I'm showing y'all this because this stuff is still out there despite the fact that I quit art, you know? And despite the fact I had this Satori or whatever the fuck you want to call it, I don't mind my stuff being out there. Like, somebody could go and pretend to be me if they wanted to. So this is probably, what year was all this? Yeah, 2018. So this probably was like one of the last years where I was really, really grinding, like grinding daily. And when I say daily, I mean at least an hour a day drawing, sketching, and easily 4 hours to 5 hours a day. Yeah, giant hip. So this is just the shit I was into for a long time. There's a post-it note. I went, you know, the classics, back to the classics. And look, just these are just basic bitch pins, dude. Like, being an artist ain't shit. Like, that's my point. It's like, this is on a post-it note, guys, with some fucking basic bitch ink pens. These are cheap-ass ink pens. And this is what you can do. I'm not saying, oh, I'm this fabulous artist. I'm just saying it's all about the skill. This is a skill. One of my favorites. Yeah, this one. Somebody... Yeah, the GIFs right there. So this is probably one of my favorites. This is, I think this was the final day of Inktober, so it was probably number 31. Yeah, it is. No, actually, no. That was actually number 27. So day 27. It was just a fucking super rough sketch. I think I was just shitting something out to get the day done. I like that one. That's pretty cool. There it is. That's the GIF. So a friend of mine animated that. And I think I colored this as well, digitally. But I don't know where that is. Oh, fuck. If there's something I say for work, I'm gonna have to go back and edit it out. It's fine. I think that was my Discord icon for the longest time, and I stopped using it. Let's see, 2019. Little shitball sketches. Ain't nothing too special. What does this say? Stupid. Had a lot of fun in that community, I'm not gonna lie. This is Inktober 2018. What are we at? 24 minutes? So there's that. Why is that in there? It's weird. Oh, this is a combination of... This is just a basic pencil, guys. Basic bitch ink pen, basic bitch pencil. That's all you need. And you can do really good stuff. And there's people out there way better than me that can do fucking amazing things with pencil and pen. That's not nice. Yeah, see these graphical kind of squares? I used to put those in my drawings all the time. I think I got digital somewhere. I really like the those kind of melancholy, not really melancholy, blank expressions. Resting bitch face, that's it. So this is probably one of my favorite. I think, again, hate to jerk myself off, but really nailed these shapes. I don't know how to explain it, but just fucking the dimensions, like you can feel. You gotta feel it out, man. Fucking Glenville poo. You fill out the form, and like I can feel this snout, man. I can feel the muzzle, and that was my goal. Like one of my first goals is like I want to draw really good muzzles that I like, really defined muzzles, because I don't know, I just like it. So see here, again, I'm just gonna nerd out about drawing. You know, just feeling it out. You know, I feel like I can touch this right here. The way it sticks out, and that's what I like. I like to have dimension. These legs, though. What is going on with these legs? Jesus H Christ! Oh my God. This is pretty good. I think there's too many joints. I think there's too many joints. 2, 3, 4. I'm like doing my arm. I'm doing my arm like this, trying to figure it out. There's the shoulder. I know the landmarks, guys. When it comes to drawing, so there's a scapula. There's a shoulder right here. The scapula's right there. It's like a hanging scapula on horses. So it's like a barrel shape. I don't know if y'all can imagine a 3D cylinder where it goes and it wraps around the back, and that's how you meet the other, other leg going down. But I think, yeah, this leg is too long, like way too long. Like if she were to put her hoof down, it would be like down here. So I think that's the problem with this drawing. It might be an extra joint. I'm not sure. I'd have to study horses again for a minute. This is fucking stupid. Horse butts. Yeah, drawing horse butts. This is weird. I'm not sure what I was doing here. Is that cheek supposed to be sticking out? What is that? I don't know. Is this Inktober? No, this is just drawings. So exaggerating. I think this is reference. Yeah, that's reference right there. I know that's reference. Exaggerating poses, okay? That's what I was doing here. I think it was a thing where I was saying pony. Yeah, I don't think ponies should be saying that kind of stuff. It's so stupid. Oh God, what the fuck? Oh, I know what that is. I think I was practicing turning the head around. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. This is weird too. I think the leggy, fucking A, man. That's weird. The way this chin I tilted the head really good, but I didn't attach the neck right. Exaggerated joints. I think that leg is too long. I had a real issue with lifting the leg up and making sure it was the right size. And this balance isn't right either. She's balancing on 2 legs here, and this back leg isn't in perspective. Like, her hip, to wrap it around, it's back here, like the joint's back here. Her leg should be back, the tip of this hoof should be back here. Critiquing my own shit. That should be like back there. But the normie, you know, average person, average fucking idiot's not gonna notice that. Again, the double leg balance, that's actually okay in my opinion. Really cool pose. I like this pose. See, again, with this obsession with this area. I don't know what was going on with me, man. I'm still kind of obsessed with that. So, bug ponies, I think. Oh, this is freaky. This has to be reference. There's no way. There's no way I drew this from my imagination. I don't know what that's from. I want to say it might be reference. No, this looks freehand. This looks like something I may have pulled out of my ass. That's not bad. That pen I'm using though, wow. I can see the flaws in pens, if that makes sense. These dots that it's leaving behind right here, that's trash. That's a trash pen. Whatever I was fucking using is a trash print pen that leaves these little fucking dots everywhere. That's annoying. I guess you can consider it, you know, flavor. There's another dot right there. Really prevalent. Oh my god. The legless pony. See, that's pretty good. That lean, that neck exaggeration there. The depressed Pinkie Pie with a flower birthday party. And a rock. And her pet rock. Pretty good. I had a lot of fun in that community, y'all. Kind of miss it, but not really. It's not the same. It wouldn't be the same. You know, back during I think it was the George Floyd thing. Yeah, the George Floyd thing is when shit hit the fan. My friend, he's from Italy. Oh god. Should I show it? Okay, one of my friends from Italy, man, he did this as a birthday gift, where Applejack's on a plantation with zebra workers, the zebras. And there's always been this thing in the community where zebras were kind of seen as African, you know, like blacks, like African American, not even African Americans, like from Africa. So he made this very innocent, right? It's just a silly joke for a friend for their birthday. And as soon as it hit the scene, dude, like, the community went crazy. And it was so fucking cringe and stupid. There was like a literal division between the community about right-wingers and leftists, right? Liberals, leftists, or whatever. So around I don't know, was it George Floyd? It was George Floyd, yeah. But that shit was kind of going on back in 2018 too. And this dude, I forgot his name, I think his name was Wooster or some fucking stupid name like that. It was a black guy, so he threw a little bitch fit about it. Called that guy, you know, my friend, you can see his name here, I think. No, you can't. But he called my friend a racist, and everybody associated with him a racist. He tried to go on this derpy Buro website and try to get the mods to like ban him and try to ban anybody associated with him. Our little group of people, the community I was in with them, and like just try to get us all banned and labeled us as racist and all that. And it was a fucking shit show, like a ridiculous fucking shit show. And this shit is too funny. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen. And it was just stupid. It was just a dumb joke. These comments, man. Everyone's so fucking pretentious, you know? It's ridiculous. And meanwhile, they're like, you know, stroking their dicks to like blacked porn and stuff. You know, the Mandingo hung like a horse type shit on social media. Anyway, that's enough of that. Kind of covering what I go through. I think that's it. Oof. Lord have mercy. She's about to sneeze, guys. I think that's about it. Yeah, that was the last one. 2019. Didn't draw too much with pen and ink 2019, I don't think. I lost a whole bunch of stuff. I think I lost my digital folder. No, it's digital art here. I'm gonna look at this off screen real quick before I show it off. 2017. Huh. See, I'm missing like 2 years and I'm not sure what happened. Oh, that's interesting. That's from 2016. But once I started drawing things that I liked, I started improving like a motherfucker. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna show that. It's racist. Let's see here real quick. I know I'm not showing anything, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I really stopped drawing. No, I'm missing some folders, man. That's bullshit. How the fuck did that happen? Ain't nothing really to show. What the fuck? That's weird. Hey, fuck you, it's Glimmer. It's pretty good. So this is back in 2017. Alright, that's enough of that. There ain't nothing really to show off. I set it to the side just to be sure there wasn't anything not safe for work. This sketch ain't bad. It's 2017. Yeah, they ain't bad. Shading's okay. I have a buddy who's way better at light sources than me, and she could critique that to hell and back more than likely. So these are, I would say, the quality of those images or those pictures are a little less than what I had in Inktober, just because I got so much better by this point. This is, oh, it's just a compilation, a collage. That's my Christmas icon. Alright, so that's that. Oh, I don't know what the deal is, man. Freaking, what's his name? Better Bachelor does this shit too. A lot of like YouTube influencer assholes do this shit where they have to zoom in like this guy.
With the purpose.
What is the deal with this zooming in shit? This content creators zooming in so much on their face. If I were like do the video like this and talk to, hey guys, so we're gonna talk about, like, what the fuck? What's the deal with that? Like, lean back, dude. Like, get off the fucking camera. Fucking Better Bachelor does that shit too. Where is he? I haven't watched this goofball in a while. Oh look, he's actually leaning back. When did he start doing that? Did he hear me? Hey. Hey. You can't do that. Fucking asshole.
Laborers, carpenters. Those are good paying.
No. What? I'm being fucked with. Let's find an old video. What the hell? Get rid of that.
Instead, they'll double down.
Not showing his face in this one. You asshole. I'm being fucked with today.
Into a civil.
See, the way, I mean, he doesn't have it right on his face, but it's pretty close. I guess he doesn't do that as much, but this guy, that other guy showed like way up in there, you know? I don't understand that. I was gonna go over this, but I'm not. I'll save it for another time. So I think I went over all that. Content creators, talk about my experiences in the pony art community. Artists throwing a fit and deleting their content. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, yeah, I experienced a lot of dudes who just disappeared off the internet. Just disappeared, like, and then delete all their shit. You know, they tell the mods on that website I was on and tell them to delete all their shit, and they'll do it. If you ask, they usually do what you ask. They were pretty cool people up until Trump got elected, and then the thing with George Floyd happened, and suddenly the world went crazy. Everything went crazy, dude. Like everything. And it's so fucking mind-blowing how all that went down. But anyway, guess we can get into it. Fucking almost a 40-minute ramble. What a shame. I think that's it. Let me see, real quick. What is this? Oh, okay, we're just talking about Chrono Trigger some more. Oh, this guy. The physical rituals. This Lucifer, I don't know if worshipper's the right name, but he said some interesting things. I got in a community post, you want to check it out, and I left a comment. Yeah, I guess that'll do. That'll do. Alright, I'm back. I want to emphasize this point before I start, is that I was just thinking about it. So this misconception about art, about drawing. I got told when I was a child, when I was a kid, you know, over and over that art was a gift. You know, if you had to have the talent or whatever for it. And when I set out to start drawing in 2013, when I was in my 30s, it was like I wanted to prove them wrong. I wanted to say, I bet you anything, it's just a skill like anything else, and turns out that's true. And a lot of kids, a lot of people, you know, have this fucking misconception that art, drawing is this magical thing that just some people can do. And it's fucking bullshit, okay? You little fuckball art teachers in middle school and high school and all that are all full of shit. And I emphasize this to my daughter, where I'm like, there's no such thing as talent. This is a skill. This is something you practice over and over again, like playing an instrument. You know, when people play an instrument, when people learn an instrument, they take roughly about a decade to get good at that instrument, you know? And I don't want to hear no bullshit about some 9-year-old playing Beethoven, because those are the extreme outliers, and unfortunately it's the extreme outliers that we hear the most about, right? Like, oh, they got the talent. They've been playing piano since they were 3 years old, and they just knew how to do it magically. You know, I'm sure that happens, dude. But my point is, motherfuckers like you and me can do it too. It may take a little while. You may develop the aptitude. You may even have the realization that you have an inclination to do certain things. Like, for instance, me, I discovered that I like graphic art. I like logos, you know, like billboards and signs. I like the compositions and all of that. That's when I realized with doing art that I had a proclivity to like these things. And I don't want to hear any bullshit about how you can't draw a stick figure. Because I'll show you how to draw a fucking stick figure. Any motherfucker on the planet can draw a stick figure. And it's just like the normie download script that people play. It's where it's like, oh, you gotta have talent. I can't even draw a stick figure. They're just talented, Brock. It's just fucking sick, man. Like, so many people get discouraged from learning art, or learning how to draw, or picking up a pencil and picking up a pen. And, you know, you have adults who just think that as soon as they pick up a pen, as soon as they pick up this fucking thing, like, oh, I should be able to do it. And as soon as they can't do it, it's like, well, I can't do it. It's like, bitch, move your arm some more. Use your whole arm, dipshit. Quit drawing with your wrist. I mean, man, I cranked out the mileage when I was learning art. The thing is, you know, I practiced a lot drawing on paper, you know, straight line, straight line, straight line. Those kind of exercises. I think I'm gonna switch back to full screen here. I think the guy, his name was Peter Hahn. Peter Hahn. This over here. Let's see. Tutorial. Where is his...
Okay, welcome back, and...
Stop. Yeah, these right here.
Hey guys, how's it going?
So, yep, he would do these exercises.
maybe just like
where he just practices bubbles, lines. You know, that's why you see so many bubbles on my paper. Where he would draw just straight lines, curves, forms, contour forms. What's it called? Yeah, contours, just making up shapes. You know, just to get your mind thinking in 3D. But this is the shit that I did, and I got it from this guy, where he would just, you know, practice drawing straight lines over and over and over again.
Let's just start out with these. We're doing the same exercise and warm-ups, and just because you're in a dynamic 2 doesn't mean we don't want to upkeep with this stuff. Again, the foundation of dynamic 1, this stuff is far more important than you realize. So the basic ideas of line.
It's crazy, it's from 7 years ago.
So line. We have 2-inch, half page, full page. This is stuff. Speed will come naturally.
Here's the thing about it. I'm about to show y'all. You don't even need this. Like you don't even need how to draw a straight line. Mark. Really? And this is the point. This is the point. This dude.
Be lucky enough to get picked. Yes.
This dude
like me.
is doing this with his left hand
that I'm doing
as a way of like showing you, the normie, the dumbass, that this is a skill. This is about knowledge.
I do like Marvel.
This isn't about some mystical, magical thing in the aether that you are bestowed the gift of art. Okay? And the reason I get riled up, because I know there's so many people who think this, and they spread this bullshit.
My opinion on Pine. What an incredible performance.
I think he was using stamps as well, like rubber stamps.
Great precision.
Might be another video where he was doing that.
Show you that does not necessarily have to keep you from creating.
But he's just using his left hand, guys.
Say, you know, I can't.
This is nothing.
And I'll be back with another one.
Can we stop? Spread the word. Spread the word. Drawing ain't shit, y'all.
Cleaned fingers.
It really isn't. It's not that serious. It's supposed to be fun. We're supposed to be having fun. This is why I draw the shit that I drew, because I was having fun. It burns me up, to be honest, and it really shouldn't. And you'll find a lot of left-handed drawing stuff, and it's like, but that's the one that stuck with me, where it's like I knew this already, okay? But this is the video I show people where I'm like, hey, look, Mark Crilly, one of the most talented artists in the world, okay, is drawing this with his left hand. This is about knowledge, okay? This is about knowledge. Oh, he still does things. Nice.
In my life,
yeah, he's so good.
And I am eager to kind of give you all the keys. There's no obligation at all.
Yeah, he's shilling his website. Which is fine, like, get your hustle, man, whatever. I ain't gonna subscribe to your fucking shit. But I love this dude, he's awesome.
On anything that looks quite like it. Reasons you might want within even the have this.
Working my way up to that, but I ended up stopping.
Focusing on, like,
and it's fine, like, I don't feel any which way about it, but I do admire this kind of stuff. Anyway, guys, just to emphasize the point, like, just to drive it home that it's just a skill, dude. And, it's like everything else in this reality, you know, it's so weird. It's weird thinking back on it, because it's like the clues are there, right? The clues are there to reveal themselves. I don't know. I'm speechless. Hey, what's up, guys? My camera back. I don't know why I moved it to begin with. Professional. A real professional. Go. There we go. I don't know why I moved it to begin with. I'll go ahead and start this recording with, yesterday I showed off the art I used to do. I need to do something. I showed off the art I used to do, and the thing I didn't do was show off like I didn't show off like my first drawings, right? So let's go ahead and go over it. This was back in 2014, so what is that, January? So yeah, I started drawing at the end of 2013. I want to say maybe October. So this was like 2 months in. This was Jesus Christ, a really shoddy attempt at a self-portrait. It's okay for like a beginner. Like these drawings are okay for someone who's just learning. But I should have never started with this, only because it's already exaggerated kind of proportions and whatnot. If I'm trying to draw humans, right, this is probably the worst thing to start with in a way. Maybe it's debatable, you know. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother even telling you what's wrong. I mean, it's glaringly obvious that this is somebody who's trying to, you know, trying to learn to draw, you know. Not sure what that's a reference of. This is very terrible. Like, at least there's an attempt, right? I'm not trying to like discourage anybody who's drawing like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least you're trying and moving your arm and putting your hand to paper, putting your pen to paper, because that's where it all begins, right? But there's no point in even, you know, giving myself a hard time, because it's just, yeah, I was starting off. This is February. The next month, you know? So it's a skill, man. Like, actually, no, that's from a cosplayer. I actually know which cosplayer that is. That's funny. I think her name is Queen Riot. Yeah, that's her right there. I think her name is Queen Riot. Here, I'll bump it over a little bit. She's I don't know what she looks like now, but she probably don't look anything like this. That was over 10 years ago, man. Ain't no telling how old this photo was then either. But I definitely had a how do I put it? A type. Yeah, let's just put it that way. I had a particular interest. Oh, that's a drawing of my cat. Cosmo. Yeah, he died of feline leukemia, and I did like a sketch of him. That's not too bad, you know. Actually, that's not bad for somebody who's just started. So that was in April. So that was like probably like 6 months into, probably around 6 months into drawing, you know. I think that's, who is this? Oh, I know what this is. This is from Monster Hunter, I think. Maybe. Oh, geez, I don't know. But, you know, an attempt was made. Like I said, it's all about getting the mileage, dude. Just putting your pen. This is Shantae, obviously. Wow. I was into Shantae. I still like Shantae, so it's like, if I were to get back into drawing humans, I'd be drawing Shantae, you know? Good starting point. So this is like a shadow. I think some weird shadow, light and shadow and cross-hatching, what's it called, practice? Yeah, so this cube is definitely needs to be brought down a little tiny bit. Like, it needs to be, like, the tip needs to be right there where my mouse tip is. But like I said, this is what it looks like, dude. Like, when you're first starting off, your your drawings are gonna be fucking trash. These aren't too bad. This is charcoal. I can tell it's charcoal. This image viewer is so awful. Yeah, this is charcoal. That's not too bad. That's not horrible. It's okay for somebody who's just starting. You know, this is in June, so almost, you know, half a year in. Let's see. Oh, this is fun with a pencil. Drawing old man faces. You know, anybody familiar with if anybody's familiar with having fun with a pencil, that's what that is. Yeah. This thing, you can find a PDF of this pretty easily. You know, there's a meme about Andrew Loomis, when somebody comes into a draw thread and they're like, hey, what should I draw? It's like, go draw your Loomis faces or whatever. You know, go get good by drawing old man faces and stuff like this. Stuff like this is really helpful. It's not something to turn your nose up at, alright? Oh, look, I was gonna say I thought that was a whole PDF, but I guess not. Let's see if I can open this tab. Like, stuff like this, super helpful, y'all, for getting started. I mean, yeah, you just gotta grind it out, man. Stuff shouldn't be too not safe for work. Did it reset? Yeah, it did. This browser is fucking garbage. Who's this? I definitely had a taste, you know, of a type. I'm not sure what this is. I'm not sure who this is. This is a cartoon or something, obviously, like an artist's, you know. I don't know why I'm so phlegmy. Someone else's drawing that I was probably trying to emulate, you know. Gadget. Twilight. Oh god. When was this drawn? Oh! I think this was drawn with the 3DS. Maybe. Because I have a Art Academy portfolio from that game, look. I want to look at the folder. Art Academy for the 3DS, using the stylus and all that. These didn't turn out too bad. Like, they take you step by step, on how to do this, you know. And I could never, I mean, not never, but I can't do this with paints. If you were to hand me a paintbrush, you know, maybe I could figure it out. It's not that difficult. But yeah, these didn't turn out too bad. What's the date on these? It's hard to tell. These were downloaded from like the 3DS thing. I forget what it's called. File sharing kind of server they had going on. Yeah, they said too bad. Pretty steep shadow there. Like if the light source is over here, like light sources have to be kind of low to get that kind of shadow, but it is what it is. Maybe that's what the case is. But anyway. So yeah, just wanted to show that off real quick. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, this Kim Jung-gi. Fucking, if I were to name a master, you know, modern master, and he passed away 3 years ago, I think. But this dude's a fucking beast. Like, Kim Jung-gi's goddamn, like, I don't use the word master too fucking often with describing anything in this reality, but goddamn. This man was just on another level when it came to, oh look, he had horses down here, huh. But, he had it down pat, man, and when he passed away, I did a presentation on it, and, I talked about how he just so happened to pass away, the day that some AI, you know, model went live, and just so happened to be the same day that he passed away. So, yeah, there's that. Got none really much to say. It's just really fucking good. What else can we look at? Okay, that's just fucking reference. Faces. I'm gonna stop clicking stuff. I don't know what's gonna pop up. There's something else I wanted to show off. Screenshots? Yeah, screenshot. So, I think I got rid of all those nice safer work. So these are like bags of flour studies that I was doing, where you kind of imagine, like a bag of flour, and you kind of bend it in your mind, and you kind of try to imagine where the folds are going to be, and lean it over. Like here, there's like a seam on the side you can draw to indicate the side, and all that. Like here's a really these aren't bad. Like I was learning. This is back in 2016, so this is, you know, 2 years after I started getting into art. And these would be a lot better with reference, right? If I were to do this again, I would find something, a pillow, you know, something to get this down better. This is weird. This doesn't look right at all. But anyway, more drawing. See, iterations, right? I was talking to Kirk in a comment section about iterative drawing. So meaning you kind of get into the habit of not getting attached to your first draft, or your second draft, or your third draft, or your fourth draft. You just keep drawing it over and over and over again until you get the result that you're satisfied with, right? That's iteration, right? So iterative drawing is what I called it. And there's a really good example right here. So I got 6 faces, and this final result is probably the one I like the most. I don't like the ears. I would not draw ears like this ever again. These weird fucking cauliflower ears that I was doing. Holy shit. But yeah, and this horn is fucking off too. Jesus Christ, what was I thinking? The way that horn is like, you think of like a straight line and where it's headed. It's like fucking. I can't believe I did that. See, we're here. If you were to think of a straight line going through a sphere, it goes like that straight through. It's supposed to go straight through like that. Right there's the middle. It's gonna go about that way. So, a good way to determine where to put something is to imagine a straight line going through a sphere. You know. These aren't bad. Yeah, these aren't bad at all. 2016. So I was drawing for a solid 2 years by this point. So that's not bad for 2 years of work. It's a slow process, dude. It's just like I said, it's like playing an instrument. You're like playing an instrument your second year, your third year, your fourth year. You know, if you think about if you learn an instrument in high school, in school, you know, you got 6th, 7th, 8th grade. That's 3 years of playing your instrument, right? You're still not good. You're a freshman, sophomore, you know, junior, senior. By the time you're a senior, what is that? 7 years, 8 years of experience. And you're probably getting pretty good, right? And then you get into college, you're going in your 9th and your 10th year. Around that 10th year is when you're going to start becoming really good. And there's outliers and exceptions, right? But it takes roughly, you know, it's going to take a few years to get it down. You might be one of these lucky motherfuckers who kind of have the aptitude for it and they get really good within like 2 years. I've seen that happen where that Italian guy I was talking about, I remember seeing his old animations, and I can probably show it off in a minute. His old animations, and they were not good, okay? And that motherfucker got good in like a year and a half, and he's just fucking amazing artist right now. He still is. So get back into this. I'll look up here. I'm gonna make a tab and remember to look up the guy real quick, so I don't fucking lose track of that. On. There he is. So we'll show this off in a minute. This guy. Cool guy. I like this guy a lot. Kind of lost touch with him. But it's fine. Like, I lost touch with a lot of dudes. I still consider him a friend. I mean, I don't got nothing against him. So more kind of perspective with boxes wankery. This is pretty cool. I like stuff like this. I still do. It's a stupid meme. I do not draw fucking pony heads like that anymore, dude. Yeah, these are really old sketches. But I'm showing these off because they're old sketches. They're not bad. Are these from me? No, these are traces. Yeah, I can tell they're traces. That's funny. Like, no fucking way. But here we go, like, you know, similar kind of poses. I'm not sure what's going on with these. It's weird. What they're doing. Oh, I think I was drawing cats. Or something. Not even sure. I think that's it. Hope there's nothing that's not safe for work here. But yeah, I got my really old, you know, horse drawings and stuff that are somewhere, and I'll be damned if I can find them. I'm not gonna really worry about it too much, but I think I'll get the point. It's like, yeah, dude, this takes work. It really does take work. Like, you're gonna pump it out, like pumping it out. Oops, let me do all that. You know, pumping out your mileage and getting it down and all that. My drawings, what I'm looking for. And it's just, you just grind it out and grind it out and grind it out. You know, and have fun. Like, try to have fun. Because you're meant to have fun. You know, like in this reality, you're meant to have fun. Let's get into this guy real quick. I don't think I'll get any weird copyright strikes. I doubt it. I got some crazy sinus thing going on. What's like this? This is 4 years ago. He's all about the memes, man. This dude's a fucking incredible shit poster. And if y'all don't know, that's the I'll probably get a fucking copyright claim for that. I'll just cut it out if that happens. What was it? The Quagmire? Yeah, Quagmire toilet. I looked it up recently. This fucking thing. He's using reference, guys. Really loud. I'll have to turn it down. So he's using reference, okay? Good artists use reference, alright? I'm just dead ass, you know, bottom line. Do not let anybody tell you, and I tell this to my daughter, it's like, don't let anybody tell you that you're not supposed to copy, or you're not supposed to use reference, and I tell her, like, if you use reference, and you're gonna show it off to people, you gotta let them know that you used reference. That's just kind of a courtesy to whoever you decided to copy, okay? You gotta steal like an artist. That's the proverb. This one's one of my favorites, actually. What is that a reference to? The Simpsons? Oh god, what is it? Fuck, I forgot. It's probably in the comments. It don't matter, but that's a reference to something. I can't remember what. But yeah, dude, it's like fucking.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Really good, man. Look at that. Whatever the hell he did to get that effect is so super cool.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
That green coming from the bottom, and he even had like some reflection going on. That's fucking amazing. I love this dude. I miss this guy. He's just a character, man. Especially in group chat, like talking to this dude is a fucking this dude's a living cartoon, okay? Because if you can tell by just his art style, it's like he's just a very animated person. I would have loved to meet him when they went to the last stupid BronyCon thing. And just for clarity's sake, I am not a brony. Okay. I kept myself as far away from that group as possible, but they still went to conventions and stuff. This dude, like I said, this dude lived in Italy, so he went out of his way to hang out with the boys or whatever. And I didn't go. I would have loved to go. It would have been cool, but he's just so he says the funniest shit. It's like he's just a blast to be around. You know, the 7-Eleven, the job application allusions, as Matt would put it, the allusions. Probably one of his funniest, to me, probably one of my favorites is this. This dude is such a fucking shit poster, man. It's all memes, dude. It's all fucking memes. Who cares? This reality is stupid. Why the volume so low? I think this is from Ren and Stimpy. I get Ren and Stimpy vibes. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it is. Jesus. I might turn the volume down on that in editing. Anyway, that's just to show that off real quick. My daughter,
This looks great, yeah. Oh, what a lovely bouquet. I'm thinking raspberries?
If you're 21.
my daughter's a fan of the show.
Yes. Cheers, Jay.
Cheers.
Specifically, what's it called? Generation 4.
Oh, Jesus fucking.
Which is, you know, friendship is magic, so she's very familiar, and she hates the new iteration, the Gen 5, and I don't like it either. I don't like the style, I don't like anything about it. It's just, ugh. I don't know, it's just not entertaining, and she used to do this thing where she does it with a lot of things actually. She's like my wife that way, where she'll just have something in the background on the TV, like connected to Netflix or whatever, and she would just watch. This is recent too, like she's 13. She would just have My Little Pony on repeat, like the first 5 seasons or so because those are her favorite. That's usually the case with everybody who talks about that series. It's like season 1 through 4 or season 1 through 3. It's like everything's fucking garbage after that. As usually is the case, like Kirk pointed out, it's like everything goes to trash after season 3 for some reason. Like the fandom got too involved and there's too many self-referential bullshit. It's just not fun anymore. So, and it got all Dragon Ball Z weird at the finale of season 3. Oh my god. Y'all want some crazy, stupid entertainment? Go watch the last episode of season 3 and you'll see a pretty fun Dragon Ball Z fight. Now, I'm fucking dead serious when I say that. It's the strangest shit ever. It is entertaining, but you want to talk about ruining a show? And the show is okay after that, but it was just like, man, I don't know, especially after like season 6, it just went to fucking garbage. And a lot of people clocked out around that time. And I clocked out around season 8, I think. I forgot how many seasons are there, but I kind of stopped watching. And was just in the fandom, I don't know. Fucking whatever. Y'all got to peek into my my type. my my hobbies or whatever, my ex-hobbies, whatever you want to consider it. Super dumb. It's so weird how, I don't know, this script that keeps playing, right, where a show gets so popular. And you know what's funny though? Star Trek TNG, The Next Generation, was almost like the opposite effect, where the first 3 seasons, or the first 2 seasons of Star Trek TNG fucking sucked ass, right? And after season 3, they got the flow going, right? They got a better idea of how they want to run their show. So it got really good after season 3, and as everyone's like, don't bother watching season 1 through 2 unless there's very specific episodes you might want to check out, but like the very first episode with Q and all that. And it's weird because it's like with TNG you want to get into season 3 right away, whereas everything else it's like the first 3 seasons are good and after the 3rd season it's fucking trash, I don't know, it's the weirdest thing ever. It's almost like an inverse, like a reverse copy paste or reverse mirror or something going on. So yeah, he mentioned my post-it note method if he thought about getting into drawing or something, and he brought up cooking, which is a really good way to put it, because with cooking, like my post-it note method, as he put it, where I have to draw something on a little 2x2 card, right? Draw something to get practicing, rip it up, throw it away, rip it up, throw it away, over and over again. That really forced me to keep drawing, right? And not get attached to the drawings. And with cooking, it's the same thing where you cook and it goes away, right? So you have to cook again, and you have to cook again, and cook again. Like it's an iteration. You have to make a different iteration each time, more or less. So it's like cooking and drawing to me are kind of similar in that regard. Any skill really, like when you play an instrument, when you're playing a trumpet or something, like the moment's gone, so you have to keep playing if you want to get better, obviously. But with cooking, it's like you're forced to, if you want to keep cooking, you're forced to just make something new. And that's what you do with drawing. Like you make something new every time. You know what I mean? So the post-it method is something I came up with. Yep. I came up with that. Just don't know why really. I don't know how it came to me, but I think I just had them on my desk one day, and I was just kind of doodling on it, and it kind of struck me where I was like, oh, I can use this to practice, and I can just throw it away, and I won't be that way I won't be attached to my drawings anymore. And it worked, and like 6-7 months of that, it just fucking worked. It's the weirdest thing. And soon after that, it's hard to draw in a 2x2 space, so moved on to drawing paper and all that. Oh yeah, I got into ink drawing because I wanted to. It's so dumb. I wanted to. In hindsight, I mean, it worked out, right? But I wanted to get into the habit of not erasing, right? So when you use a pencil, when you first use a pencil and you're starting out, you want to like erase and correct mistakes, and don't do that, okay? Don't. This is to me. I think this is still solid advice. Is that when you're drawing, okay, and you start making mistakes, don't bother erasing. Either draw over it, like when you're sketching, right? You're drawing over your sketches. When you draw over it, or just start over. It'll force you to start over. So that's why I started using one of these motherfuckers, because this forces you to either start over or develop a really light touch. Which was what happened to me. I did both, and I developed a really, really light touch with these fucking shitball office pens. Because you can control the ink flow by how much pressure you put on it. You develop a really light touch. So these little ballpoint pens are perfect for sketching, in my opinion. But that's just me, okay? You'll have a lot of disagreements with other artists. I happen to have, considering when I stopped drawing, I happen to have like 8 years of experience, just straight up. It would be a lot more if I didn't quit, but it is what it is by this point. So I think I'm an okay authority to say something like that, And it's debatable. It all depends on the person, but to me, it's like, I don't know. If you want to draw with a pencil, draw with a pencil. I don't care. But I'm just saying, don't get in the habit of erasing all the time because it's a waste of time. So I started drawing with cheap office pens, to get into the habit of not erasing. And in my opinion, it worked. It worked really well. You know what I mean? That's just me. So I started off with 0 skill. I knew nothing about drawing, okay? 0 skill. And it's something now, obviously, right? Objectively, I can look at my drawings and be like, yeah, that's okay. And have like I said, have an objective attitude about it, because I can look at my old drawings and still kind of see flaws in them. So yeah, using your wrist and elbow. Get away from using the wrist and use your shoulder, like I just demonstrated where I held the pen. I don't do this, okay? You don't do this. This is for writing, where you use your fingers and your wrist. You can use that for small details, using your wrist and your fingers, but get into the habit. I don't know if you could see it like that. So get into the habit using the shoulder, okay? There's a muscle like back here. I can't really point it out, but there's a muscle, like specific muscle back here that I think it's about right there. That I use, that actually I injured from drawing too much, because I was drawing for like 5 hours a day, like nonstop for like weeks, and I ended up hurting myself. I had to take a break. It's like, I think that was the one time, because I didn't miss a day. Like I want to say from like 2014 all the way to like 2018, right? Yeah, 2018. So a solid 4 years of drawing every day, at least an hour. And I think I took like 3 days not drawing because I had injured my shoulder. And I had a discussion with another girl, with another female. She's a female, doesn't matter, but she's a girl artist. Again, that don't matter, but she was really cool. I liked her a lot. She's super good, like fucking crazy good artist. Really good with light and shadow. But she had injured herself in that area too, and she had to take a break. So that was really funny that we both had that happen to us around the same time, because she had to take a break from drawing and all that because she had injured her shoulder right in that same spot. And there's a muscle there, and I forget what it's called, but there is a name for that muscle that I injured. But when you first start off, you're gonna be drawing for the elbow. Lift it up. You're gonna be drawing like that from the elbow. So what I would suggest, this is gonna be weird. You're gonna take a piece of paper. You're gonna take a piece of paper. You can put it on a clipboard if you want, actually. Hang it on the wall. Hang it on the wall like this. Okay? See if I can get it. So you're gonna hang it on the wall, and you're gonna practice. If you do, right? Do or don't, I don't care. but you're gonna practice making like figure eights. You're gonna practice making figure eights like that. Where it's like figure eights, circles, figure eights, and all that. Put it up against the wall. Use a pencil, okay? That way you'll see the markings. So you're gonna make figure eights like that, and do it, and then go backwards. Figure eights backwards. It's gonna be difficult. You're gonna find it really difficult. Going the other way because you're not really used to doing that, right? That's, to me, that's the best way to practice. You can do this for like 5 minutes, right? Don't do it for hours, okay? Don't do that one exercise for hours. That's a warm-up. You do it as a warm-up. So you can warm up with that for 5 minutes and just do it for fun. Even if you're not going to get into drawing, I want you to do it right now just to see how difficult it is. Like I said, do figure eights, then you're going to do circles, practice using your elbow, using your shoulder. These are going to be completely new sensations, okay? And eventually your brain's going to rewire itself after a few days of doing this and getting some good sleep. Because good sleep is really important when you're trying to do art. And I'm telling you right now, stay hydrated and make sure you're eating. And don't hyper focus on it to the point where you're not eating or you're not drinking, because it really, your brain is using up resources, okay? This shit can wear you out. And from sitting and using your shoulder and not even, it's just using your mind so often is going to wear you out. So get really good sleep. Don't stay up till like 5 a.m. fucking drawing like I used to do. And because it's going to wear you out. You're not going to get as good as you can get. Take supplements, take your vitamins, whatever you do to try to stay energized. I think Anon, the guy that I was just talking about, come on, focus, was actually on ADHD medication. And I'm convinced that that's the reason he got so good so quickly, is that he was just strung up on that medication all the time. And I don't know, I've heard him mention it a few times, and I got my suspicion that was the reason why. Not the reason, but definitely a symptom of why he got so good. How he got so good in so little time. Yeah, I talked about the bacon. Yeah, words like, normies, you mentioned it up here, like normies who talk about talent and all of that, talking about he's having a interest in drawing. Say, yeah, dude, pick it up, but just figure out what you like first, Maybe not even first, like just start drawing whatever and see if you like it or not, I like still life drawings, I could set up this can somewhere with a light source and just go at it and see what happens and have fun with it. You know what I'm saying? They're really just lazy sacks of shit, sad sacks of shit who'd rather think that the gods bestow talent through their grace and authority. That really reminded me of Billy. What Billy says about the jobs, right? The jobs are just come down from the heavens. By some mystery authority, and it's really funny that I kind of worded it that way. I think I got just through listening to his last video, and that's why I kind of worded it that way, and I thought it was a really good way to word it. That's what burns me up about it. Nobody wants to put in effort, and it seems that most prevalent when it comes up to sketching and drawing. Any other skill is treated as if it's understood that it'll take years to master. Drawing is treated like some weird black sheep, where everyone thinks you're supposed to be born with that skill. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I thought that. I did think that, and I was out to go, is that true? So I went ahead and did it. That's the kind of person I am, I guess. Am I? Okay, which is why I got into drawing. I almost quit 9 months in before I discovered I liked drawing cartoons. When I began having fun is when the game started. That's why I emphasize to figure out what you want to draw, and then you'll start discovering what fundies you need to study. When I say fundies, I mean fundamentals. Like old Cartoon Network cartoons, literally Google that and copy that style. You'll start seeing shortcomings and flaws, and you work from there. Copy other artists whose style you like, figure out what you like, and incorporate it into your own drawings. To me, that's really important. Like, find your heroes, if that makes sense. Like, find the people who art you admire. And it might take a while before you figure that out, but find out why or copy them and find out why you like them, and then you'll start discovering why. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody has proclivities. Like I said, I've figured out that I like graphic art from just drawing. You know, drawing and drawing and drawing. And finally, I was like, why do I do this? It's like, oh, it's because I kind of like graphic art. I kind of like graphic design. Yeah, you know, logos and whatever. McDonald's signs is a good example. Why is the McDonald's sign so fascinating? Why does it draw attention? You know, shit like that. Like why with a color composition, why does the colors work? Shit like that. Yeah, you know what's funny? I think I saw you mixing ingredients with your hands, and I noticed the movements you were doing. I thought that was strange, because most people just use their fingers or something. So yeah, I did kind of notice that. But yeah, Kino is Ayla's femboy. Femboy sex toy, essentially. Internally screamed. I was like kind of internally screaming when I realized that. I was like, oh no. I never really caught that until Kirk mistook Kino for fucking, you know, for Ayla's sister, and I was like, holy shit, he's right. He does look, kind of looks like a, you know, kind of a girly man. Yeah, you can probably bullshit your way through a lot of boss fights. Asamune's isn't even that hard. Kind of funny. Mark? Oh, too far from the mark. I don't know why that confused me so much. Oh, the Latino, yeah. So the trans people, the fucking liberal weirdos were trying to, you'll see it now, it's pretty common now, but they tried to change, or they not try, they did try to bring the Latinx into the public lexicon, and because they think Latino is sexist, right? The word Latino is sexist. You don't know if they're a male or a female, or they might be trans, so they started using Latinx. See, Latinx is a gender-neutral term used to refer to people of Latin American descent. See, it's already in the public lexicon. They forced that. That was AstroTurf like a motherfucker, okay? AstroTurf like a motherfucker. They brought that in. All the idiots started parodying it. Now we got it. I won't use that term. They can kiss my ass. Yeah, the TF2 silhouette thing. Like I said, we probably watched the same documentary. And I watched that. When did Orange Box come out? Around that time. Around the time Orange Box came out. I think it came with, I want to say it came with all that weird behind the scenes stuff. That's really interesting. I think that's where I saw that, and I actually watched all of them. I thought they were neat. This is before I got into art too, so it's pretty weird that that's the thing that stuck out the most. When it came to that, you know, whatever behind the scenes documentary type of deal. You know, who's that Pokemon? It's a good example. Who's that Pokemon? God, just a bunch of fucking memes. So Pokemon's a really good example of really good silhouettes, you know? So real quick.
Pokemon, get to the Who's that Pokemon? It's Pikachu! Pikachu!
So pretty coughing, Caterpie, Kakuna? Yeah. Oh no, it's Metapod. Oh no, I'm a fake fan. That's Onyx. Come on. I'm a fake fan. Fucking Kakuna. What the? Metapod, dude. But yeah, dude, solid silhouettes, you know. Caterpie. It's even with the TF2 thing, it's like, man, these are the TF2 models are like in 3D, you know, so I wonder if something I can look up. Somebody talks about it here. You know, what's funny about the people like this, they just regurgitate, you know, what they saw in the documentary in their own way. And then they say, oh, here it goes, like fucking, you know, writing a book report. in high school where you just read something, you just regurgitate it out in your own words. Like, oh my god, such an amazing writer. Writing was so easy, man. Writing is so fucking easy in high school. My teachers used to praise me all the time because my book reports and stuff were so good. I just reworded everything that I researched. Wow, I got an A. Big fucking whoop. Big fat fucking deal.
That character concepts,
Yeah, he's just regurgitating.
elements deemed far too noisy are removed.
It's
One
fine,
rule
I
the
guess.
design team created was to
Who
place
doesn't do that?
most of the design process is entirely grayscale. This is intentional. Silhouette design. Finally, after all this, they started to introduce color. Moby said that the choice of red and blue were in consideration of colorblind people.
Oh my god, is that the magenta? Jesus H. Christ.
And it was also the color combination used in Team Fortress Classic. Building
That looks
upon
badass.
this, they developed the general theme of red and blue team. Since red is a warm color, they would use warm colors of natural materials like wood and brick. Blue is a cold color, so blue team would comprise of cool colors of industrial, sterilized, and metallic materials. Pinning down
Yeah,
the red
dude.
for those on how saturation lies will perhaps Leyendecker. This is what writing, which was inspired again by Leyendecker.
Hey,
This is what
Leyendecker. I like
ensures that
Leyendecker
you
a
can
lot.
always spot another player
One of my
from at a
heroes.
distance.
One of my art heroes. Yeah, good composition. Nope. Yeah, the contrast.
Hi, this is Gabe.
Lights and shadows. This is really good. That's awesome. That's fucking fantastic. This is trash. Nope, it's fucking garbage, that's why. Whoever... I don't see a tracer, man. Like, what the fuck? It's just this is good, though. Like, this is solid.
TF2 is in.
Yeah, light and shadow, light and shadow. You nail light and shadow, dude, you're gonna be an amazing artist. Blacks and whites. My daughter, man, wow. She did one thing. Golly, I'd have to find it. Was it? Alright, so I'm gonna show this off real quick. So this is a picture I took of our cat Baby, and it's a stupid meme I made. Kind of low res, you know. I fucked with the settings. This is my image, okay? And I put words above it, and she did this. So she took, a photo reference and did this, okay? That's fucking fantastic. That's so unbelievable. Like, I would have never guessed a 13-year-old girl did this. And I'm not saying this because she's my daughter, okay? I'm saying this is like she understands light and shadow pretty fucking good for someone her age. That's crazy. Like that's better. That's like I would admit that that's maybe better than me. But I don't know, like I showed y'all the silhouette studies, right? So yeah, she just fucking nailed it. She's a pretty funny shit poster. This is a picture I took as well, and she just, messed with it. She did a study of this too, where she did a similar thing with the light and shadow, but I can't find that, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't find it. Oh well. I think she may have it privated. She may have it on private, so that's why I can't find it. But it's fine. I'll ask her later, and I'll see about showing it off. And I'm not, like I said, like, I know I'm her dad, but it's like, I can objectively look at art and be like, holy fuck. she got the way she got the shapes down, man. Like that blows my mind. It really truly does. My mind would have been blown if I just saw that from anybody. You know, not just because she's my kid or anything, but if she keeps at it, she's gonna be a fantastic artist by the time she's an adult. You know. All right, guys, how's it going? Gonna make another recording. It's been a little while. Kind of get back into Kirk playing Chrono Trigger here, but cats are making noises. All right, guys, let's go ahead and go over this. Yeah, it's pretty funny the way that this is the same day. So I decided to watch Kirk play for a little bit in his recent recording, and I kind of realized I don't have to watch these in order, you know. So I was like, you know, I already know everything about the game. I can watch Kirk's last video for a little bit and see if he says something interesting. And lo and behold, it ends up being the exact same day that today is. And I just thought it was too funny that yeah, like he said here, I noticed earlier that today was 6/6. You know, today is 6/6. You know, 4 + 2 is 6. So. But he broke it down a little better with his reply here, and it really is today really is like 666, you know. The 5 + 2 + 2 is 9. That's the inverse 6, as above so below, you know. 9 is upside down 6. So today is 666. Isn't that fun? And the July 1st thing, it's funny too because her next entry, in case y'all don't know, the Lucca, when she was a child, right, she had this very traumatic experience involving machines and her mother getting her legs caught in this machine right here.
Actually gonna be fucking
and being unable to save her, right? And the July 7th thing is funny because I'll show it here. So that was actually I did this video a few weeks ago where Elon Musk, fucking Elon Musk, let's get Lone Scum, got entangled with this lady, Ayumi Yamazaki, and when this all started with the date July 1st because that happens to be the song that I remembered, and lo and behold, this Japanese singer got entangled with Lone Scum. You know, so it's just fucking weird shit. Okay, so synchronicity, two synchronicities right in a row, alright? Like I said here, I'm not quite caught up. I'm gonna get into that in a minute. The Prometheus thing was really, really interesting. Let's see here. So I break down Lucca's tomboyish, you know, personality. And I just got through going over this like literally a minute ago, and I realized I wasn't recording. So I explained this whole thing and I wasn't recording. Like, fuck, I'm gonna have to fucking say it again, and hopefully I nail the point home. So I'm gonna go ahead and read this. From Lucca's point of view, it may have been her lack of manliness that could have prevented the accident with her mother. Makes sense that she would emulate her father because becoming some sort of tomboy in the process. She mimics what her perception of the Animus, which is her major Animus figure, her own father. Reflects life as well when young girls who have poor Animus figure end up emulating bad boys, or actually according to their own perceptions of what a bad boy is. From there, the men in the girl's life begin to reflect the fake projection and turns into a terrible cycle. Bad boys act like bad boys because that's what women perceive them as, rather than anything that reflects the reality of it. In Lucca's case, her father would be the ultimate light. There is no need for her to project the fake Animus onto her father because that's just who he is. It isn't a fake Animus. This is why young girls need their fathers in their life. They need to see the light and only the light. It's heartbreaking when that is missing. And I go over tomboys and how they're pretty good at, you know, from what I've noticed, I noticed that tomboys tend to be like traditional wives a lot better than other kind of other types of women. So what do I mean by this? All right, it's kind of esoteric, right? So from Lucca's point of view, right, she perceives, so this whole incident with her mother, getting caught in this machine, right, in her mind, and she would never outwardly express this. Again, we're treating
fictional characters as if they're real, but this applies to real life. And from Lucca's point of view, she could have prevented this by becoming more like her father, right? So she begins reflecting those attributes of what she perceives as manliness. But the thing is, it's not coming from some fake Animus figure like say for instance a bad boy, you know? It's coming from her actual father. It's coming from the light, so it can't be corrupted. The only way it can really be corrupted is if, let's say the mother steps in and, you know, talks shit or begins turning the daughter away or talking, you know, like talking crap about the dad and all that. That's when that neuroses starts. That's when that trauma starts. So this is all in Lucca's mind. So, like I said, it's really crazy that a game like this kind of shows this, but trying to, like, the writers don't understand. Like, the writers will tell a story like this, right? They'll have a script about, you know, Lucca got into machines because her mother got into this accident, right? Which is true, but it's a little deeper than what actually happens to young girls that become this like tomboy person, where, like, in Lucca's mind, maybe on the surface level it's about the machines, but in a deeper spiritual level, Lucca recognizes this idea that she needs to become more like her father. And in order to become more like her father, she has to begin reflecting him. And that's the light, right? Because the light shines and everything else reflects. You know, the father is the light and the children are the reflections of that light. Does that make sense? So, like I said, surface level shit. They'll say, oh, she became an engineer or a machinist because her mother got her legs crushed in this machinery accident and she wants to prevent that. And it's like, yeah, maybe that's surface level shit, but deep down, it's because she recognized the importance of becoming more like her father. Does that make sense? So, like I say here, bad boys act like bad boys because that's what women perceive them as. So you got women, young girls, seeking the animus, right? Seeking the animus that their father didn't give them. The father wasn't the light in their life. Therefore, they're seeking the animus, meaning, and they don't know what they're looking for. So they begin, like, kind of making up attributes, like the bad boy attributes, like the smoking and drinking, what society tells them manliness is, right? And they'll look for that in other men, and the men or the boys will begin reflecting that, and it becomes this terrible cycle, right? This kind of satanic Ouroboros, snake eating its own tail type of situation where the guys are merely reflecting the projection that the young girls are giving them, rather than it being a natural kind of godly light, if that makes sense. I explained it better a while ago, but I think that'll do for now. So it's like it's a fake light, it's a fake projection. And when it's the father, like I said, when it's the father, it's not a fake light. It can't be a fake light, it's impossible. And they're piece of shit dads too, right? And I'll totally admit this, there's like piece of shit dads that project the wrong animus, you know, that happens. I won't deny that, but I'm saying in this case with Lucca, it's probably a lot better than, let's say, Marle. Just to get into it, like Marle maybe wasn't, Marle is seeking the animus, right? Because she didn't get it from her father. Her father's like a king, kind of ignoring her, letting other people raise her, you know, that kind of bullshit. You know, letting the tribe raise her and all that. It's like, oh, it takes a tribe to raise a child or whatever that bullshit is. So she's looking for the animus. So she runs away from the castle, goes to the Millennial Fair, meets Chrono, right? So Chrono could be considered maybe the bad guy, right? And Kirk was the one who brought this up, and fucking on point, dude. Like, Chrono kind of is the description of a lot of things. Like, he is kind of like the bad guy in a way, right? At least according to society, even though it was more happenstance that he happened to, like, he's a felon, right? Technically a felon.
And fucking the king's daughter is like hanging around with this felon. She's hanging around with the bad guy, technically, right? According to society's standards. It's really funny when you fucking say it that way, because it's just crazy that they put this shit in their game. This isn't a fucking video game, dude. And these writers, like, I'm gonna flat out say it. Maybe it's arrogant of me to say these writers had zero fucking clue what they were doing. They're not thinking about this stuff, okay? And it's still, the script still plays out. Like, you can't fucking avoid it. Like, you can't wiggle around it, Oh my god. It's so crazy. This is why modern writing's trash, by the way. Not this story, but like they try to, like, the diversity and all that equity and the wokeness and the fucking political correctness, like trying to wiggle around the facts, wiggle around these ideas of anima and animus, and even then they can't really escape it. They can't avoid it. It's just fucking wild to me. So, what else? I think I covered everything I wanted to cover. Poor Animus finger in a bang. Yeah, I think I repeated pretty much what I wanted to say. Like, yeah, man, I ranted for like 5 minutes and forgot to unpause. That sucked ass. When I did it, when that happened, I was like, oh fuck, I don't even feel like recording now. Like that kind of dread, like, oh, I gotta repeat all that shit. Alright, yeah. Let's see here. I need to glance at OBS more.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It's pretty brutal. The scene's pretty brutal.
What
what
did I touch?
Just fucking fade to black, That's crazy. What's funny is that this part, when you don't save Laura, it shows July 1st, right? Oh, wait, it's 7:15. What the fuck? Where's the July 1st thing at? July 1st. Oh, here we go.
I hadn't heard what the doctor told Dad.
Okay, this is, yeah, when she loses her legs, that's, they find out that she's a crippled, right?
Man, I mean, I guess
And later on, it's like, when you save her, it's actually, the next entry is actually July 2nd, which is pretty funny. I'll find it real quick. Oh, wait, here we go.
legs.
Here we go. Yep, July 2nd. So when you save her, it's actually July 2nd that this entry's on.
Whatever she's fucked up by.
I don't know what that means, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
Fucked up legs or...
Oh, and Kirk, he was wearing a... He made a comment that Robo was...
Probably the cafe.
Excuse me. Let's see. I won't be able to find it, but you made a comment that Robo was wearing something on his head. It's actually a do-rag, like a... like a fucking Mammy Two Shoes. I'll show you. Like a Mammy Two Shoes do-rag type of thing. I don't know if I can find it. Yeah, that one of those fucking... Yeah, those things. Like he was wearing one of those handkerchiefs. You know, the mammies wear. I'm sure it's in Japanese culture too, right? It's not just black culture or whatever, but you get what I'm saying. Fucking Mammy Two Shoes, dude. What the fuck? I know it sounds like a fucking weird thing to reference. You know what I mean? The fucking Mammy Two Shoes for no reason, just out of fucking nowhere. What was that thing? Oh yeah, I used to watch Tevin, and I'm gonna go over this sometime too. I got a lot to say about it. Really bright young man, dude. But that's gonna have to be a separate video because it's 30 minutes long. Let's close that. Oh yeah, the Mammy Two Shoes thing. God, I wish I could find the video, but it's just a fucking ocean of archives I'd have to go through, and I'm not gonna do that. I was watching Tevin. I think he was going over. He was talking about Amberlynn Reed, which is this fucking influencer chick. It doesn't matter. This really fat girl, like 600 pounds. She's lesbian. Okay, lesbian, whatever that means nowadays. So she always has a new girlfriend like every 6 months or whatever, and she had one of her like second to the last, maybe even third to the last by this point. I kind of follow her a little bit, but she had a black girlfriend, and Tevin made a joke that it was given a Mammy Two Shoes vibes. And I knew exactly what he mean when he said it, not because of the Mammy Two Shoes, but the fucking thing where you only see oh my god. You only see like her bottom half, right? Because Amberlyn Reed didn't want to show show her girlfriend's face or nothing, so all you would ever see is like, you know, stuff like this where it's just the bottom half. That was the vibe. And she had, you know, the lighter skin palms and all that because she's black. And I thought it was the funniest thing. It's like, this motherfucker just made a Mammy Two Shoes reference that I actually understand out of nowhere. Like, I wish I could find it, but I'm not gonna fucking find it. What's her name? Amber. I think it's like Lynn Reed. Girlfriend. She was with her for the longest time. That's really fucking gay that I know this, okay? Don't even ask. Like, don't even fucking ask how I know these things. I followed, kind of sort of follow this chick for a little bit. Just because she's so fascinating. Just a fucking disaster of a person. That I can't even make fun of because it's like, golly, she just makes fun of herself. Let me put black girlfriend in and see if anything comes up. Probably not. I'm not gonna take too long looking into this. It ain't that important. Fucking Christ. Golly, there's so much crap with this chick, this fucking bull dyke of a person. I did find it pretty humorous when she came out, the one girlfriend came out and made like a video fucking blasting Amberlyn Reed for like an hour. I was like, oh my god, this is entertainment, dude. I'm just fascinated by shit like this with some of these people. And I don't really follow anybody really. It's a kind of, you know, happenstance kind of weird shit that I happen to catch. Like, for instance, Tevin was a person talking about her. That's really the only reason I know who she is. Maybe there's an off chance, a very slight off chance I'll find it this way. Oh my god. This shit ain't important, y'all. This is just silly pre-stream, you know, not pre-stream, before I get into Kirk's video, just stupid shit that got me thinking. I don't have anything with a girlfriend in it. Oh yeah, here it is. This is the thing where she was talking shit. Her ex. This is so stupid.
No, like I said,
this shit ain't important, but
everyone AL.
In January of 2016, we got Twinkie. That also started our roommate drama, with our roommate moving out and
Bart Simpson tattoo.
saying until we found
Fucking
another
retarded.
roommate, basically, that she would pay her part to try to be fair. Ended up getting really behind on it. So
where is it? Oh wait, she called her wifey, didn't she? Yeah. And she got a new girlfriend. That was the black lady. This is so dumb.
like she really, it was so.
Where is she? Fucking A. Oh my god, it's annoying the fuck out of me. Y'all get a peek into the stupid shit I watch. Like, fucking waste of goddamn time. You wanna talk about a waste of time? And it's all DSP stuff. God damn. I would have loved to show it just because of Mammy Two Shoes thing. I'm pretty sure I made a comment on it too. God damn. I'm pretty sure I made a comment on it. I'm kind of upset. Is this by chance?
Ornament fell to the floor and broke, as you can see here.
She had a new, fucking new girlfriend by this point. Where's the black lady? God damn. Kind of upset. the Vlogmas, so it would have been between. It would be further back here, but I think this is all. This is all gonna be dark side filled shenanigans. I saw food and thought of Amberlin Reed. The Kino Casino thing was wild. DSP's got some crazy fucking just non-stop entertainment from this dude. I hadn't watched him in a while though. I haven't watched Tevin in a while either. Deucer. You play that. See, there's a lot of streams I missed. Back in time. KO Gaming. Yeah. Wifey's gone. It would have been after this. Let me see if there's a chance. Well, this is too far back. Jeez. It's under videos. I doubt it. Just feel free to skip all this. Really not important. I'm not gonna clip it out though. Dang. Oh well. I guess I'm not gonna worry about it. But yeah. I don't think they were together very long, but like I said, it's fucking stupid. You want to talk about wasting my fucking time on bullshit? That would be number one. Number one in my books. Let's see, what else can I go over real quick, and then we'll get into Kirk's playthrough, and I'll play Clash at Demon Head or something. Alright, I wanted to make a quick comment that I was thinking about when I was using the bathroom. So, I talked about how the men are the light, right? The fathers are the light, and the children are reflections of the father. And that's the proper order, right? So what happens when, let's say, the women or the girls begin projecting onto the boys, right? They project onto the men of what they perceive as manliness, sometimes in the form of these bad boys, you know? And that's the reverse order, because at that point the women are the light, right? And the women are the light and the men are the reflections. And that's not the proper order. That's why we're having a lot of issues in the society right now, because men aren't acting according to the light of God. They're acting according to the light of women. Women are giving off the light. And it's not light, it's a fake light, it's a projection, right? You can think of a little projector projecting onto a wall. It's a fake light, it's a phony light. So I just wanted to add that, because I think it's really important, like really fucking important to have that understanding. Let's see, anything else need to go over? Yeah, the Billy thing, the thing with Billy and his son, I want to go over that really bad, but I'm not gonna have time tonight and get into the playing the game I want to play. Not only that, I think I'm getting a little mentally tired, so I won't be able to focus on it the way I kind of want to. More art stuff. I guess I can go over that real quick. So that one is easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, I said I might work on demystifying art and drawing. You know this thing about mentality I have about you can do this too if you quit being a lazy piece of shit. People who have this idea of talent, right? There's this thing, ever since I was a kid, I've heard this where it's like drawing and painting is always treated as some kind of gift from the heavens. You know what I mean? It's just the weirdest thing, like to the point where I think it's some weird Humpty Dumpty, like some not milk push about getting people to think that, like, it's only like this with drawing and, you know, painting, really. I'm sure it's like that with a few other things, but because it's like understood with people that, oh, to be a musician you gotta practice, right? You gotta practice your instrument. Anything else, it's like, oh, drawing and painting, you must have been bestowed this gift from God. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that. Instead of be like the opposite of Bob Ross, where I just call people morons. Basically telling them you can draw too, you know, any fucking dipshit can learn to draw. It's like me personally, I went from 0 skill to being somewhat decent, right? I'm not saying I'm this great fucking sketch artist or anything like that or whatever. It's like anybody can learn this. It's a very mechanical, technical thing. If you just get your head out of your ass, it's something you can learn. It's a learned skill. Anyway, I guess that'll do. Okay, let's delete that. Damn, I'm really annoyed that I can't find the Mammy Two Shoes joke. Cause it was fucking funny when he said it. Yo, okay, I think I found it. Holy fucking shit. Why can't I manifest things that are fucking useful? Yo, I gotta find it now. I have to find it. Was it Vlogmas? Might have been this. This stupid shit. I hate this girl so much.
But it's only
I don't hate her, but I feel bad for her.
But he's just making excuses. Just figure it out, man.
I was gonna turn it down. I can't even make fun of her weight, dude, because it's like fucking low-hanging fruit by this point. It's so funny. I was about to give up. I paused the video. I was like, let me look for a minute. Let me just look for a minute or two. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to click on this one. It's from 2 years ago. Lo and behold, I found the comment where I said, big ups, Mammy Two Shoes. We're doing this. I want to find this. I'm going to sit here till I fucking find it. Can't be that hard to find. Alright, Cooking with a Doc. I can't believe it was that far back with Cooking with a Doc. Cooking with a Doc was forever ago. Where the hell is the time gone? Okay, Vlogmas, DSP's a Twinkie, Vlogmas day 1. Okay, here. Their cat rarity. You know, like the pony. Alright, fucking found it.
A suspicious cartoon character.
Thanks a lot, transcript. The transcript thing actually really helped. Let's rewind it a good bit.
The names now.
Yes. So you're obsessed with dogs.
I don't remember.
I figured.
Yeah, Destiny.
I feel like
Destiny was
put it on your
one.
desk or something.
I was about to say and Dusty too, but Destiny and Dusty the same person.
It's a page-a-day gallery calendar type deal situation.
So this is wifey. This is.
So this was wifey.
This is wifey. They're like a weird cartoon character. A suspicious cartoon character. Like, I don't know. I feel like this kinda is a cartoon character in some cartoon. It's just a wait, I'm thinking of Tom and Jerry. I might be able to find it. It's mad specific. And somebody probably called it racist. Okay, maybe Mama would give me the right thing too. I need the lady. Yo, she had a face? That shit fake. Fucking TikTok? No, that's a short. That shit fake. We gotta get banned.
Cheer.
Can we watch Tom and Jerry on YouTube? I don't even know. I just need one little frame though. This is what I was thinking of. This is wifey.
So
this
fucking stupid.
Yeah, I was gonna type Mammy. It's not their mama, but she's just some random lady. She's not even that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is wifey. It's the same fucking thing. Somebody that watched Chamberlain had to notice this. Somebody.
I'm one of the only motherfuckers on the.
Got the same vibe.
I'm one of the only motherfuckers on the planet that understood that joke at the time.
I used to watch Tom and Jerry a lot, dude. Obviously. So seeing this suspicious angle that's obviously hiding the face and you know it, it's like, this remind me of something, but what?
You can like set it up Like every day is a new dog.
But it used to just be like a hand would slide out and hand a drink or some shit like that. And now we get like this angle for the most.
This is for my entertainment by this point.
Here, let me give them a little tea. Let me see the back.
Fucking obsessed dog nutters as usual.
2023. Oh my god, they're so cute!
Oh god, we have a day, a gift a day too. Can't forget about
Holy
that.
fan service. Getting fan service over here.
Jesus Christ. I forget I watched this. No, I watched Vlogmas Day 1.
Anyway, I wasn't gonna get sleep until I fucking found it. I can't believe I found it. And I remember leaving a fucking comment too. That's so crazy. Oh my god, this is so dumb. This reality's retarded, like retarded as fuck.
Sashimi. Man, that is a weird. That's a weird dish to have in this localization, because probably mostly something in Japan. Sashimi.
Sashimi. Anytime I hear the word sashimi, I think of
What you see and feel is real. Well,
I think of Darius.
about yeah.
What if I can find it? The Darius
What I would
thing.
expect.
That shoot 'em up.
You believe in fate, which means our lives are all predetermined. Well,
did I find it? Sashimi grade shooting. Here we go. I found it. That was quick. Where is it at? Need a timestamp. It's in the background. A friend of mine pointed it out once. For whatever dumb fucking reason, oops. For whatever stupid reason, it always stuck out in my mind was the sashimi thing in Darius, because of my friend, I have a friend who, he's from Arkansas, who likes shoot 'em ups a whole lot. He likes the Darius series in particular. Wow. I think I'm getting tired. Here we go, I found it. Timestamped it. It's the same video. Yeah. What a world. It'll play. Always wanted a thing called tuna sashimi. It's really hard to hear. There it is. It's really stupid. I don't know what compelled me to, play that. Anytime I hear the word sashimi, I think of that. It's really stupid. Oh, you know what this music reminds me of? Again, I'm getting fucking, my brain's going.
I'm Doreen.
Going numb.
Path and open the doors of knowledge, each in turn.
It's not rubber fruit. Mewtendoo. Mewtendoo.
Old Spice body wash can't block.
That's not it. Corridors. You took this song and did shenanigans with it. There it is, I found it. Corridors of Darkholme. I think I've officially lost my mind. It's very gay. So stupid. It's a Darkholme meme. I think you got the wrong door. Leather Club's 2 blocks down. The guy's all like, fuck you. My mind's been ruined by memes.
a little millennial brain rot, you know what I'm saying? That might be my thumbnail. Yeah, that's gonna be my thumbnail. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? White jocks, leather. Water torture? What? For real? This is good. Yeah, water torture? What the fuck? I'm losing my mind. Alright, that's my thumbnail. Water torture? Why not? Fucking Mewtendoo, man. Go check out Mewtendoo. Certified meme lord. The meme lord. What do you want to call him? Whoops. Let me do that.
Old Spice body.
He did a thing with Mega Man 3 that I really like. Yeah, I'm gonna play it. I think he also did the "You Have Autism" thing. That's pretty funny as well.
Old Spice body wash.
One more thing. It's pretty good. I used to listen to this guy like non-stop. Yeah, this one. Seizure warning, I guess. The fucking African American male mating dance. Their bird dances. Anyway, enough of that. Really does sound like Final Fantasy VI. Like the menu bleeps and bloops.
What?
Oh god,
Okay.
that reminds me.
I mean, you're all assholes, I guess? Maybe that's what we're gonna find out, probably.
Oh my god, I'm going off on crazy tangents here. Do y'all do y'all remember the time Chris Tucker hijacked a plane and flew it into the Twin Towers? I'm gonna have to mute it, but here, I'm gonna mute it. So, this stupid fucking video where they they take over air traffic control, right? Because they're a bunch of stupid white guys. Stupid white people, right? That don't understand the rap. Too lame for the rap music. So they hijack a plane to have a little party in. And Chris Tucker fucking flies the damn thing. Now, he doesn't fly it into the Twin Towers, but I like to imagine that he did, you know? I don't know. Is this fucking... When was this done? 1995. Wow. This is stupid as fuck, okay? They take over a plane, dude. They took a plane. A fucking... That's a... Why? That's a commercial airline, dude. For some reason. Why is this music video... Why? What does this have to do with Friday? The movie, you know? There's nothing, like, fucking Friday's got nothing to do with planes. You know, they're all fucking sneaking up on it, right? What the fuck? Come on, y'all. Does anybody else see the strangeness and the stupidity? They hijack a plane, a commercial airline, right? Ain't no telling if there's 7-Eleven, you know, imagery somewhere. Upside down, fucking something. Such a trash song. Rap is fucking garbage. What does this have to do with Friday? I've seen Friday multiple times. It's a cringe movie. It's a cringe movie that's supposed to shift the culture into the weed culture, you know, the drug culture. Oh, drug culture's so cool, guys. I don't know. I don't know what it has to do with Friday or getting high or weed. They're having a party in a plane, right? A cargo, whatever. And whatever this part's called, I don't know what it's called. For some reason it's empty. And then they steal it. The cops are on them, you know. 7-Eleven allusions. He's a black guy. The look on her face. Stupid. Chris Tucker, that fucking clown. You know, his humiliation ritual was in, what's it called? Fifth Element? Yeah. When he played that drag queen. Chris Tucker, yeah, there it is. Yep. That was his humiliation ritual, you know? What is this? Yeah. She's cute. I forget who plays her. Yep. What a strange reality. So they forbade, you know, the Queen's Zeal forbid anyone to use the sun's energy, you know? And doesn't that sound familiar? You know, nuclear energy has like been demonized, right? The past 50 years, you know, ever since the 2 bombs dropped on Japan. There's strangeness involved in that, this idea that a higher authority would try to ban the use of, I don't know, let's just say renewable energy, because I'm pretty sure that's the that's the fucking analog, you know, for this game and the environment with its stupid environmental message. The sunstone being some weird analog for solar energy, you know what I mean? So this creepy bitch named Queen Zeal forbid it from being used by the common person, right? So that's like the allegory they're trying to give here. Alright guys, how's it going? Guess I'll do another recording today, tonight, for maybe like 2 hours or so. I'll do something. I'm gonna go over a few things. I'm gonna get into back into Kirk's playthrough of Chrono Trigger. Left off on part 15 here, and I'll play another game. Well, I'll play Chrono Trigger, not Chrono Trigger. I'll play the Genki Big Bang some more. While I kind of watch / listen to him play Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I'm a little behind. He's beat the game already, so I kind of want to save that. Maybe I'll skip a part here and there. I don't know if I'm gonna keep recording every single, you know. But I don't know. I kind of like doing this. And like I said before, the reason I'm doing this is because I feel as if I'm gonna watch somebody that I know play a game, I might as well play a game myself, record it, and talk about whatever while I'm doing it. Like I said, a little unorthodox. I don't think anybody on the fucking planet, much less YouTube, would handle something like that, or whatever. You get what I'm saying. So I want to go ahead and get into my community post here. So this is pretty crazy. This really started off with, Billy mentioning guys like, Post Malone and what's his name? JellyRoll. Yeah, JellyRoll and Kevin James, and he's been mentioning those guys a lot. Kind of as like not milk tools, like just system creeps, these creatures, whatever the fuck they are. And I never heard of JellyRoll until literally yesterday. And this was actually before Billy made a community post mentioning him. My wife had actually mentioned him, and I don't even remember the conversation really. It was my wife, myself, my wife, and my daughter hanging out at the dinner table, and I was kind of making fun of guys like Post Malone with all the face tattoos and the phony black culture and all that stupid shit. And she brought up JellyRoll. It's like, oh, you're talking about guys like JellyRoll with all the face tattoos, and they act they're kind of in that degenerate kind of culture or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what to call it. Just kind of wannabe tough guy gangster shit. Kind of annoying, obnoxious fucking music. You know what I'm saying? Just insufferable human beings. So it kind of started with that. So, and then I ran into this, which was, I've been getting a lot of, like I say here, I've been getting a lot of recommendations in my YouTube feed for talking about game piracy. So like you see this 2 days ago. This one's actually like maybe 6 days ago, because I took a screenshot, kind of forgot about it. It's like, oh yeah, I've been getting a lot of piracy videos on my channel, on my feed lately, and I'm like, is that fucking Kevin James? Like, why? Why is Kevin James here? Do you know what I'm saying? It's just so fucking weird. I didn't watch the video. Maybe I can look at it real quick. Let's see. Yeah, let's look at it real quick. I'll turn the volume way down. At some point, maybe he mentions Kevin James for some reason. You never know.
Players. Accompanying that with the prices on.
I seriously doubt it. I don't know why this dude. I don't know why this dude used Kevin James.
I mean, look at the amount of
in his thumbnail. It's super fucking weird. So obviously, that got my attention, and I was like, maybe we turned Kevin James into some strange, like fucking strange reality marker or something. Like I said in my community post, where it's like, I don't know, man. So on a fucking whim,
crystal clear.
I decided to look up Kevin James in the news, Google News. And like I say here, up here, lo and behold, Kevin James and JellyRoll are making a collaboration. It's like, what the fuck? And I mean, good God. I don't know the details, and I don't think the details matter, but it's like, whoops. I mean, this is really stupid, okay? Like, what the fuck is going on here? This is such a stupid, like I said in the post, like a fake-ass copy-paste simulation, and it's just fucking, I don't know, this stupidity, like the dumbest shit. You know what I mean? It's just dumb, like I'm speechless. I don't know what to say about this. Of course, because the fat guy's gotta have a sandwich, right? This is what this motherfucker is out to. See, he's still pushing this shit. He's pushing this shit, this schlubby, kind of fucking idiot bullshit. Oh boy. 6/21. I would have shit my pants if it was the same date as Lucca's entry. I think that was the 24th. Yeah. That would have been crazy. This is all recent. I guess let's watch a little bit. As cringe as this gonna be, as this is gonna be.
What is the craziest thing
Who the fuck is this guy?
that I could do
Is this JellyRoll?
in Ohio?
I don't know anything about this guy, okay? Oh my god.
You look like you mean all business right now. You're trying to do a little rock and roll.
Yeah, there he is.
You're not here to...
The kind of fake tough guy, you know, like...
The guitar's coming off. He's getting...
kind of phony, cool guy vibes. That... like that stupid goofy accent.
The guitar's coming off. But seeing you look like you mean all business right now. You're trying to do a little rock and roll music out here. Right?
You look like you do a little rock and roll music. That kind of shit. It's like a WWE, you know, fucking promo or some shit.
You're not here to play around.
And everybody eats it up, right?
The guitar's coming off.
He's got his little backwards cap on. Kevin James got his backwards cap on. Look how harmless I am, guys. You know what I mean? So all the stupid women, you know, lower their guard.
We're in the biggest house in Ohio. Can we sing a song?
You know, I watched a TikTok about that, where it's like a girl and this guy making TikTok videos, and the guy's obviously the guy is gay, right? And the caption goes something along the lines of when you're around this creepy guy, but you find out he's gay, and suddenly she's like all over him and taking selfies with him and stuff. She's like, women are fucking stupid, man. Oh my god. This AstroTurf fucking bullshit. Like the, what's the Richmond north of Richmond? Or whatever. I did a YouTube community post about it once. Richmond. Yeah, Richmond. This motherfucker. Oliver Anthony, who is like, I'm a hard worker. I can't play it, okay? I'll definitely get a stupid flag or whatever. But I went over the lyrics once, where it's like keeping the public upset, right? Where it's like I don't know how to explain it. I talked about it in a previous recording too. I think I called it Not Milk North of Richmond. Not Milk. Rock and roll brought to you by Not Milk. That's related to the rock and roll brought to you by Not Milk. Like giving you the I described it as giving you like the different flavors of soda on the shelf, right? Like you got rap music and you got rock and roll, you got country for the rednecks, you got rock and roll, you got your Barry White rock and roll version, you got your Elvis version for the whites, you know, your Barry White for the blacks or whatever, and then you got your rap, your blues and all that. It's like, just pick your flavor. Oh, just pick your flavor, you know, you're an individual. Kind of that bullshit. Here it is. Not Milk North of Richmond. Marxism disguises conservatism. Yeah, that's it. So the pushing of Marxism. I'm not gonna play it, but I went over the lyrics in that video. So I get the same, this JellyRoll motherfucker, I get the same vibes, and Kevin James is now wrapped up in this this Fractal. This is stupid as fuck. So I don't know the why of this entanglement, but it's definitely there. Like there's no denying it. It's like borderline kind of homoerotic. Look at all these people. Yep. AstroTurf, you know, talking about the bullet points of what it is. I wonder if he talks about riding ATVs or some shit at some point, but, you know, talking about getting drunk. This is in Ohio. A lot of weird shit going on in Ohio. Like the cat eating in Ohio, and I think there's like some crazy like teenage like murder, like this teenage kid murdered a family in Ohio as well, like recently. So this weird shit going on in Ohio. Don't know why. I didn't know Kevin James could sing. He can't sing. Are you deaf? What the fuck? He's talking. Oh, he's stomping around. Yeah, go to the Titantron. They throw, you know, they'll throw a black chick in there, right? This girlie right here, this little black girl will be like, oh, we can lure in some of the blacks, you know? Maybe I'm just a cynical bitch by this point, but... Oh no. Oh, I thought they were gonna hug. Come on, man. Give him a big ol' hug. Get your bro a hug. Look at that shit, man. That was like high school prom shit. Get up in there, man. What the fuck? It's supposed to be bros. It was like high school prom shit where you're like trying not to touch the girl. You're like hover handing the back of her hips and her hips and her shoulder. Fucking A. That was some gay. That was gayer. That would have been. That's actually gayer than if they would have actually hug it out. You know. Come on, boy. We country in here. Oh man, Billy. If you haven't clicked the video out by now, I don't blame you if you did. I hope you're watching this. I hope you're watching the madness. Oh, they did hug it out. Finally. They were like, "Oh man, we got to go back in. We can't end on that, you know, hover hand shit note." What was that move? He was there he goes. That reminds me of the Asian man skipping after watching they got caught on CCTV. It was like a little girl skipping down the road while like a grown man was passing by, and then she's like skipping down, and then you can see the guy after they pass each other, he starts skipping in the other direction. That's the vibe I got. There you go. Finally. Wow. One of the greatest. That's the first I'm hearing of this. Look, they both got their backwards cap on. Just to drive the point home that they're you know, they're just one of the boys, you know, harmless. You know, harmless you girl can come up and talk to them, they won't try to fuck them, you know? That's the vibe. Anyway, just y'all already know this, but just astroturfed fucking stupidity. Put out there for the dummies to consume to give out a certain message. I want to know where this is from. Apparently that wasn't from that concert, but you know, fat guys gotta eat, right? He's got some stonk ass legs, man. What the hell? He's wearing like women's tights or something. It's fucking weird. Why is it zoomed in so much? God damn. There we go. Anyway, it's fucking weirdness. Oh look.
That you just did he call you? Did you call him? How did this come to be?
It's just, you know, I'm a good friend of his. I consider myself, I hope I'm a good friend of his. He's a great friend of mine. He's a wonderful human being, and we just happened to be in Columbus together, and we just went out and had fun.
But are you ever going to do a show like on Broadway?
You know, I think everybody who's ever known me as I was born to dance. So if there's a dancing show, then I would be interested in. Other than that, I can't be bothered.
This dude tries so hard to be like Chris Farley. Was he in the military? James, American comedian actor, former stand-up comedian. No, what was I thinking of? Oh, it was Jim Carrey. That's who I'm thinking of. Jim Carrey was in the Marines, which is fucking weird to learn. But anyway, why did I think it was Kevin James? Probably because it's kind of the same vibe. The fucking Kevin James and Drew Carey, kind of the same. That's schlubby, you know, fucking fat schlub comedian shtick. I think that's gonna cover that. Yeah. So, oh yeah, the touhou thing at the end. I finally got around to watching your digital pixel art stuff. Really cool, dude. I liked it a lot. I like the emblems. These things were really neat. I really like, you know, I can't critique it because I'm not a pixel art guy, but I forgot which is plagiarism or what you actually freehanded, but it doesn't matter. Still like an artist, you know. That don't bother me at all. I used to use GIMP. The last I tried GIMP, it doesn't work very well with my digital tablet, and I kind of gave up on it. That's why I moved on to Paint Tool Sci. I tried to use another program called Krita, which is another free program. I think I had issues running it back then with it was like a beta version of Krita. And the last I heard, this was like probably like 5 years ago, they were working on like their watercolor brushes, which I was really interested in, but like I said, I kind of quit art, so don't know what became of that. So the touhou stuff.
Power motor fan, just to get some air circulating in the house, but
oh yeah, let us know let us know how your air conditioner situation is, or let me know. I'm probably the only person that's really thinking about it.
Shoulder and stuff. Some of the first.
Hope y'all got that
I like
shit
a lot of their
fixed.
designs. I find them very cute, and appealing.
You know what? You actually got me interested in Touhou, because I was like, I kind of want to try their little bullet hell games or whatever. I know there's other games associated with the brand, like Metroidvanias, and I think they got some action games on Steam that are like Touhou related with the characters and stuff. But
I like the,
turn it down. I liked this a lot. I like her expression like you do. Really cool pose. I don't know who drew this image by Kaginoni. Oh, Kaginoni? I don't know. I like the way he did the horns. That's really cool. There's a lot of volume in that. I like the volume in that. That's really badass.
Smug.
But I like this character. She was the one that you talked about, I think, once, that she carries a spoon and it's like full of oil, I think, if I'm remembering that right.
Your girl looking shit with the fang, or whatever you'd even call that. Like, the teeth are all fucking sharp.
That's a trope. It's a Japanese trope to like convey a personality, the snaggletooth kind of thing. You'll see a lot of feral characters have it, especially females. Like Cat from Breath of Fire 2 comes to mind with the fangs with the cat girl. You know, the cat girl, snaggleteeth, to convey, to give a personality, you know? Which reminds me, this is gonna seem weird to just talk about all of a sudden, but the character design in like the 80s and 90s, the female character design in cartoons and in the media, I had read a Reddit post where a guy was talking about how to quickly convey like femininity or a certain character, a certain female archetype they would expose the midriff. That's why in the 90s, in the 80s and 90s, you see a lot of female characters with their midriffs exposed. And I thought that was really interesting. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, a friend asked why a lot of female characters wear midriff tops. And like I said, it's supposed to convey a certain archetype. It conveys femininity immediately at a glance, right? Because you know, the male monkey brain, or any brain, to be honest, because girls find this attractive too. They can't help it. They notice breasts, they notice exposed midriffs, you know, stuff like that. That's why the conservatives went all crazy over crop tops and stuff. Fairly certain that it was a Comic-Con panel discussing character design and animation. The gist of it was twofold. Basically, it was the style, the times in which the characters were drawn, so tube tops and crop tops were relatable for the target audience. In addition, it was explained that crop tops are a way to portray femininity and, yes, sexuality for sexual identity without overly sexualizing the characters by emphasizing chest size. So yeah, so they expose the midriff to... you tend to notice, like, the exposed flesh first. You know what I'm saying? Like, you notice the exposed flesh first, and then your brain tends to notice the breast size. So that's a kind of a cheater, kind of a hack, you know, if you're trying to, if you want your audience to notice certain things. You know what I mean? Bare shoulders is another good example. Like in my the little video I'm playing on my screen right now, especially Shantae on the bottom right there, and Hollywood from Cool World. You know, obviously the cleavage, you'll probably notice that first, and you'll more than likely notice the waist size, the hips, you know, her butt, her you know, her thighs, her exposed thighs, and then exposed shoulders will convey. This is obviously more of a sexual thing, but with other characters you could do that. I know there's a good example here, but yeah, bare shoulders, like what's her name? Blackfire? Yeah, Blackfire. Right here, tube top, exposed midriff. Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop, and this chick from Lilo and Stitch, I think. So even with a character like Rogue, that fucking, I hate this design, by the way, I don't like it. But even Jenny from My Life as a Teenage Robot, you know, bare midriff, even though she's supposed to be an android. Or a robot, rather. Would she be an android? Yeah, she'd be an android, because a robot would be more like a fridge. A fridge, or like a television or something. Jasmine, exposed midriff, again, bare shoulders, emphasis on the hips. You can't have character designs like this anymore. Obviously Misty, tomboy. Tomboy character, you can convey that she's a tomboy by not only exposing her midriff, but giving her like jean shorts, you know, because jeans are usually associated with more physical activity, you know what I'm saying? At least in the West. I don't know about other countries, but... So, reading on, this is important to separate animated boys from animated girls, especially in cases of younger characters where the voice alone wasn't necessarily enough, since a lot of young male characters are voiced by women. So it makes sense why a lot of young girls, or a lot of young characters, rather, have exposed midriffs. Like, I can't even think of a good example. Misty. Yeah, Misty's a really good one from Pokemon. From a design perspective in general, having a character with a bare midriff cuts a much more easily recognizable silhouette for a female character. It thins the body in order to call out the traditionally female traits without giving them huge boobs or ultra-wide hips. So you can get away with dressing minors in a less provocative manner and still kind of convey that they're female, right? Or maybe even an archetype like a tomboy. Unless we're talking about anime. Sex sells. Not all anime is about sex though, so it's a kind of a stupid thing to put at the end, whatever. Why did I even get into that? I don't remember why I got into that. It's kind of funny. Just making sure I'm recording. Let's see. Then you got characters like, I don't know if I'm spelling that right. Nope. 90s April O'Neil, which is one of my favorites. Huge fucking her jumpsuit. Her yellow jumpsuit, man. Like, and this is just to show y'all, I guess we're talking about art here, right? Female character design, alright? One of my favorite topics, because like I said, I'm warm-blooded male, and I like this kind of stuff. So, obviously, can't find a good example. This pose is weak. This isn't a good pose to show this. Here's a better one, I guess. That might be more fan art, though. No? I don't think so. It's really blurry, but this will suffice. So this yellow jumpsuit really emphasizes, even though her midriff isn't bare, it still really emphasizes her waist size, which you can quickly differentiate between male and female, right? Her breast size, the ass, like a huge fucking hips. Very traditional hourglass figure, you know? Her breast size is enormous for a 90s, kind of a 90s cartoon. Like, that's insane, man. It's fucking hell. You can see why she was probably one of the more popular designs of April. Because April O'Neil's has had a lot of designs over the years that I don't agree with. It kind of looks like one of them weird sex dolls, but like really, they actually gave her cleavage. That's crazy. So huge breast size, tiny waist. You can kind of infer the rest. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I guess that's a lesson in character design, I guess. Oh, we're talking about touhou. That's right. I don't remember how we led into this, though. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've been wanting to talk about that for a while. So, hopefully nothing safe for work pops up. But I think we're good. So yeah, that I guess that covers that. Didn't know I was going to talk about that, but like I said, I've been meaning to bring that up for a while. Oh yeah, that game Shredder's Revenge. She's actually really fun to play as. She's actually like my favorite character in that game, that beat 'em up game. It's a shame they kind of fucked up. They really kind of jacked up her personality. They turned her into this incarnation. You can't see it on my screen. Good golly. Back it up. Yep. So this is the different incarnations. Here's the comic. That's the 80s cartoon. That's the like mid to late 90s cartoon that I never got into. Not sure who that is. That's one of the reboots that I never got into, and that's the latest incarnation where she's kind of like, no, actually this is the second to the last. They made her black, right? And supposedly, I read another interesting thing in a Reddit post once where whenever there's a redhead, especially a female redhead, it's very prevalent with female redheads in cartoons. That was like the writers or the storytellers' way of diversifying their characters. So it's pretty ironic or funny that they ended up making her black eventually, and the step after this was fucking god awful. If I can find an example. Is that her? Yeah, that's it. So that's the comic, I think. So this creature over here on the right. That's an artist rendition. That's a fan art. So how can I look this up? Yeah, this whatever this is. The creature. Black girl nerds. Yeah, this fucking thing. This disgusting, terrible, fucking god-awful, whatever this is. Like, they just make your own character by this point. But anyway, redheads back in the day were meant to... it was like a cheap way of diversifying your cast, right? So this version of April, this third one right here, they made her kind of a girl boss kind of character, like that stupid trope. So they completely changed her personality, which is fine, I guess. They want to pretend she's a different character. But April was never a girl boss. I think she kind of was maybe in the comic, but in the 80s cartoon, you know, she wasn't nothing like that. She could kind of hold her own a little bit, but she was basically there as a plot point, or a MacGuffin rather. Is that the right word? Sort of a tool, right, to move the story along, where she gets kidnapped, or you know, whatever the case is, damsel in distress, right, just to get the plot going, give the heroes a reason to do the thing other than just saving the world all the time because that gets old. It's a trope now, right? Saving the damsel or whatever. It's like, oh, it's fucking the girl is in trouble again. Wow, so original. It's like, yeah, well, it works. It's, like, take me back, white man, kind of deal. It's like, fucking A. What else was I gonna say about that? Weird tangent I went into about this, but like I said, I've been wanting to talk about that too for a while, because I think it's really interesting. So, yeah, they turn her, the April right here into like a girl boss, and it's like, really? Like, did you have to really do that? And she's always getting to like arguments with Casey Jones and stuff, and it's really fucking dumb. Anyway, I think that might cover it. So we were talking about, yeah, I think that about covers it. Talking about touhou. There's a reason I got into that.
Some of the other ones, I mean, there's a bunch. There's a bunch of cool designs in Touhou's roster of characters.
Is this the one with the oil in her spoon or something? I may be misremembering. I really don't know.
What are some of the other things? I'm forgetting. It's surprisingly hard to think of stuff that you'd want to draw, but I guess it also comes down to stuff that you psych yourself out because you're just like, oh man, I shouldn't draw that because it's gonna come out ugly, and that's like the biggest fucking stupid thing that you have to get over.
It really is.
I have to get over it. I know that, especially with hand drawing, because I know it's gonna look terrible, but you just can't attach your ego. Just can't attach your fucking ego to it. That's how to keep the.
Oh yeah, I saw that you had the SNES recommendations tab up there.
That's how to progress.
It's a good It's a really good website.
Ego for that shit. Take it, draw it, scrap it, throw it away, burn it, whatever.
Yeah. There's another sheet of paper right behind it that you can ruin.
Like the teeth are all fucking sharp teeth and stuff.
Yeah, I like this chick a lot, whatever she is. I think I left a comment here, yeah. I love expressions, okay? I know it maybe not seem like it from the demos I've done, because I haven't really given too much expression, but once I get in the mood, once I get in that mode, I'll start, I'll look up reference and kind of try to copy expressions with just simple, simple shapes. Like this, I would probably just tackle this, really just tackle this like, I'm not going to do a demo, even though I'm kind of tempted to. I'm kind of tempted to do a demonstration. So, I mean, just looking at this, I would just make the circle. Where's her hairline? I think her volume of her hair is like that, so she's got a weird shaped head, kind of like a cabbage head. So yeah, I would just copy this expression. I would look up reference for expression and all that. Really good pose. I like that a lot. Opposites, I really should connect I really should bust out the tablet and kind of show it, but the person who did this knows their shit. When it comes to kind of contrasting opposites, like the shoulders are in this direction and the head tilt is in this direction and the hips are in this direction, So it's a really dynamic pose. It's a really good pose. I like that a lot. There are no bad tangents, like all the lines going out aren't like, what's it called? They're not clashing with each other. When I say tangents, I mean like, let's say for instance, if her spoon, let's say if she had her arm up more and her spoon was lining up with her shoulders, that would be a touching parallel tangent, and it may or may not look good. That'd be something you can experiment, Yeah. Yeah, I look at tangents all the time. Points touching. Like for instance, when you have stuff in front of other stuff, like over here, like maybe we can kind of have an argument that this is a bad tangent because you got two shapes kind of overlapping and they kind of blend in together. So that's like borderline nitpicky because it doesn't steal the attention. You know what I mean? You can still tell what it is. Obviously, the spoon's there. The spoon is a very eye-catching thing. This doesn't distract too much, though it is touching and it is a little weird. Yeah. But this would be a tangent technically, but is it a good or bad tangent? I think it's kind of neutral. It's fine. You know what I mean? But that's what I mean by tangents. When things are touching or overlapping, does it distract the viewer or does it distract what you're trying to look at? These horns are cool. I like the horns a lot. I can't stop looking at that. The volume. You can tell that's like the top. Like there's a plane right there. A top plane right there. A side plane right there. Going that way. And you can tell it's really thin right there. It's really cool. They did a super good job. Whoever did this knows their shit, man. In many ways. But yeah. But far be it for me to like critique someone like that, because they're probably 100 times better than me. But I know, obviously, I mean, I think Kirk, you mentioned once that you didn't have a, I don't remember exactly what you said, but you'd mentioned you don't have an eye for art or something like that, but you can at least tell if something's good or bad, and there's a reason why you think it's good or bad. Even though it's just a matter of like knowing the technical terms or knowing or expressing why you don't like something. You know what I mean? And that's the trick. Not the trick, but that's like kind of like the hurdle that you face when you see art that you like, right? But you're not really sure why you like it. And you kind of start developing a different vocabulary and developing a different visual library as to why you do or don't like certain things. Know what I'm saying? Like with the midriff thing, like I like female characters that typically, it doesn't always have to be this way, but typically expose the midriff to kind of just emphasize the femininity, right? I like that a lot because I think graphically it looks good, and it, like I said before, it conveys sexuality, it conveys gender, or it conveys the sex, you know, not sex as in, you know, that, sex as in, you know, male and female. Anyway, I can nerd out easily about this shit for another hour, so I think I have to stop talking about it because I'll just keep going on and on. Guess we can get into... I guess we can close all this. I don't think we can get into any more... He shaved his head too, I guess. It's weird. He's probably going bald like me. Oh yeah, the black-pilled guy. Yeah, I'm not sub to him. There's just a few videos that I really like out of him. But he's one of these black-pilled guys, so it's like all like one of these dudes who notices problems but doesn't offer solutions, and I don't like people like that really. Too much doom and gloom, but he makes really good points. That's why I've recommended these two videos, because super eye-opening and interesting, especially this one. Selling Divorce to the West, like, if y'all haven't seen that, please go watch it, because it's fucking crazy. The 888, yeah. With the Mocking of Christ. The Judgmental Cat. Carl Block, yeah, he made a very infamously known Judgmental Cat in one of his paintings. I love this. This is so awesome. As a painting, you know? Yeah, the fucking, CV88 thing, because I'd found this after the fact when I was tired as fuck in that video. By the time I got to this, my brain was just like mush, so I was just kind of like, my brain was wandering in all kinds of directions. That's when I remembered the Chris Tucker thing in the this music video. And when I researched it, come to find out the airliner that they hijacked was called CV88. Isn't that fun? More 3D3s and 88s, yep. The balloon thing, yeah, that was wild. Because I noticed these stains. I noticed these stupid stains. And I was like, I'm gonna see, it looked like hot air balloons. Like, I'm gonna see hot air balloons somewhere else, aren't I? And lo and behold, like, not even a minute later, there's this poster frame had hot air balloons almost the exact same way. There's a really faded one back there, but it's just going in the opposite direction. So wild. Synchronicities for me are just fucking everyday occurrence. Like Billy said, it's like, I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was like, synchronicity is just so common. It's just, what is there to say? I think that's it for community posts. Let's look at Kirk real quick. Oh, hey. I didn't see this post. Yep. That's how I feel. That's why this is one of the first things I told you. Oh look, you got the same pencil I do. Yeah, those pencils are awesome. They spread really nicely. The graphite they use is really good. So yeah, it's gonna make a huge difference. When it comes to, you know, because these fucking little sharpeners are fucking terrible. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you followed my advice with that because like it makes just a world of difference when it comes to pencils. See, I still have it right here. But yeah, you can expose a good chunk of the lead too. You can expose probably another, like with the one you have, you can expose. You see what I got? You can probably expose even more than this. Probably like down to here where my fingertip is, and get a good chunk, and shave off the rest of this, and get it smoothed down, and then you'll have a lot of lead to work with. You won't have to resharpen it in forever unless you drop it. I dropped this yesterday and I thought I broke it. Turns out I didn't. It's really funny. Yep. Let me move this a tiny bit. Let's see. Which way am I leaning? Yeah, I'm doing that a lot. Okay, this is good. Keep getting out of frame. Not that it matters too much, but oh yeah, I had to do a double take too, because I was like, this kind of looks like something I would draw. But yeah, it is funny. It looks like Luna from MLP. It's an MLP fat pony. Yeah, this Luna, Celestia's sister. She's really pretty. Kind of the same vibe. She's a cool character. Yeah, it looks just like her. This motherfucker just drew Luna and like put a bunch of crap on her, which is fine. Pony artists are very devoid of creativity. I can tell you right now. Yeah, the bowling alley thing was fucking really interesting. I think I left a comment here. Yeah, that bullshit, you know, that stupid bullshit that got thrown into the public consciousness or get into the heads of women, right? That, oh, if your man's going to the lodge or going to the bowling alley, you know, it's just an excuse to get away from you and get away from your family. That's like the bullshit narrative, right? When the guy just wants to go out and bowl with his boys, like, a lot of times they probably don't even give a fuck if the family comes along. A lot of times, you know, but the I don't know, like people. This is what got me thinking about this. Where the people who watch television shows, like someone who watches Pleasantville, right, and they don't understand that. How do I put it? Like they don't understand. Like I said it in a community post where it's like they don't understand that there's a bias involved, and there's writers involved, and there's, you know, storyboarders involved. Like they're conveying, they want to convey a message, and you got to figure out, not necessarily all the time, because sometimes you can just watch a movie and shut your brain off, but a lot of times they're trying to convey a message or some kind of propaganda. Like Pleasantville's a really good example, where they want to, like the guys in the trailer, right? They're like, oh, at least we're as long as we're in the bowling alley, right? And the trailer starts off in a bowling alley with a bunch of guys, right? It's like, oh, they must be a bunch of misogynists who just go to the bowling alley to get away from their family, right? And it's like, the men are all upset that the world has turned into colors. That's the stupid message to the silent gen from the boomer gen. Like, that Black Pill guy explained it pretty well, where it's like, the movie Pleasantville, was a message to the silent gen, and by proxy a message to the millennials, where it's like, you know, don't think of this era, this Happy Days era, right? Don't think of that as something you want to go back to because you're secretly being repressed by the males in your life, or whatever they like to say. Like I even brought up the Flintstones, where it's the Flintstones had this idea where, you know, Fred Flintstone is a Kevin James motherfucker bumbling schmuck who's barely leading his family, right? It's mostly his wife who just kind of nags him about everything and treats him like shit for the most part. and he can't even, like, his own family like won't even let him be a man because he's just a little pussy whoop bitch by this point. Just literally a Kevin James archetype, like Kirk said here, Ralph Cramden, is that his name? Cramden? I didn't know that was his last name. I knew his name was Ralph, but it is funny. Depicted as a prideful schmuck in the end. At the end, his wife is always right. Yeah, that's basically the Flintstones, where, you know, Wilma's always right about everything. Oh, the wife is always right, right? Women are right about everything at all times. That's the message they want to convey. And a lot of females love it. They'll buy into it. And then they'll accuse the men who watch shows like Rambo and be like, this is what men think they are. You know, we're gonna knock them down a peg, or whatever they say. Because a lot of dudes do watch shows like, you know, trashy shows like, well, trashy movies like American Pie and, what's the other one with John Belushi, fucking, what's it called, oh, whatever. You know what I mean, those trashy college movies have been around since the 70s, you know? Like American Pie is a good example. Or, these weed culture movies, it's like, they're trying to make it to seem like, oh, this is what guys do, right? So that's just the message they want to give out. They want like I said, it's mostly females that fall for it. So like I say, it's a cultural shift. It's to shift the culture. It's astroturfing, making it seem like, oh, this is the way the world works. But little do everybody knows, because they don't think for themselves, that this is the world they, quote unquote, want you to live or want you to be in. And it's like crazy, like when Kirk brought up the honeymooners, like really like old television shows aren't safe. Like this messaging is in all these shows. Like I brought up Dennis the Menace a few times, where the truth is there, right? Where you have these shitty silent gen parents ignoring their children or ignoring Dennis, right? And like they're showing the truth, but they're also saying at the same time, it's okay if you do this to your son, right? Because he'll just go out and entertain himself or whatever. That's what they wanted Dennis to do. Like, they don't want to hang around this stupid little fuckball of a kid. You know, daddy's tired. He wants to drink his coffee and read his newspaper. He doesn't want to hang out with his little boy. The fuck you talking about, man? It's just like it's always been there. Like, it's always fucking been there. Even in a game like Chrono Trigger or Mother 2, like, you can't get away. The stories are there. The truth is there. And shows like Dennis the Menace or Leave It to Beaver, I never watched Leave It to Beaver, but I'm sure it's there. Like shows like Dennis the Menace, where not only were they exposing the truth or showing you the truth, at the same time they're telling the parents, like, it's okay to let your stupid little kid just do what he wants, right? Because it always works out in the end. No, now what do we got? Bangavets, I guess? You know, 30, 40 years of that, 50 years of child neglect. Everybody wonders why these bangavets happen, even if they're even real, you know? Yeah, the safe haven, bowling alley things, like, oh, men, that's where men go to be safe from their wives, right? The evil misogynists, that's where they go. They're going to the bowling alleys. Blah, 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 blah. Ooh, spooky. Fucking dingbats. Yeah, like I said here, well, like I said in the past, my wife, well, I said in a previous video, my wife, you know, there was a bowling alley around here that was pretty popular until it burned down. Like, it burned down like a few years before I moved here, so that's pretty weird in itself. And I was trying to put the pieces together. This idea of a safe haven, right? Like, my wife sees that place where there may be a lot of nostalgia involved, and in her mind, maybe it was a bit of a safe haven from the madness, you know, from her crazy family or whatever, where she would go with her family to the bowling alley and things were normal for once. You know what I mean? Like, a place to congregate and get with your friends, and your mother and father act like normal human beings for maybe an hour or 2 hours. That's the only time you get some fucking rest from your fucking crazy parents acting like fucking dipshits. And that's it's a safe haven in a way. It's fucking weird, man. Maybe some weird bowling alley, you know, some weird bowling alley fractal will come about from this, because I'm pretty sure it's coming. Something weird's gonna go on. Or it's already going on. I mean, shit, Kirk mentioned the bowling alley thing here. It's like, what the fuck? 4 months ago. Like, golly. Yeah, the reality marker. Been using that term kind of loose lately, but I think it applies. Let's see. Yeah, that was fucking interesting. Only weirdos go out at night thing. Yeah, the 1984 levels of dystopia. That was the thing about staying up late. You know, if, like, after the CV, you know, they got everyone conditioned to have a curfew and all these 24-hour stores are going away. So, by default, you know, if you're out late at night, you know, like, you're automatically up to no good. Is what the culture shift is. You know what I'm saying? And the police will be there to enforce it gleefully with a smile on their face. They're completely blissful, you know, about what the destruction they're causing. I've been getting that video in my I was getting that video in my recommendations too, before you showed me, like a few times, and I was ignoring it because I had a million views. I tend to ignore videos that have like suspicious amount of views. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh. Oh, so you got your AC back? Okay. I must have missed this post. I must have missed that community post. So cool. So yeah, you don't have to tell me anything now. That's pretty good that y'all neglected your. I mean, that's pretty good that you neglected your your central air for 15 years and just and took you that long to actually have a problem. That's kind of wild. That's actually like a good sign of some fucking great craftsmanship. If I were to just say it, like supposedly fridges and you know all these smart devices don't last more than 2 years because they can just. You know, they could stop giving you updates and just brick your system if they feel like it. All these Sams, like a fucking stove, dude. The fucking stove that our house came with is a fucking Samsung, and so is our dishwasher. But the stove, in particular, in order for you to set the timer on it, or in order for you to set the clock on it, rather, you have to have it connected to Wi-Fi. Oh my god. It's like, man, what are we getting into, man? What a joke. I just let my wife take care of that. Fuck that. She can. I got my smartphone connected to the synced up with our AC because you can sync it up to the Wi-Fi and all that to control the temperature in it. But you can. It's not dependent on Wi-Fi. Okay. But I do have that app on here in case I need to fuck with the air conditioning. Where's the app at? Getting messages on Discord. Fuck off. I forget what it's called. Ecobee? Ecobee. I want to look at it real quick. Yeah, so it's set at 73 right now. To show y'all. See, I don't think there's any personal information on there. So yeah, so I can set it, go up and down, whatever. But we just keep it on 73. We're only going to have to change it when it starts getting a lot cooler. And even then, we might not even run it. Just, you know, bundle up with blankets and stuff. Probably keep the temp at like in the 60s. If it gets too cold. Anyway, that's enough of that. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. The 4 ounces thing. I forgot about that. The 311, yep. I think I left a comment on this. I think that's it. Oh yeah, the wall of text. We're talking about King of Queens. Man, the King of Queens thing. That's just the fucking Kevin James thing. It's just everywhere now, isn't it? What a weird reality. What a fucking strange simulation we're in. It's just nuts to me, man. So I guess this is an hour-long fucking pre-show. Jesus Christ. I guess I'll go ahead and break it here. I'll get a drink and we'll get started on playing some... watching some Chrono Trigger and playing Clash at Demon Head some more. I'll be right back.